Section 14 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 1. Departure from Christmas Harbour. Range along the coast to discover its position and extent. Several promontories and bays, and a peninsula described and named. Danger from shoals. Another harbour and a sound. Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural productions, animals, soil, etc. of Kerguelen's land. As soon as the ships were out of Christmas Harbour, we steered southeast to half south along the coast, with a fine breeze at north-northwest and clear weather. This we thought the more fortunate as, for some time past, fogs had prevailed more or less every day, and the continuance of them would have defeated our plan of extending Kerguelen's discovery. We kept the lead constantly going, but seldom struck ground with a line of 50 or 60 fathoms. About 7 or 8 o'clock, we were off a promontory which I called Cape Cumberland. It lies a league and a half from the south point of Christmas Harbour in the direction of southeast to half south. Between them is a bay with two arms, both of which seem to afford good shelter for shipping. Off Cape Cumberland is a small but pretty high island, on the summit of which is a rock like a sentry box, which occasioned our giving that name to the island. 2 miles farther to the eastward lies a group of small islands and rocks with broken ground about them. We sailed between these and Sentry Box Island, the channel being a full mile broad and more than 40 fathoms deep, for we found no bottom with that length of line. Being through this channel, we discovered, on the south side of Cape Cumberland, a bay running in 3 leagues to the westward. It is formed by this cape to the north, and by a promontory on the south, which I called Point Pringle, after my good friend Sir John Pringle, President of the Royal Society. The bottom of this bay was called Cumberland Bay, and it seemed to be disjoined from the sea, which washes the northwest coast of this country by a narrow neck of land. Appearances, at least, favoured such a conjecture. To the southward of Point Pringle, the coast is formed into a 5th bay, of which this point is the northern extreme, and from it to the southern extreme is about 4 miles in the direction of south-southeast or half-east. In this bay, which obtained the name of White Bay on account of some white spots of land or rocks in the bottom of it, are several lesser bays or coves which seem to be sheltered from all winds. Off the south point are several rocks which raise their heads above water, and, probably, many more that do not. Thus far our course was in a direction parallel to the coast, and not more than 2 miles from it. Thither our glasses were continually pointed, and we could easily see that, except the bottoms of the bays and coves, which, for the most part, terminated in sandy beaches, the shores were rocky and, in many places, swarmed with birds. But the country had the same barren and naked appearance as in the neighbourhood of Christmas Harbour. We had kept on our larboard bow the land which first opened off Cape St. Louis, footnote Cap Francois, end footnote, in the direction of south 53 degrees east, thinking that it was an island and that we should find a passage between it and the main. We now discovered this to be a mistake, and found that it was a peninsula joined to the rest of the coast by a low isthmus. I called the bay formed by this peninsula Repulse Bay, and a branch of it seemed to run a good way inland towards the south-southwest. Leaving this, we steered for the northern point of the peninsula, which we named Howe's Foreland, in honour of Admiral Lord Howe. As we drew near it, we perceived some rocks and breakers near the northwest part, and 2 islands a league and a half to the eastward of it, which at first appeared as one. I steered between them and the Foreland. Footnote: though Kerguelen ships in 1773 did not venture to explore this part of the coast, Monsieur de Page's account of it answers well to Captain Cook's. Du 10e au 23e, l'on ne prit d'autre connaissance que celle de la figure de la côte, qui, courant au bout au sud-est et revenant ensuite au nord-est, forma un grand golfe. Il était occupé par des buissons et des rochers. Il avait aussi une île basse et assez étendue, et l'on usa d'une bien soigneuse précaution pour ne pas s'affaler dans ce golfe. Voyage de Monsieur de Page, Tome 2, page 67, end footnote, and was in the middle of the channel by noon. At that time our latitude by observation was 48 degrees 51 minutes south, and we had made 26 miles of east longitude from Cape St. Louis. Footnote: Cap Francois. End footnote. From this situation, the most advanced land to the southward bore southeast, but the trending of the coast from the Foreland was more southerly. The islands which lie off Christmas Harbour bore north, and at the north point of the Foreland, north 60 degrees west, distant 3 miles. The land of this peninsula or Foreland is of a moderate height, and of a hilly and rocky substance. The coast is low, with rocky points shooting out from it, between which points are little coves with sandy beaches, and these at this time were mostly covered with sea birds. We also saw upon them some seals. As soon as we were clear of the rocks and islands before mentioned, I gave orders to steer southeast by south along the coast. But before these orders could be carried into execution, we discovered the whole sea before us to be checkered with large beds of rockweed, which we knew to be fast to the bottom and to grow on rocky shoals. I had often found a great depth of water on such shoals, and I had as often found rocks that have raised their heads nearly to the surface of the water. It is always dangerous, therefore, to sail over them before they are well examined, but more especially when there is no surge of the sea to discover the danger. This was the case at present, for the sea was as smooth as a mill pond. Consequently, we endeavoured to avoid them by steering through the winding channels by which they were separated. We kept the lead continually going, but never struck ground with a line of 60 fathoms. This circumstance increased the danger, as we could not anchor, whatever necessity there might be for it. After running in this manner above an hour, we discovered a lurking rock just even with the surface of the sea. It bore northeast a half east, distant 3 or 4 miles, and lay in the middle of one of these large beds of weeds. This was a sufficient warning to make us use every precaution to prevent our coming upon them. We were now across the mouth of a large bay that lies about 8 miles to the southward of Howe's Foreland. In and before the entrance of this bay are several low islands, rocks, and those beds of seaweed, but there seem to be winding channels between them. After continuing our course half an hour longer, we were so much embarrassed with these shoals that I resolved to haul off to the eastward as the likeliest means of extricating ourselves from the danger that threatened us. But so far was this from answering the intended purpose that it brought us into more. I therefore found it absolutely necessary to secure the ships, if possible, in some place before night, especially as the weather had now become hazy and a fog was apprehended. And seeing some inlets to the southwest of us, I ordered Captain Clark, as the Discovery drew less water than the Resolution, to lead in for the shore, which was accordingly done. In standing in, it was not possible to avoid running over the edges of some of the shoals on which we found from 10 to 20 fathoms water, and the moment we were over, we had no ground at the depth of 50 fathoms. After making a few boards to weather a spit that ran out from an island on our lee, Captain Clark made the signal for having discovered an harbour, in which about 5 o'clock we anchored in 15 fathoms water over a bottom of fine dark sand about 3/4 of a mile from the shore. The north point of the harbour bearing north by east a half east, 1 mile distant, and the small islands in the entrance within which we anchored extending from east to south east. Scarcely were the ships secured when it began to blow very strong, so that we thought it prudent to strike topgallant yards. The weather, however, continued fair, and the wind dispersing the fog that had settled on the hills, it was tolerably clear also. The moment, therefore, we had anchored, I hoisted out 2 boats, in one of which I sent Mr. Bligh, the master, to survey the upper part of the harbour and look for wood, for not a shrub was to be seen from the ship. I also desired Captain Clark to send his master to sound the channel that is on the south side of the small isles, between them and a pretty large island which lies near the south point of the harbour. Having given these directions, I went myself in my other boat, accompanied by Mr. Gore, my first lieutenant, and Mr. Bailey, and landed on the north point to see what I could discover from thence. From the highest hill over the point, we had a pretty good view of the sea coast as far as Howe's Foreland. It is much indented, and several rocky points seem to shoot out from it, with coves and inlets of unequal extent. One of the latter, the end of which I could not see, was disjoined from that in which the ships were at anchor by the point we then stood upon. A great many small islands, rocks, and breakers appeared scattered along the coast, as well to the southward as northward, and I saw no better channel to get out of the harbour than by the one through which we had entered it. While Mr. Bailey and I were making the observations, Mr. Gore encompassed the hill, and joined us by a different route at the place where I had ordered the boat to wait for us. Except the craggy precipices, we met with nothing to obstruct our walk, for the country was, if possible, more barren and desolate than about Christmas Harbour. And yet, if there be the least fertility in any part of this land, we ought to have found it in this, which is completely sheltered from the predominating bleak southerly and westerly winds. I observed with regret that there was neither food nor covering for cattle of any sort, and that, if I left any, they must inevitably perish. In the little cove where the boat waited for us, which I called Penguin Cove, as the beach was covered with these birds, is a fine rivulet of fresh water that may be easily come at. Here were also some large seals, shags, and a few ducks, and Mr. Bailey had a transient sight of a very small land bird, but it flew amongst the rocks and we lost it. About 9 o'clock we got on board. Soon after, Mr. Bligh returned and reported that he had been 4 miles up the harbour and, as he judged, not far from the head of it. He found that its direction was west-southwest, and that its breadth, a little above the ships, did not exceed a mile, but grew narrower towards the head. The soundings were very irregular, being from 37 to 10 fathoms, and, except under the beds of seaweed, which in many places extended from the shore near half channel over, the bottom was a fine sand. He landed on both shores, which he found barren and rocky, without the least signs of tree or shrub, and with very little verdure of any kind. Penguins and other oceanic birds and seals occupied part of the coast, but not in such numbers as at Christmas Harbour. Finding no encouragement to continue our researches, and the next morning both wind and weather being favourable, I weighed anchor and put to sea. To this harbour I gave the name of Port Palliser, in honour of my worthy friend Admiral Sir Hugh Palliser. It is situated in the latitude of 49 degrees 3 minutes south, in the longitude of 69 degrees 37 minutes east, and 5 leagues from Howes Foreland in the direction of south 25 degrees east. There are several islands, rocks, and breakers lying within and without the entrance, for which the annexed chart of the coast and sketch of the harbour may be consulted. We went in and out between them and the North Head, but I have no doubt that there are other channels. As we were standing out of Port Palliser, we discovered a round hill like a sugar loaf in the direction of south 72 degrees east, about 9 leagues distant. It had the appearance of an island lying at some distance from the coast, but we afterwards found it was upon the mainland. In getting out to sea, we had to steer through the winding channels amongst the shoals. However, we ventured to run over some of them, on which we never found less than 18 fathoms, and often did not strike ground with 24, so that, had it not been for the seaweed growing up on all of them, they would not have been discovered. After we had got about 3 or 4 leagues from the coast, we found a clear sea, and then steered east till 9 o'clock, when the Sugarloaf Hill above mentioned, which I named Mount Campbell, bore south-east, and a small island that lies to the northward of it, south-south-east, distant 4 leagues. I now steered more southerly in order to get in with the land. At noon, the latitude by double altitudes was 49 degrees 8 minutes south, and we had made 80 miles of east longitude from Cape St. Louis, footnote Cap Francois, end footnote. Mount Campbell bore south 47 degrees west, distant about 4 leagues. A low point, beyond which no land was to be seen, bore south-southeast at the distance of about 20 miles, and we were about 2 leagues from the shore. The land here is low and level. Footnote: this part of the coast seems to be what the French saw on the 5th of January 1774. Monsieur Despage speaks of it thus: Nous reconnûmes une nouvelle côte étendue de toute vue dans l'est et dans l'ouest. Les terres de cette côte étaient moins élevées que celles que nous avions vues jusqu'ici. Elles étaient aussi d'un aspect moins rude. De page, tome 2, page 68, end footnote. The mountains ending about 5 leagues from the low point, a great extent of low land is left, on which Mount Campbell is situated, about 4 miles from the foot of the mountains, and 1 from the sea coast. These mountains have a considerable elevation, as also most of the inland ones. They seem to be composed of naked rocks, whose summits were capped with snow. Nor did the valleys appear to greater advantage. To whatever quarter we directed our glasses, nothing but sterility was to be seen. We had scarcely finished taking the bearings at noon before we observed low land opening off the low point just mentioned in the direction of south-southeast and 8 miles beyond it. This new point proved to be the very eastern extremity of this land, and it was named Cape Digby. It is situated in the latitude of 49 degrees 23 minutes south and in the longitude of 70 degrees 34 minutes east. Between House Foreland and Cape Digby, the shore forms, besides the several lesser bays and harbours, one great bay that extends several leagues to the southwest, where it seemed to lose itself in various arms running in between the mountains. A prodigious quantity of seaweed grows all over it, which seemed to be the same sort of weed that Mr. Banks distinguished by the name of Fucus giganteus. Footnote: see Hawkesworth's collection of Voyages, Volume 2, page 42, end footnote. Some of this weed is of a most enormous length, though the stem is not much thicker than a man's thumb. I have mentioned that on some of the shoals upon which it grows, we did not strike ground with a line of 24 fathoms. The depth of water, therefore, must have been greater. And as this weed does not grow in a perpendicular direction, but makes a very acute angle with the bottom, and much of it afterwards spreads many fathoms on the surface of the sea, I am well warranted to say that some of it grows to the length of 60 fathoms and upward. At 1 o'clock, having run 2 leagues upon a south-east a half east course from noon, we sounded and found 18 fathoms water and a bottom of fine sand. Seeing a small bending in the coast on the north side of Cape Digby, I steered for it. It was my intention to anchor there if I should find it might be done with safety, and to land on the cape to examine what the low land within it produced. After running in 1 league, we sounded again and found 13 fathoms, and immediately after saw a shoal right before us that seemed to extend off from the shore, from which we were distant about 2 miles. This discovery obliged us to haul off east by south 1 league, where our depth of water increased to 25 fathoms. We then steered along shore and continued in the same depth over a bottom of fine sand till Cape Digby bore west 2 leagues distant, when we found 26 fathoms. After this we did not strike ground, though we tried several times, but the ship, having a good deal of way, ran the line out before the lead could reach the bottom, and being disappointed in my views both of anchoring and of landing, I would not shorten sail, but pushed forward in order to see as much of the coast as possible before night. From Cape Digby It trends nearly southwest by south for about 4 or 5 leagues, or to a low point, to which, in honour of Her Majesty, I gave the name of Point Charlotte, and it is the southernmost on the low coast. 6 leagues from Cape Digby, in the direction of south-southwest or half-west, is a pretty high projecting point, which was called Prince of Wales's Foreland, and 6 leagues beyond that in the same direction, and in the latitude of 49 degrees 54 minutes south, and the longitude of 70 degrees 13 minutes east, is the most southerly point of the whole coast, which I distinguish by the name of Cape George in honour of His Majesty. Between Point Charlotte and Prince of Wales's Foreland, where the country to the southwest began again to be hilly, is a deep inlet which was called Royal Sound. It runs in west quite to the foot of the mountains which bound it on the southwest, as the lowland before mentioned does on the north. There are islands lying in the entrance and others higher up, as far as we could distinguish. As we advanced to the south, we observed on the southwest side of Prince of Wales's Foreland another inlet into Royal Sound, and it then appeared that the Foreland was the east point of a large island lying in the mouth of it. There are several small islands in this inlet, and one about a league to the southward of Prince of Wales's Foreland. All the land on the southwest side of Royal Sound, quite to Cape George, is composed of elevated hills that rise directly from the sea, one behind another, to a considerable height. Most of the summits were capped with snow, and they appeared as naked and barren as any we had seen. The smallest vestige of a tree or shrub was not discoverable, either inland or on the coast, and I think I may venture to pronounce that the country produces none. The lowland about Cape Digby, when examined through our glasses, resembled the rest of the lowland we had before met with. That is, it appeared to be partly naked and partly covered with a green turf, a description of which shall be given in its proper place. The shore is composed of sandy beaches, on which were many penguins and other oceanic birds, and an immense number of shags kept perpetually flying about the ships as we sailed along. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. Departure from Christmas Harbour. Range along the coast to discover its position and extent. Several promontories and bays and a peninsula described and named. Danger from shoals. Another harbour and a sound. Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural productions, animals, soil, etc. of Kerguelen's land. Continued. Being desirous of getting the length of Cape George, to be assured whether or no it was the most southerly point of the whole land, I continued to stretch to the south, under all the sail we could carry, till half an hour past 7 o'clock, when, seeing no likelihood of accomplishing my design, as the wind had by this time shifted to west-southwest, the very direction in which we wanted to go, I took the advantage of the shifting of the wind and stood away from the coast. At this time, Cape George bore south 53 degrees west, distant about 7 leagues. A small island that lies off the pitch of the cape was the only land we could see to the south of it, and we were farther confirmed that there was no more in that quarter by a southwest swell which we met as soon as we brought the cape to bear in this direction. But we have still a stronger proof that no part of this land can extend much, if at all, to the southward of Cape George, and that is Captain Furneaux's tract in February 1773, after his separation from me during my late voyage. His logbook is now lying before me, and I find from it that he crossed the meridian of this land only about 17 leagues to the southward of Cape George, a distance at which it may very well be seen in clear weather. This seems to have been the case when Captain Furneaux passed it, for his logbook makes no mention of fogs or hazy weather. On the contrary, it expressly tells us that, when in this situation, they had it in their power to make observations both for latitude and longitude on board his ship, so that if this land extends farther south than Cape George, it would have been scarcely possible that he should have passed without seeing it. From these circumstances we were able to determine, within a very few miles, the quantity of latitude that this land occupies, which does not much exceed 1 degree and a quarter. As to its extent from east to west, that still remains undecided. We only know that no part of it can reach so far to the west as the meridian of 65 degrees, because in 1773, under that meridian, I searched for it in vain. Footnote: if the French observations, as marked upon Captain Cook's chart, and still more authentically upon that published by their own discoverers, may be depended upon, this land doth not reach so far to the west as the meridian of 68 degrees. Cape Louis, which is represented as its most westerly point, being laid down by them to the east of that meridian. End footnote. The French discoverers, with some reason, imagined Cape St. Louis to be the projecting point of a southern continent. Footnote: the idea of Cape Louis being this projecting point of a southern continent must have soon vanished, as Cape Francois, within a year after, was found by the same discoverer to lie above 1/3 of a degree farther north upon the same land. But if Kerguelen entertained any such imagination at first, we are sure that, at present, he thinks very differently. This appears from the following explicit declaration of his sentiments, which deserves to be transcribed from his late publication, as it does equal honour to his candour and to Captain Cook's abilities. La terre que j'ai découverte est certainement une île, puisque le célèbre Captain Cook a passé au sud lors de son premier voyage sans rien rencontrer. Je juge même que cette île n'est pas bien grande. Il y a aussi apparence, d'après le voyage de Monsieur Cook, que toute cette étendue de mer méridionale est semée d'îles ou de rochers, mais qu'il n'y a ni continent ni grande terre. Kerguelen, page 92, end footnote. The English have since proved that no such continent exists, and that the land in question is an island of no great extent. Footnote: Kerguelen, as we see in the last note, concurs with Captain Cook as to this. However, he tells us that he has reason to believe that it is about 200 leagues in circuit, and that he was acquainted with about 80 leagues of its coast. J'en connais environ 80 lieues des côtes, et j'ai l'air de croire qu'elle a environ 200 lieues de cercle. Kerguelen ibid. End footnote. Which, from its sterility, I should, with great propriety, call the Island of Desolation, but that I would not rob Monsieur de Kerguelen of the honour of its bearing his name. Footnote. Some of Monsieur de Kerguelen's own countrymen seem more desirous than we are to rob him of this honour. It is very remarkable that Monsieur de Page never once mentions the name of his commander, and though he takes occasion to enumerate the several French explorers of the southern hemisphere, from Gonneville down to Crozet, he affects to preserve an entire silence about Kerguelen, whose first voyage, in which the discovery of this considerable tract of land was made, is kept as much out of sight as if it had never taken place. Nay, not satisfied with refusing to acknowledge the right of another, he almost assumes it to himself. For, upon a map of the world annexed to his book, at the spot where the new land is delineated, we read this inscription: Île Nouvelle Australaise, vue par Monsieur de Page en 1774. He could scarcely have expressed himself in stronger terms if he had meant to convey an idea that he was the conductor of the discovery. And yet we know that he was only a lieutenant ensign de vaisseau on board one of the 3 ships commanded by Kerguelen, and that the discovery had been already made in a former voyage undertaken while he was actually engaged in his singular journey round the world. After all, it cannot but be remarked that Kerguelen was peculiarly unfortunate in having done so little to complete what he had begun. He discovered a new land indeed, but in 2 expeditions to it he could not once bring his ships to an anchor upon any part of its coasts. Captain Cook, as we have seen in this and in the foregoing chapter, had either fewer difficulties to struggle with or was more successful in surmounting them. End footnote. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, who, as I have already mentioned, had made natural history a part of his studies, lost no opportunity, during the short time we lay in Christmas Harbour, of searching the country in every direction. He afterwards communicated to me the observations he made on its natural productions, and I shall insert them here in his own words. Perhaps no place, hitherto discovered in either hemisphere, under the same parallel of latitude, affords so scanty a field for the naturalist as this barren spot. The verdure which appears when at a little distance from the shore would flatter one with the expectation of meeting with some herbage, but in this we were much deceived. For on landing we saw that this lively colour was occasioned only by one small plant, not much unlike some sorts of saxifrage, which grows in large spreading tufts to a considerable way up the hills. It forms a surface of a pretty large texture, and grows on a kind of rotten turf, into which one sinks a foot or 2 at every step. This turf, dried, might, in cases of necessity, serve for fuel, and is the only thing we met with here that could possibly be applied to this use. There is another plant, plentifully enough scattered about the boggy declivities, which grows to near the height of 2 feet, and not much unlike a small cabbage, when it is shot into seeds. The leaves about the root are numerous, large and rounded, narrower at the base and ending in a small point. Those on the stalks are much smaller, oblong and pointed. The stalks, which are often 3 or 4, all rise separately from the root and run into long cylindrical heads composed of small flowers. It has not only the appearance but the watery acrid taste of the antiscorbutic plants, and yet differs materially from the whole tribe, so that we looked upon it as a production entirely peculiar to the place. We ate it frequently raw and found it almost like the New Zealand scurvy grass, but it seemed to acquire a rank flavour by being boiled, which, however, some of our people did not perceive and esteemed it good. If it could be introduced into our kitchen gardens, it would, in all probability, improve so far by cultivation as to be an excellent pot herb. At this time none of its seeds were ripe enough to be preserved and brought home to try the experiment. 2 other small plants were found near the brooks and boggy places, which were eaten as salad. The one almost like garden cresses and very fiery, and the other very mild. This last, though but small, is in itself a curiosity, having not only male and female, but what the botanists call androgynous plants. A coarse grass, which we cut down for the cattle, grows pretty plentifully in a few small spots about the sides of the harbour, with a smaller sort which is rarer, and upon the flat ground a sort of goosegrass and another small plant much like it. In short, the whole catalogue of plants does not exceed 16 or 18, including some sorts of moss and a beautiful species of lichen, which grows upon the rocks higher up than the rest of the vegetable productions. Nor is there even the least appearance of a shrub in the whole country. Nature has been rather more bountiful in furnishing it with animals, though strictly speaking they are not inhabitants of the place, being all of the marine kind, and in general only using the land for breeding and for a resting place. The most considerable are seals, or, as we used to call them, sea bears, being that sort called the ursine seal. These come ashore to rest or breed, but they were not very numerous, which is not to be wondered at, as it is known that these animals rather frequent outrocks and little islands lying off coasts than bays or inlets. They were at this time shedding their hair, and so tame that we killed what number we chose. No other quadruped, either of the sea or of the land kind, was seen, but a great number of birds, viz., ducks, petrels, albatrosses, shags, gulls, and sea swallows. The ducks are about the size of a teal or widgeon, but somewhat different in colour from either. They were in tolerable plenty about the sides of the hills, or even lower, and we killed a considerable number, which were good and without the least fishy taste. We met with some of the same sort at the island of Georgia in our late voyage. The Cape petrel or pintado bird, the small blue one which is always seen at sea, and the small black one or Mother Carey's chicken are not here in great numbers, but we found a nest of the first with an egg in it about the size of a pullet's, and the second, though scarce, was met with in some holes like rabbit burrows. Another sort, which is the largest of all the petrels, and called by the seamen Mother Carey's goose, is in greater numbers, and so tame that at first we could kill them with a stick upon the beach. They are not inferior in size to an albatross, and are carnivorous, feeding on the dead carcasses of seals or birds that were thrown into the sea. Their colour is a sooty brown with a greenish bill and feet, and doubtless they are the same that the Spaniards call huesos, whose head is figured in Pinetti's Voyage to Falkland Islands. Of the albatrosses, none were found on shore except the grey one, which is commonly met with at sea in the higher southern latitudes. Once I saw one of these sitting in the cliff of a rock, but they were frequently flying about the harbour, and the common large sort, as well as the smaller with a black face, were seen farther out. Penguins form by far the greatest number of birds here, and are of three sorts. The first or largest I have seen formerly at the island of Georgia. Footnote: Pennant's Patagonian penguin. See his Genera of Birds, Table 14, page 66. End footnote. It is also mentioned by Bougainville. Footnote: Voyage autour du monde, page 69. End footnote. But it does not seem to be so solitary as he represents it, for we found considerable numbers flocking together. The head is black, the upper part of the body a leaden grey, and the under part white with black feet. It has two broad stripes of fine yellow that begin on the sides of the head and, descending by each side of the neck, meet above its breast. The bill is partly reddish and longer than in the other sorts. The second sort of penguin scarcely exceeds half the size of the former. The upper part of the body is a blackish grey, with a white spot on the upper part of the head, growing broader on each side. The bill and feet are yellowish. A very accurate figure and description, both of this and of the preceding, is given by Mr. Sonnerat. Footnote: Voyage à la Nouvelle-Guinée, pages 181, 182, tables 113, 115. End footnote. The third sort of penguin met with here had never been seen by any of us before. Its length is 24 inches and its breadth 20. The upper part of the body and throat are black, the rest white, except the upper part of the head, which has a fine yellow arch looking backward, and ending on each side in long soft feathers, which it can erect as two crests. The first two sorts were found together on the beach, the large ones keeping by themselves and walking in small flocks amongst the others, which were more numerous and were sometimes seen a considerable way up the sides of the hills. The third sort were only found by themselves, but in great numbers, on the outer shores of the harbour. They were breeding at this time, and they lay on the bare stones only one white egg larger than that of a duck. All the three sorts of penguins were so tame that we took as many as we pleased with our hands. The shags of this place are of two sorts, the lesser corvorant or water crow, and another which is black above with a white belly, the same that is found in New Zealand, Terra del Fuego, and the island of Georgia. We also met with here the common seagull, sea swallow, tern, and Port Egmont hen, the last of which were tame and numerous. Another sort of white bird, flocks of which flew about the bay, is very singular, having the base of the bill covered with a horny crust. Footnote: the sheath bill. See Pennant's Genera of Birds, page 43. End footnote. It is larger than a pigeon, with the bill black and the feet white, made like those of a curlew. Some of our people put it in competition with the duck as food. The seine was hauled once, but we found only a few fish about the size of a small haddock, though quite different from any we knew. The snout is lengthened, the head armed with some strong spines, the rays of the back fin long and very strong. The belly is large, and the body without scales. The only shellfish are a few limpets and mussels, and amongst the stones a few small starfish and sea anemones were found. The hills are of a moderate height, yet many of their tops were covered with snow at this time, though answering to our June. Some of them have large quantities of stones irregularly heaped together at their foot or on their sides. The sides of others, which form steep cliffs towards the sea, are rent from the top downward and seem ready to fall off, having stones of a considerable size lying in the fissures. Some were of opinion that frost might be the cause of these fissures, which I shall not dispute. But how others of the appearance could be effected but by earthquakes or some such severe shocks, I cannot say. It appears that rain must be almost constant here, not only from the marks of large torrents having rushed down, but from the disposition of the country, which, even on the hills, is almost an entire bog or swamp, the ground sinking at every step. The rocks or foundations of the hills are composed chiefly of a dark blue and very hard stone, intermixed with small particles of glimmer or quartz. This seems to be one of the most universal productions of nature, as it constitutes whole mountains in Sweden, in Scotland, at the Canary Islands, the Cape of Good Hope, and at this place. Another brownish brittle stone forms here some considerable rocks, and one which is blacker and found in detached pieces encloses bits of coarse quartz. A red, a dull yellow, and a purplish sandstone are also found in small pieces, and pretty large lumps of semi-transparent quartz disposed irregularly in polyhedral pyramidal crystals of long shining fibres. Some small pieces of the common sort are met with in the brooks, made round by attrition, but none hard enough to resist a file. Nor were any of the other stones acted on by aqua fortis or attracted by the magnet. Nothing that had the least appearance of an ore or metal was seen. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 1. Passage from Kerguelen to Van Diemen's Land, arrival in Adventure Bay, incidents there, interviews with the natives, their persons and dress described, account of their behavior, table of the longitude, latitude and variation, Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural productions of the country, on the inhabitants and their language. After leaving Kerguelen's land, I steered east by north, intending, in obedience to my instructions, to touch next at New Zealand, to recruit our water, to take in wood and to make hay for the cattle. Their number by this time had been considerably diminished. 2 young bulls, 1 of the heifers, 2 rams and several of the goats, having of late died, while we were employed in exploring this desolate coast. The 31st in the morning, being the day after we stood out to sea, we had several observations of the sun and moon. Their results gave the longitude 72 degrees 33 minutes 36 seconds east. The timekeeper in this situation gave 72 degrees 38 minutes 15 seconds. These observations were the more useful as we had not been able to get any for some time before, and they now served to assure us that no material error had crept into the timekeeper. On the 1st of January, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 76 degrees 50 minutes east, the variation was 30 degrees 39 minutes west, and the next day in the latitude of 48 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 80 degrees 22 minutes east, it was 30 degrees 47 minutes 18 seconds west. This was the greatest variation we found in this passage, for afterward it began to decrease, but so slowly that on the 3rd in the evening, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 85 degrees east, it was 29 degrees 38 minutes west. Thus far we had fresh gales from the west and southwest and tolerably clear weather. But now the wind veered to the north, where it continued 8 days and was attended with a thick fog. During this time we ran above 300 leagues in the dark. Now and then the weather would clear up and give us a sight of the sun, but this happened very seldom and was always of short continuance. On the 7th I hoisted out a boat and sent an order to Captain Clark appointing Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land as our place of rendezvous, in case of separation before we arrived in the meridian of that land. But we were fortunate enough, amidst all this foggy weather, by frequently firing guns as signals, though we seldom saw each other, not to lose company. On the 12th, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 110 degrees 26 minutes east, the northerly winds ended in a calm, which, after a few hours, was succeeded by a wind from the southward. This, with rain, continued for 24 hours, when it freshened and veered to the west and northwest and brought on fair and clear weather. We continued our course to the eastward without meeting with anything worthy of notice till 4 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, when, in a sudden squall of wind, though the Discovery received no damage, our foretopmast went by the board and carried the main topgallant mast with it. This occasioned some delay, as it took us up the whole day to clear the wreck and to fit another topmast. The former was accomplished without losing any part of it, except a few fathoms of small rope. Not having a spare main topgallant mast on board, the foretopgallant mast was converted into one for our immediate use. The wind continued westerly, blew a fresh gale, and was attended with clear weather, so that scarcely a day passed without being able to get observations for fixing the longitude and the variation of the compass. The latter decreased in such a manner that in the latitude of 44 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 132 degrees 2 minutes east, it was no more than 5 degrees 34 minutes 18 seconds west, and on the 22nd, being then in the latitude of 43 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 141 degrees 50 minutes east, it was 1 degree 24 minutes 15 seconds east, so that we had crossed the line where the compass has no variation. On the 24th, at 3 o'clock in the morning, we discovered the coast of Van Diemen's Land, bearing north a half west. At 4 o'clock, the southwest cape bore north-northwest a half west, and the Mewstone northeast by east 3 leagues distant. There are several islands and high rocks lying scattered along this part of the coast, the southernmost of which is the Mewstone. It is a round elevated rock 5 or 6 leagues distant from the southwest cape in the direction of south 55 degrees east. At noon, our latitude was 43 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees east, and the situation of the lands round us as follows. An elevated round-topped hill bore north 17 degrees west, the southwest cape north 74 degrees west, the Mewstone west a half north, Swilly Isle or Rock south 49 degrees east, and the southeast or South Cape north 40 degrees east, distant near 3 leagues. The land between the southwest and the South Capes is broken and hilly, the coast winding, with points shooting out from it, but we were too far off to be able to judge whether the bays formed by these points were sheltered from the sea winds. The bay, which appeared to be the largest and deepest, lies to the westward of the peaked hill above mentioned. The variation of the compass here was 5 degrees 15 minutes east. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon we sounded and found 60 fathoms water over a bottom of broken coral and shells. The South Cape then bore north 75 degrees west, 2 or 3 leagues distant, Tasman's Head northeast, and Swilly Rock south by west a half west. About a league to the eastward of Swilly is another elevated rock that is not taken notice of by Captain Furneaux. I called it the Eddystone from its very great resemblance to that lighthouse. Nature seems to have left these 2 rocks here for the same purpose that the Eddystone lighthouse was built by man, viz., to give navigators notice of the dangers round them, for they are the conspicuous summits of a ledge of rocks under water on which the sea in many places breaks very high. Their surface is white with the dung of sea fowls, so that they may be seen at some distance, even in the night. On the northeast side of Storm Bay, which lies between the South Cape and Tasman's Head, there are some coves or creeks that seem to be sheltered from the sea winds, and I am of opinion that were this coast examined, there would be found some good harbours. Soon after we had sight of land, the westerly winds left us, and were succeeded by variable light airs and alternate calms till the 26th at noon. At that time a breeze sprung up and freshened at southeast, which put it in my power to carry into execution the design I had, upon due consideration formed, of carrying the ships into Adventure Bay, where I might expect to get a supply of wood and of grass for the cattle, of both which articles we should, as I now found, have been in great want if I had waited till our arrival in New Zealand. We therefore stood for the bay and anchored in it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in 12 fathoms water, over a bottom of sand and ooze. Penguin Island, which lies close to the east point of the bay, bore north 84 degrees east. The southernmost point of Maria's Islands bore north 76.5 degrees east, and Cape Frederick Henry, or the north point of the bay, bore north 33 degrees east. Our distance from the nearest shore was about 3/4 of a mile. As soon as we had anchored, I ordered the boats to be hoisted out. In one of them I went myself, to look for the most commodious place for furnishing ourselves with the necessary supplies, and Captain Clark went in his boat upon the same service. Wood and water we found in plenty, and in situations convenient enough, especially the first. But grass, of which we stood most in need, was scarce and also very coarse. Necessity, however, obliged us to take such as we could get. Next morning early, I sent Lieutenant King to the east side of the bay with 2 parties, one to cut wood and the other to cut grass, under the protection of the Marines, whom I judged it prudent to land as a guard. For although, as yet, none of the natives had appeared, there could be no doubt that some were in our neighbourhood, as we had seen columns of smoke from the time of our approaching the coast, and some now was observed at no great distance up in the woods. I also sent the launch for water, and afterwards visited all the parties myself. In the evening we drew the seine at the head of the bay, and at one haul caught a great quantity of fish. We should have got many more, had not the net broken in drawing it ashore. Most of them were of that sort known to seamen by the name of elephant fish. After this every one repaired on board with what wood and grass we had cut, that we might be ready to sail whenever the wind should serve. This not happening next morning, the people were sent on shore again on the same duty as the day before. I also employed the carpenter with part of his crew to cut some spars for the use of the ship, and dispatched Mr. Roberts, one of the mates, in a small boat to survey the bay. In the afternoon we were agreeably surprised at the place where we were cutting wood with a visit from some of the natives, 8 men and a boy. They approached us from the woods without betraying any marks of fear, or rather with the greatest confidence imaginable, for none of them had any weapons except one, who held in his hand a stick about 2 feet long and pointed at one end. They were quite naked and wore no ornaments, unless we consider as such, and as a proof of their love of finery, some large punctures or ridges raised on different parts of their bodies, some in straight and others in curved lines. They were of the common stature but rather slender. Their skin was black, as also their hair, which was as woolly as that of any native of Guinea, but they were not distinguished by remarkably thick lips nor flat noses. On the contrary, their features were far from being disagreeable. They had pretty good eyes, and their teeth were tolerably even, but very dirty. Most of them had their hair and beards smeared with a red ointment, and some had their faces also painted with the same composition. They received every present we made to them without the least appearance of satisfaction. When some bread was given, as soon as they understood that it was to be eaten, they either returned it or threw it away without even tasting it. They also refused some elephant fish, both raw and dressed, which we offered to them. But upon giving some birds to them, they did not return these, and easily made us comprehend that they were fond of such food. I had brought 2 pigs ashore with a view to leave them in the woods. The instant these came within their reach, they seized them, as a dog would have done, by the ears, and were for carrying them off immediately, with no other intention, as we could perceive, but to kill them. Being desirous of knowing the use of the stick which one of our visitors carried in his hand, I made signs to them to show me, and so far succeeded that one of them set up a piece of wood as a mark and threw at it at the distance of about 20 yards. But we had little reason to commend his dexterity, for after repeated trials he was still very wide from the object. Omai, to show them how much superior our weapons were to theirs, then fired his musket at it, which alarmed them so much that, notwithstanding all we could do or say, they ran instantly into the woods. One of them was so frightened that he let drop an axe and 2 knives that had been given to him. From us, however, they went to the place where some of the Discovery's people were employed in taking water into their boat. The officer of that party, not knowing that they had paid us so friendly a visit, nor what their intent might be, fired a musket in the air, which sent them off with the greatest precipitation. Thus ended our first interview with the natives. Immediately after their final retreat, judging that their fears would prevent their remaining near enough to observe what was passing, I ordered the 2 pigs, being a boar and sow, to be carried about a mile within the woods at the head of the bay. I saw them left there by the side of a freshwater brook. A young bull and a cow, and some sheep and goats, were also at first intended to have been left by me as an additional present to Van Diemen's Land. But I soon laid aside all thoughts of this, from a persuasion that the natives, incapable of entering into my views of improving their country, would destroy them. If ever they should meet with the pigs, I have no doubt this will be their fate. But as that race of animals soon becomes wild, and is fond of the thickest cover of the woods, there is great probability of their being preserved. An open place must have been chosen for the accommodation of the other cattle, and in such a situation they could not possibly have remained concealed many days. The morning of the 29th was ushered in with a dead calm, which continued all day, and effectually prevented our sailing. I therefore sent a party over to the east point of the bay to cut grass, having been informed that some of a superior quality grew there. Another party to cut wood was ordered to go to the usual place, and I accompanied them myself. We had observed several of the natives this morning sauntering along the shore, which assured us that though their consternation had made them leave us so abruptly the day before, they were convinced that we intended them no mischief, and were desirous of renewing the intercourse. It was natural that I should wish to be present on the occasion. We had not been long landed before about 20 of them, men and boys, joined us without expressing the least sign of fear or distrust. There was one of this company conspicuously deformed, and who was not more distinguishable by the hump upon his back than by the drollery of his gestures and the seeming humour of his speeches, which he was very fond of exhibiting, as we supposed, for our entertainment. But, unfortunately, we could not understand him, the language spoken here being wholly unintelligible to us. It appeared to me to be different from that spoken by the inhabitants of the more northern parts of this country, whom I met with in my first voyage, which is not extraordinary, since those we now saw and those we then visited differ in many other respects. Footnote: the most striking difference seems to be with regard to the texture of the hair. The natives whom Captain Cook met with at Endeavour River in 1769 are said by him to have naturally long and black hair, though it be universally cropped short. In general it is straight, but sometimes it has a slight curl. We saw none that was not matted and filthy. Their beards were of the same colour with the hair, and bushy and thick. See Volume 2, page 211 of this edition of Cook's Voyages. It may be necessary to mention here, on the authority of Captain King, that Captain Cook was very unwilling to allow that the hair of the natives now met with in Adventure Bay was woolly, fancying that his people, who first observed this, had been deceived from its being clotted with grease and red ochre. But Captain King prevailed upon him afterward to examine carefully the hair of the boys, which was generally, as well as that of the women, free from this dirt, and then he owned himself satisfied that it was naturally woolly. Perhaps we may suppose it possible that he himself had been deceived when he was in Endeavour River from this very circumstance, as he expressly says that they saw none that was not matted and filthy. End footnote. Nor did they seem to be such miserable wretches as the natives whom Dampier mentions to have seen on its western coast. Footnote. And yet Dampier's New Hollanders on the western coast bear a striking resemblance to Captain Cook's at Van Diemen's Land in many remarkable instances. First, as to their becoming familiar with the strangers. Secondly, as to their persons, being straight-bodied and thin, their skin black, and black, short, curled hair, like the Negroes of Guinea, with wide mouths. Thirdly, as to their wretched condition, having no houses, no garment, no canoes, no instrument to catch large fish, feeding on broiled mussels, cockles and periwinkles, having no fruits of the earth, their weapons a straight pole, sharpened and hardened at the end, etc., etc. The chief peculiarities of Dampier's miserable wretches are, first, their eyelids being always half closed, to keep the flies out, which were excessively troublesome there, and secondly, their wanting the 2 fore teeth of the upper jaw, and their having no beards. See Dampier's Voyages, Volume 1, page 464, etc. There seems to be no reason for supposing that Dampier was mistaken in the above account of what he saw. End footnote. Some of our present group wore loose round their necks 3 or 4 folds of small cord made of the fur of some animal, and others of them had a narrow slip of the kangaroo skin tied round their ankles. I gave to each of them a string of beads and a medal, which I thought they received with some satisfaction. They seemed to set no value on iron or on iron tools. They were even ignorant of the use of fishhooks, if we may judge from their manner of looking at some of ours which we showed to them. We cannot, however, suppose it to be possible that a people who inhabit a sea coast, and who seem to derive no part of their sustenance from the productions of the ground, should not be acquainted with some mode of catching fish, although we did not happen to see any of them thus employed, nor observe any canoe or vessel in which they could go upon the water. Though they absolutely rejected the sort of fish that we offered to them, it is evident that shellfish, at least, made a part of their food, from the many heaps of mussel shells we saw in different parts near the shore, and about some deserted habitations near the head of the bay. These were little sheds or hovels built of sticks and covered with bark. We could also perceive evident signs of their sometimes taking up their abode in the trunks of large trees, which had been hollowed out by fire, most probably for this very purpose. In or near all these habitations, and wherever there was a heap of shells, there remained the marks of fire, an indubitable proof that they do not eat their food raw. After staying about an hour with the wooding party and the natives, as I could now be pretty confident that the latter were not likely to give the former any disturbance, I left them and went over to the grass cutters on the east point of the bay, and found that they had met with a fine patch. Having seen the boats loaded, I left that party and returned on board to dinner, where, some time after, Lieutenant King arrived. From him I learned that I had but just left the shore when several women and children made their appearance, and were introduced to him by some of the men who attended them. He gave presents to all of them of such trifles as he had about him. These females wore a kangaroo skin in the same shape as it came from the animal, tied over the shoulders and round the waist, but its only use seemed to be to support their children when carried on their backs, for it did not cover those parts which most nations conceal, being in all other respects as naked as the men and as black, and their bodies marked with scars in the same manner. But in this they differed from the men, that though their hair was of the same colour and texture, some of them had their heads completely shorn or shaved. In others this operation had been performed only on one side, while the rest of them had all the upper part of the head shorn close, leaving a circle of hair all round, somewhat like the tonsure of the Romish ecclesiastics. Footnote: Captain Cook's account of the natives of Van Diemen's Land in this chapter no doubt proves that they differ in many respects, as he says, from the inhabitants of the more northerly parts of the east coast of New Holland, whom he met with in his first voyage. It seems very remarkable, however, that the only woman any of his people came close to in Botany Bay should have her hair cropped short, while the man who was with her is said to have had the hair of his head bushy and his beard long and rough. See Volume 2, page 87 of this edition. Could the natives of Van Diemen's Land be more accurately described than by saying that the hair of the men's heads is bushy and their beards long and rough, and that the women's hair is cropped short? So far north, therefore, as Botany Bay, the natives of the east coast of New Holland seem to resemble those of Van Diemen's Land in this circumstance. End footnote. Many of the children had fine features and were thought pretty, but of the persons of the women, especially those advanced in years, a less favourable report was made. However, some of the gentlemen belonging to the Discovery, I was told, paid their addresses and made liberal offers of presents, which were rejected with great disdain. Whether from a sense of virtue or the fear of displeasing their men, I shall not pretend to determine. That this gallantry was not very agreeable to the latter is certain, for an elderly man, as soon as he observed it, ordered all the women and children to retire, which they obeyed, though some of them showed a little reluctance. This conduct of Europeans amongst savages to their women is highly blamable, as it creates a jealousy in their men that may be attended with consequences fatal to the success of the common enterprise and to the whole body of adventurers, without advancing the private purpose of the individual or enabling him to gain the object of his wishes. I believe it has been generally found amongst uncivilized people that where the women are easy of access, the men are the first to offer them to strangers, and that, where this is not the case, neither the allurement of presence nor the opportunity of privacy will be likely to have the desired effect. This observation, I am sure, will hold good throughout all the parts of the South Sea where I have been. Why then should men act so absurd a part as to risk their own safety and that of all their companions in pursuit of a gratification which they have no probability of obtaining? In the afternoon I went again to the grass cutters to forward their work. I found them then upon Penguin Island, where they had met with a plentiful crop of excellent grass. We laboured hard till sunset, and then repaired on board, satisfied with the quantity we had collected, and which I judged sufficient to last till our arrival in New Zealand. During our whole stay, we had either calms or light airs from the eastward. Little or no time, therefore, was lost by my putting in at this place, for if I had kept the sea, we should not have been 20 leagues advanced farther on our voyage, and, short as our continuance was here, it has enabled me to add somewhat to the imperfect acquaintance that hath hitherto been acquired with this part of the globe. Van Diemen's Land has been twice visited before. It was so named by Tasman, who discovered it in November 1642. From that time it had escaped all farther notice by European navigators, till Captain Furneaux touched at it in March 1773. I hardly need say that it is the southern point of New Holland, which, if it doth not deserve the name of a continent, is by far the largest island in the world. The land is, for the most part, of a good height, diversified with hills and valleys, and everywhere of a greenish hue. It is well wooded, and if one may judge from appearances, and from what we met with in Adventure Bay, is not ill supplied with water. We found plenty of it in 3 or 4 places in this bay. The best, or what is most convenient for ships that touch here, is a rivulet, which is one of several that fall into a pond that lies behind the beach at the head of the bay. It there mixes with the sea water, so that it must be taken up above this pond, which may be done without any great trouble. Firewood is to be got with great ease in several places. The only wind to which this bay is exposed is the northeast, but as this wind blows from Maria's Islands, it can bring no very great sea along with it, and therefore, upon the whole, this may be accounted a very safe road. The bottom is clean, good holding ground, and the depth of water from 12 to 5 4 fathoms. But the annexed chart will convey a better idea of everything necessary to be known about Adventure Bay than any description. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 2. Passage from Kerguelen to Van Diemen's Land. Arrival in Adventure Bay. Incidents there. Interviews with the natives. Their persons and dress described. Account of their behavior. Table of the longitude, latitude and variation. Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural productions of the country, on the inhabitants and their language. Continued. Captain Furneaux's sketch of Van Diemen's Land, published with the narrative of my last voyage. Footnote, Volume 3, Chapter 7, end footnote. Appears to me to be without any material error, except with regard to Maria's Islands, which have a different situation from what is there represented. What my idea of them is, will be seen in the sketch of that coast here inserted, and I insert it not as the result of a more faithful, but merely of a second examination. The longitude was determined by a great number of lunar observations, which we had before we made the land, while we were in sight of it, and after we had left it, and reduced to Adventure Bay and the several principal points by the timekeeper. The following table will exhibit both the longitude and latitude at one view. 3-column table. Headings: blank, latitude south, longitude east. Adventure Bay, 43 degrees 21 minutes 20 seconds, 147 degrees 29 minutes 0 seconds. Tasman's Head, 43 degrees 33 minutes 0 seconds, 147 degrees 28 minutes 0 seconds. South Cape, 43 degrees 42 minutes 0 seconds, 146 degrees 56 minutes 0 seconds. Southwest Cape, 43 degrees 37 minutes 0 seconds, 146 degrees 7 minutes 0 seconds. Swilly Isle, 43 degrees 55 minutes 0 seconds, 147 degrees 6 minutes 0 seconds. Adventure Bay, variation of the compass 5 degrees 15 minutes east, dip of the south end of the needle 70 degrees 15.5 minutes. End table. We had high water on the 29th, being 2 days before the last quarter of the moon at 9 in the morning. The perpendicular rise then was 18 inches, and there was no appearance of its having ever exceeded 2.5 feet. These are all the memorials useful to navigation, which my short stay has enabled me to preserve with respect to Van Diemen's Land. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, with his usual diligence, spent the few days we remained in Adventure Bay in examining the country. His account of its natural productions, with which he favoured me, will more than compensate for my silence about them. Some of his remarks on the inhabitants will supply what I may have omitted or represented imperfectly, and his specimen of their language, however short, will be thought worth attending to by those who wish to collect materials for tracing the origin of nations. I shall only premise that the tall, straight forest trees, which Mr. Anderson describes in the following account, are of a different sort from those which are found in the more northern parts of this coast. The wood is very long and close-grained, extremely tough, fit for spars, oars, and many other uses, and would on occasion make good masts, perhaps none better, if a method could be found to lighten it. At the bottom of Adventure Bay is a beautiful sandy beach, which seems to be wholly formed by the particles washed by the sea from a very fine white sandstone that in many places bounds the shore, and of which fluted cape in the neighbourhood, from its appearance, seems to be composed. This beach is about 2 miles long, and is excellently adapted for hauling a seine, which both ships did repeatedly with success. Behind this is a plain or flat, with a salt, or rather brackish lake, running in length parallel with the beach, out of which we caught, with angling rods, many whitish bream and some small trout. The other parts of the country adjoining the bay are quite hilly, and both those and the flat are an entire forest of very tall trees, rendered almost impassable by shrubs, brakes of fern and fallen trees, except on the sides of some of the hills, where the trees are but thin, and a coarse grass is the only interruption. To the northward of the bay there is low land, stretching farther than the eye can reach, which is only covered with wood in certain spots, but we had no opportunity to examine in what respects it differed from the hilly country. The soil on the flatland is either sandy, or consists of a yellowish mould, and, in some places, of a reddish clay. The same is found on the lower part of the hills, but farther up, especially where there are few trees, it is of a grey tough cast, to appearance very poor. In the valleys between the hills, the water drains down from their sides, and at last in some places forms small brooks, such indeed as were sufficient to supply us with water, but by no means of that size we might expect in so extensive a country, especially as it is both hilly and well wooded. Upon the whole, it has many marks of being naturally a very dry country, and perhaps might, independent of its wood, be compared to Africa about the Cape of Good Hope, though that lies 10 degrees farther northward, rather than to New Zealand, on its other side in the same latitude, where we find every valley, however small, furnished with a considerable stream of water. The heat, too, appears to be great, as the thermometer stood at 64.70 and once at 74, and it was remarked that birds were seldom killed an hour or two before they were almost covered with small maggots, which I would rather attribute merely to the heat, as we had not any reason to suppose there is a peculiar disposition in the climate to render substances soon putrid. No mineral bodies, nor indeed stones of any other sort, but the white sand one already mentioned, were observed. Amongst the vegetable productions there is not one that we could find which afforded the smallest subsistence for man. The forest trees are all of one sort, growing to a great height, and in general quite straight, branching but little till towards the top. The bark is white, which makes them appear at a distance as if they had been peeled. It is also thick, and within it are sometimes collected pieces of a reddish transparent gum or resin, which has an astringent taste. The leaves of this tree are long, narrow, and pointed, and it bears clusters of small white flowers, whose cups were at this time plentifully scattered about the ground, with another sort resembling them somewhat in shape, but much larger, which makes it probable that there are 2 species of this tree. The bark of the smaller branches, fruits, and leaves have an agreeable pungent taste and aromatic smell, not unlike peppermint, and in its nature it has some affinity to the myrtus of botanists. The most common tree next to this is a small one about 10 feet high, branching pretty much, with narrow leaves and a large yellow cylindrical flower, consisting only of a vast number of filaments, which, being shed, leave a fruit like a pine top. Both the above-mentioned trees are unknown in Europe. The underwood consists chiefly of a shrub somewhat resembling a myrtle, and which seems to be the Leptospermum scoparium, mentioned in Dr. Forster's Characteres Generum Plantarum, and in some places of another rather smaller, which is a new species of the Melaleuca of Linnaeus. Of other plants, which are by no means numerous, there is a species of gladiolus, rush, bellflower, samphire, a small sort of wood sorrel, milkwort, cudweed, and Job's tears, with a few others peculiar to the place. There are several kinds of fern, as polypody, spleenwort, female fern, and some mosses, but the species are either common or at least found in some other countries, especially New Zealand. The only animal of the quadruped kind we got was a sort of opossum, about twice the size of a large rat, and is most probably the male of that species found at Endeavour River, as mentioned in Hawkesworth's collection of Voyages. Footnote, Volume 2, page 167 of this edition of Cook's Voyages. End footnote. It is of a dusky colour above, tinged with a brown or rusty cast, and whitish below. About a third of the tail, towards its tip, is white and bare underneath, by which it probably hangs on the branches of trees as it climbs these and lives on berries. The kangaroo, another animal found farther northward in New Holland, as described in the same voyage. Footnote, Ibid, page 159, end footnote, without all doubt also inhabits here, as the natives we met with had some pieces of their skins, and we several times saw animals, though indistinctly, run from the thickets when we walked in the woods, which, from the size, could be no other. It would seem also that they are in considerable numbers, from the dung we saw almost everywhere, and from the narrow tracks or paths they have made amongst the shrubbery. There are several sorts of birds, but all so scarce and shy that they are evidently harassed by the natives, who, perhaps, draw much of their subsistence from them. In the woods, the principal sorts are large brown hawks or eagles, crows nearly the same as ours in England, yellowish paroquets, and large pigeons. There are also 3 or 4 small birds, one of which is of the thrush kind, and another small one with a pretty long tail has part of the head and neck of a most beautiful azure colour, from whence we named it Motacilla cyanea. On the shore were several common and seagulls, a few black oyster catchers or sea pies, and a pretty plover of a stone colour with a black hood. About the pond or lake behind the beach, a few wild ducks were seen, and some shags that used to perch upon the high leafless trees near the shore. Some pretty large blackish snakes were seen in the woods, and we killed a large, hitherto unknown lizard, 15 inches long and 6 round, elegantly clouded with black and yellow, besides a small sort of a brown gilded colour above and rusty below. The sea affords a much greater plenty, and at least as great a variety as the land. Of these the elephant fish, or pejergallo, mentioned in Fraser's Voyage, footnote, tome 2, page 211, duodecimo, planche 17, end footnote, are the most numerous, and though inferior to many other fish, were very palatable food. Several large rays, nurses, and small leather jackets were caught, with some small white bream, which were firmer and better than those caught in the lake. We likewise got a few soles and flounders, two sorts of gurnards, one of them a new species, some small spotted mullet, and, very unexpectedly, the small fish with a silver band on its side, called Atherina hepsetus by Hasselquist. Footnote, Ita palestinum, end footnote. But that next in number, and superior in goodness, to the elephant fish, was a sort none of us recollected to have seen before. It partakes of the nature both of a round and of a flat fish, having the eyes placed very near each other, the fore part of the body much flattened or depressed, and the rest rounded. It is of a brownish sandy colour, with rusty spots on the upper part and whitish below. From the quantity of slime it was always covered with, it seems to live after the manner of flatfish, at the bottom. Upon the rocks are plenty of mussels and some other small shellfish. There are also great numbers of sea stars, some small limpets, and large quantities of sponge, one sort of which, that is thrown on shore by the sea, but not very common, has a most delicate texture, and another is the Spongia dichotoma. Many pretty medusas' heads were found upon the beach, and the stinking Laplicia, or sea hare, which, as mentioned by some authors, has the property of taking off the hair by the acrimony of its juice, but this sort was deficient in this respect. Insects, though not numerous, are here in considerable variety. Amongst them are grasshoppers, butterflies, and several sorts of small moths, finely variegated. There are two sorts of dragonflies, gadflies, camelflies, several sorts of spiders, and some scorpions, but the last are rather rare. The most troublesome, though not very numerous tribe of insects are the mosquitoes, and a large black ant, the pain of whose bite is almost intolerable during the short time it lasts. The mosquitoes also make up the deficiency of their number by the severity of their venomous proboscis. The inhabitants whom we met with here had little of that fierce or wild appearance common to people in their situation, but on the contrary seemed mild and cheerful, without reserve or jealousy of strangers. This, however, may arise from their having little to lose or care for. With respect to personal activity or genius, we can say but little of either. They do not seem to possess the first in any remarkable degree, and as for the last, they have, to appearance, less than even the half-animated inhabitants of Terra del Fuego, who have not invention sufficient to make clothing for defending themselves from the rigour of their climate, though furnished with the materials. The small stick, rudely pointed, which one of them carried in his hand, was the only thing we saw that required any mechanical exertion, if we except the fixing on the feet of some of them pieces of kangaroo skin, tied with thongs. though it could not be learnt whether these were in use as shoes or only to defend some sore. It must be owned, however, they are masters of some contrivance, in the manner of cutting their arms and bodies in lines of different lengths and directions, which are raised considerably above the surface of the skin, so that it is difficult to guess the method they use in executing this embroidery of their persons. They are not expressing that surprise which one might have expected from their seeing men so much unlike themselves, and things to which, we were well assured, they have been hitherto utter strangers. Their indifference for our presence, and their general inattention, were sufficient proofs of their not possessing any acuteness of understanding. Their colour is a dull black, and not quite so deep as that of the African negroes. It should seem also that they sometimes heighten their black colour by smutting their bodies, as a mark was left behind on any clean substance, such as white paper, when they handled it. Their hair, however, is perfectly woolly, and is clotted or divided into small parcels, like that of the Hottentots, with the use of some sort of grass, mixed with a red paint or ochre, which they smear in great abundance over their heads. This practice, as some might imagine, has not the effect of changing their hair into the frizzling texture we observed, for, on examining the head of a boy, which appeared never to have been smeared, I found the hair to be of the same kind. Their noses, though not flat, are broad and full. The lower part of the face projects a good deal, as is the case of most Indians I have seen, so that a line let fall from the forehead would cut off a much larger portion than it would in Europeans. Their eyes are of a middling size, with a white less clear than in us, and though not remarkably quick or piercing, such as give a frank, cheerful cast to the whole countenance. Their teeth are broad but not equal nor well set, and either from nature or from dirt, not of so true a white as is usual among people of a black colour. Their mouths are rather wide, but this appearance seems heightened by wearing their beards long and clotted with paint in the same manner as the hair on their heads. In other respects they are well proportioned, though the belly seems rather projecting. This may be owing to the want of compression there, which few nations do not use, more or less. The posture of which they seem fondest is to stand with one side forward, or the upper part of the body gently reclined, and one hand grasping, across the back, the opposite arm, which hangs down by the projecting side. What the ancient poets tell us of fauns and satyrs living in hollow trees is here realized. Some wretched constructions of sticks covered with bark, which do not even deserve the name of huts, were indeed found near the shore in the bay, but these seemed only to have been erected for temporary purposes, and many of their largest trees were converted into more comfortable habitations. These had their trunks hollowed out by fire to the height of 6 or 7 feet, and that they take up their abode in them sometimes was evident from the hearths made of clay to contain the fire in the middle, leaving room for 4 or 5 persons to sit round it. Footnote: Tasman, when in the Bay of Frederick Henry, adjoining to Adventure Bay, found 2 trees, one of which was 2 fathoms, and the other 2 fathoms and a half in girth, and 60 or 65 feet high, from the root to the branches. See his Voyage in Harris's collection, Campbell's edition, Volume 1, page 326. End footnote. At the same time, these places of shelter are durable, for they take care to leave one side of the tree sound, which is sufficient to keep it growing as luxuriantly as those which remain untouched. The inhabitants of this place are, doubtless, from the same stock with those of the northern parts of New Holland, though some of the circumstances mentioned by Dampier relative to those he met with on the western coast of this country, such as their defective sight and want of foreteeth, are not found here. And though Hawkesworth's account of those met with by Captain Cook on the east side shows also that they differ in many respects, yet still, upon the whole, I am persuaded that distance of place, entire separation, diversity of climate, and length of time, all concurring to operate, will account for greater differences, both as to their persons and as to their customs, than really exist between our Van Diemen's Land natives and those described by Dampier and in Captain Cook's first voyage. This is certain, that the figure of one of those seen in Endeavour River and represented in Sidney Parkinson's journal of that voyage very much resembles our visitors in Adventure Bay. That there is not the like resemblance in their language is a circumstance that need not create any difficulty. For though the agreement of the languages of people living distant from each other may be assumed as a strong argument for their having sprung from one common source, disagreement of language is by no means a proof of the contrary. Footnote: the ingenious author of Recherches sur les Américains illustrates the grounds of this assertion in the following satisfactory manner. C'est quelque chose de surprenant que la foule des idiomes, tous variés entre eux, que parlent les naturels de l'Amérique septentrionale, qu'on réduise ces idiomes à des racines, qu'on les simplifie, qu'on en sépare les dialectes et les jargons dérivés. Il en résulte toujours 5 ou 6 langues mères respectivement incompréhensibles. On a observé la même singularité dans la Sibérie et la Tartarie, où le nombre des idiomes et des dialectes est également multiplié, et rien n'est plus commun que d'y voir deux hordes voisines qui ne se prennent point. On retrouve cette même multiplicité de jargons dans toutes les provinces de l'Amérique méridionale. He might also have included Africa. Il y a beaucoup d'apparences que la vie sauvage, en dispersant les hommes par petits troupes isolés dans des bois épais, occasionnait nécessairement cette grande diversité des langues dont le nombre diminue à mesure que la société, en ressemblant les barbares vagabonds, en forme une coordination. Alors l'idiome le plus riche ou le moins pauvre en mots devient dominant et absorbe les autres. Tome 1, pages 159-160, end footnote. However, we must have a far more intimate acquaintance with the languages spoken here and in the more northern parts of New Holland before we can be warranted to pronounce that they are totally different. Nay, we have good grounds for the opposite opinion, for we found that the animal called kangaroo at Endeavour River was known under the same name here, and I need not observe that it is scarcely possible to suppose that this was not transmitted from one another, but accidentally adopted by two nations differing in language and extraction. Besides, as it seems very improbable that the Van Diemen's Land inhabitants should have ever lost the use of canoes or sailing vessels if they had been originally conveyed thither by sea, we must necessarily admit that they, as well as the kangaroo itself, have been stragglers by land from the more northern parts of the country. And if there be any force in this observation, while it traces the origin of the people, it will at the same time serve to fix another point, if Captain Cook and Captain Furneaux have not already decided it, that New Holland is nowhere totally divided by the sea into islands, as some have imagined. Footnote: Dampier seems to be of this opinion. Volume 3, pages 104-125. End footnote. As the New Hollanders seem all to be of the same extraction, so neither do I think there is anything peculiar in them. On the contrary, they much resemble many of the inhabitants whom I have seen at the islands Tanna and Manicola. Nay, there is even some foundation for hazarding a supposition that they may have originally come from the same place with all the inhabitants of the South Sea. For, of only about 10 words which we could get from them, that which expresses cold differs little from that of New Zealand and Otaheite, the first being Malarida, the second Makarida, and the third Marida. The rest of our very scanty Van Diemen's Land vocabulary is as follows: Quadna, a woman; Ivrai, the eye; Muja, the nose; Kami, the teeth, mouth, or tongue; Lairena, a small bird, a native of the woods here; Koigi, the ear; Noonga, elevated scars on the body; Tigera, to eat; Toga Rago, I must be gone, or I will go. Their pronunciation is not disagreeable, but rather quick, though not more so than is that of other nations of the South Sea. And if we may depend upon the affinity of languages as a clue to guide us in discovering the origin of nations, I have no doubt but we shall find, on a diligent inquiry, and when opportunities offer to collect accurately a sufficient number of these words, and to compare them, that all the people from New Holland eastward to Easter Island have been derived from the same common root. Footnote: We find Mr. Anderson's notions on this subject conformable to those of Mr. Marsden, who has remarked that one general language prevailed, however mutilated and changed in the course of time, throughout all this portion of the world, from Madagascar to the most distant discoveries eastward, of which the Malay is a dialect, much corrupted or refined by a mixture of other tongues. This very extensive similarity of language indicates a common origin of the inhabitants, but the circumstances and progress of their separation are wrapped in the darkest veil of obscurity. History of Sumatra, page 35. See also his very curious paper, read before the Society of Antiquaries and published in their Archaeologia, volume 6, page 155, where his sentiments on this subject are explained more at large and illustrated by 2 tables of corresponding words. End footnote. End section 17. Section 18 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 7, Part 1. The passage from Van Diemen's Land to New Zealand. Employments in Queen Charlotte's Sound. Transactions with the natives there. Intelligence about the massacre of the Adventure's boat's crew. Account of the chief who headed the party on that occasion. Of the 2 young men who embark to attend Omai. Various remarks on the inhabitants. Astronomical and nautical observations. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 30th of January, a light breeze springing up at west, we weighed anchor and put to sea from Adventure Bay. Soon after, the wind veered to the southward and increased to a perfect storm. Its fury abated in the evening when it veered to the east and northeast. This gale was indicated by the barometer, for the wind no sooner began to blow than the mercury in the tube began to fall. Another remarkable thing attended the coming on of this wind, which was very faint at first. It brought with it a degree of heat that was almost intolerable. The mercury in the thermometer rose, as it were instantaneously, from about 70 degrees to near 90 degrees. This heat was of so short a continuance that it seemed to be wafted away before the breeze that brought it, so that some on board did not perceive it. We pursued our course to the eastward, without meeting with anything worthy of note, till the night between the 6th and 7th of February, when a marine belonging to the Discovery fell overboard and was never seen afterward. This was the second misfortune of the kind that had happened to Captain Clark since he left England. On the 10th, at 4 in the afternoon, we discovered the land of New Zealand. The part we saw proved to be Rock's Point, and bore south-east by south, about 8 or 9 leagues distant. During this run from Van Diemen's Land, the wind, for the first 4 or 5 days, was at northeast, north and north-northwest, and blew, for the most part, a gentle breeze. It afterward veered to southeast, where it remained 24 hours. It then came to west and southwest, in which points it continued with very little deviation till we reached New Zealand. After making the land, I steered for Cape Farewell, which at daybreak the next morning bore south by west, distant about 4 leagues. At 8 o'clock it bore southwest by south, about 5 leagues distant, and in this situation we had 45 fathoms water over a sandy bottom. In rounding the cape we had 50 fathoms, and the same sort of bottom. I now steered for Stephen's Island, which we came up with at 9 o'clock at night, and at 10 next morning anchored in our old station in Queen Charlotte's Sound. Footnote: see the chart of Queen Charlotte's Sound in Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 2, page 385. End footnote. Unwilling to lose any time, our operations commenced that very afternoon, when we landed a number of empty water casks and began to clear a place where we might set up the 2 observatories and tents for the reception of a guard, and of such of our people whose business might make it necessary for them to remain on shore. We had not been long at anchor before several canoes filled with natives came alongside of the ships, but very few of them would venture on board, which appeared the more extraordinary as I was well known to them all. There was one man in particular amongst them whom I had treated with remarkable kindness during the whole of my stay when I was last here. Yet now, neither professions of friendship nor presents could prevail upon him to come into the ship. This shyness was to be accounted for only upon this supposition, that they were apprehensive we had revisited their country in order to revenge the death of Captain Furneaux's people. Seeing Omai on board my ship now, whom they must have remembered to have seen on board the Adventure when the melancholy affair happened, and whose first conversation with them, as they approached, generally turned on that subject, they must be well assured that I was no longer a stranger to it. I thought it necessary, therefore, to use every endeavour to ensure them of the continuance of my friendship, and that I should not disturb them on that account. I do not know whether this had any weight with them, but certain it is that they very soon laid aside all manner of restraint and distrust. On the 13th we set up 2 tents, one from each ship, on the same spot where he had pitched them formerly. The observatories were at the same time erected, and Messrs. King and Bailey began their operations immediately to find the rate of the timekeeper and to make other observations. The remainder of the empty water casks were also sent on shore, with the cooper to trim and a sufficient number of sailors to fill them. 2 men were appointed to brew spruce beer, and the carpenter and his crew were ordered to cut wood. A boat with a party of men, under the direction of one of the mates, was sent to collect grass for our cattle, and the people that remained on board were employed in refitting the ship and arranging the provisions. In this manner we were all profitably busied during our stay. For the protection of the party on shore, I appointed a guard of 10 marines, and ordered arms for all the workmen, and Mr. King and 2 or 3 petty officers constantly remained with them. A boat was never sent to any considerable distance from the ships without being armed, and under the direction of such officers as I could depend upon, and who were well acquainted with the natives. During my former visits to this country, I had never taken some of these precautions, nor were they, I firmly believe, more necessary now than they had been formerly. But after the tragical fate of the Adventure's boat's crew in this sound, and of Captain Marion Dufresne, and of some of his people in the Bay of Islands, footnote, in 1772, end footnote, it was impossible totally to divest ourselves of all apprehension of experiencing a similar calamity. If the natives entertained any suspicion of our revenging these acts of barbarity, they very soon laid it aside. For, during the course of this day, a great number of families came from different parts of the coast, and took up their residence close to us, so that there was not a spot in the cove where a hut could be put up that was not occupied by them, except the place where we had fixed our little encampment. This they left us in quiet possession of, but they came and took away the ruins of some old huts that were there, as materials for their new erections. It is curious to observe with what facility they build these occasional places of abode. I have seen above 20 of them erected on a spot of ground that, not an hour before, was covered with shrubs and plants. They generally bring some part of the materials with them. The rest they find upon the premises. I was present when a number of people landed and built one of these villages. The moment the canoes reached the shore, the men leaped out and at once took possession of a piece of ground by tearing up the plants and shrubs, or sticking up some part of the framing of a hut. They then returned to their canoes and secured their weapons by setting them up against a tree or placing them in such a position that they could be laid hold of in an instant. I took particular notice that no one neglected this precaution. While the men were employed in raising the huts, the women were not idle. Some were stationed to take care of the canoes, others to secure the provisions and the few utensils in their possession, and the rest went to gather dry sticks that a fire might be prepared for dressing their victuals. As to the children, I kept them, as also some of the more aged, sufficiently occupied in scrambling for beads, till I had emptied my pockets, and then I left them. These temporary habitations are abundantly sufficient to afford shelter from the wind and rain, which is the only purpose they are meant to answer. I observed that generally, if not always, the same tribe or family, though it were ever so large, associated and built together, so that we frequently saw a village, as well as their larger towns, divided into different districts by low palisades or some similar mode of separation. The advantages we received from the natives coming to live with us was not inconsiderable, for every day, when the weather would permit, some of them went out to catch fish, and we generally got, by exchanges, a good share of the produce of their labours. This supply, and what our own nets and lines afforded us, was so ample that we seldom were in want of fish, nor was there any deficiency of other refreshments. Celery, scurvy grass, and portable soup were boiled with the peas and wheat for both ships' companies every day during our whole stay, and they had spruce beer for their drink, so that, if any of our people had contracted the seeds of the scurvy, such a regimen soon removed them. But the truth is, when we arrived here, there were only 2 invalids, and these on board the Resolution, upon the sick lists in both ships. Besides the natives who took up their abode close to us, we were occasionally visited by others of them, whose residence was not far off, and by some who lived more remote. Their articles of commerce were curiosities, fish, and women. The 2 first always came to a good market, which the latter did not. The seamen had taken a kind of dislike to these people, and were either unwilling or afraid to associate with them, which produced this good effect, that I knew no instance of a man's quitting his station to go to their habitations. A connection with women I allow, because I cannot prevent it, but never encourage, because I always dread its consequences. I know, indeed, that many men are of opinion that such an intercourse is one of our greatest securities amongst savages, and perhaps they who, either from necessity or choice, are to remain and settle with them, may find it so. But with travellers and transient visitors, such as we were, it is generally otherwise. And in our situation, a connection with their women betrays more men than it saves. What else can be reasonably expected, since all their views are selfish, without the least mixture of regard or attachment? My own experience, at least, which hath been pretty extensive, hath not pointed out to me one instance to the contrary. Amongst our occasional visitors was a chief named Kahura, who, as I was informed, headed the party that cut off Captain Furneaux's people, and himself killed Mr. Rowe, the officer who commanded. To judge of the character of Kahura, by what I heard from many of his countrymen, he seemed to be more feared than beloved amongst them. Not satisfied with telling me that he was a very bad man, Some of them even importuned me to kill him, and I believe they were not a little surprised that I did not listen to them, for, according to their ideas of equity, this ought to have been done. But if I had followed the advice of all our pretended friends, I might have extirpated the whole race, for the people of each hamlet or village, by turns, applied to me to destroy the other. One would have almost thought it impossible that so striking a proof of the divided state in which this miserable people live could have been assigned. And yet I was sure that I did not misconceive the meaning of those who made these strange applications to me. For Omai, whose language was a dialect of their own, and perfectly understood all that they said, was our interpreter. On the 15th, I made an excursion in my boat to look for grass, and visited the Hippa, or fortified village, at the southwest point of Motuara, and the places where our gardens had been planted on that island. There were no people at the former, but the houses and palisades had been rebuilt, and were now in a state of good repair, and there were other evident marks of its having been inhabited not long before. It would be unnecessary at present to give a particular account of this Hippa, sufficient notice having been taken of it in the account of my first voyage, to which I refer. Footnote: see Volume 1, page 383, end footnote. When the Adventure arrived first at Queen Charlotte Sound in 1773, footnote, see Volume 3, page 132, end footnote, Mr. Bailey fixed upon this place for making his observations, and he and the people with him, at their leisure hours, planted several spots with English garden seeds. Not the least vestige of these now remained. It is probable that they had been all rooted out to make room for buildings when the village was re-inhabited, for at all the other gardens then planted by Captain Furneaux, although now wholly overrun with the weeds of the country, we found cabbages, onions, leeks, purslane, radishes, mustard, etc., and a few potatoes. These potatoes, which were first brought from the Cape of Good Hope, had been greatly improved by change of soil, and with proper cultivation would be superior to those produced in most other countries. Though the New Zealanders are fond of this root, it is evident that they had not taken the trouble to plant a single one, much less any other of the articles which we had introduced, and if it were not for the difficulty of clearing ground where potatoes had been once planted, there would not have been any now remaining. On the 16th at daybreak, I set out with a party of men in 5 boats to collect food for our cattle. Captain Clark and several of the officers, Omai and 2 of the natives, accompanied me. We proceeded about 3 leagues up the Sound, and then landed on the east side at a place where I had formerly been. Here we cut as much grass as loaded the 2 launches. As we returned down the Sound, we visited Grass Cove, the memorable scene of the massacre of Captain Furneaux's people. Here I met with my old friend Pedro, who was almost continually with me the last time I was in this Sound, and is mentioned in my history of that voyage. Footnote: see Volume 4, page 145, end footnote. He and another of his countrymen received us on the beach, armed with the patu and spear. Whether this form of reception was a mark of their courtesy or of their fear, I cannot say, but I thought they betrayed manifest signs of the latter. However, if they had any apprehensions, a few presents soon removed them, and brought down to the beach 2 or 3 more of the family, but the greatest part of them remained out of sight. Whilst we were at this place, our curiosity prompted us to inquire into the circumstances attending the melancholy fate of our countrymen, and Omai was made use of as our interpreter for this purpose. Pedro and the rest of the natives present answered all the questions that were put to them on the subject, without reserve, and like men who are under no dread of punishment for a crime of which they are not guilty. For we already knew that none of them had been concerned in the unhappy transaction. They told us that while our people were sitting at dinner, surrounded by several of the natives, some of the latter stole or snatched from them some bread and fish, for which they were beat. This being resented, a quarrel ensued, and 2 New Zealanders were shot dead by the only 2 muskets that were fired. For before our people had time to discharge a third, or to load again those that had been fired, the natives rushed in upon them, overpowered them with their numbers, and put them all to death. Pedro and his companions, besides relating the history of the massacre, made us acquainted with the very spot that was the scene of it. It is at the corner of the cove on the right hand. They pointed to the place of the sun, to mark to us at what hour of the day it happened, and according to this, it must have been late in the afternoon. They also showed us the place where the boat lay, and it appeared to be about 200 yards distant from that where the crew was seated. One of their number, a black servant of Captain Furneaux, was left in the boat to take care of her. We were afterward told that this black was the cause of the quarrel, which was said to have happened thus. One of the natives stealing something out of the boat, the negro gave him a severe blow with a stick. The cries of the fellow being heard by his countrymen at a distance, they imagined he was killed, and immediately began the attack on our people, who, before they had time to reach the boat, or to arm themselves against the unexpected impending danger, fell a sacrifice to the fury of their savage assailants. The first of these accounts was confirmed by the testimony of many of the natives whom we conversed with at different times, and who, I think, could have no interest in deceiving us. The second manner of relating the transaction rests upon the authority of the young New Zealander who chose to abandon his country and go away with us, and who, consequently, could have no possible view in disguising the truth. All agreeing that the quarrel happened when the boat's crew were sitting at their meal, it is highly probable that both the accounts are true, as they perfectly coincide. For we may very naturally suppose that while some of the natives were stealing from the man who had been left in the boat, others of them might take the same liberties with the property of our people who were on shore. Be this as it will, all agree that the quarrel first took its rise from some thefts, in the commission of which the natives were detected. All agree also that there was no premeditated plan of bloodshed, and that, if these thefts had not been, unfortunately, too hastily resented, no mischief would have happened. For Kahura's greatest enemies, those who solicited his destruction most earnestly, at the same time confessed that he had no intention to quarrel, much less to kill, till the fray had actually commenced. It also appears that the unhappy victims were under no sort of apprehension of their fate. Otherwise they never would have ventured to sit down to repast at so considerable a distance from their boat, amongst people who were the next moment to be their murderers. What became of the boat I never could learn. Some said she was pulled to pieces and burnt. Others told us she was carried, they knew not whither, by a party of strangers. We stayed here till the evening, when, having loaded the rest of the boats with grass, celery, scurvy grass, etc., we embarked to return to the ships. We had prevailed upon Pedro to launch his canoe and accompany us, but we had scarcely put off from the shore when the wind began to blow very hard at northwest, which obliged him to put back. We proceeded ourselves, but it was with a good deal of difficulty that we could reach the ships, where some of the boats did not arrive till 1 o'clock the next morning, and it was fortunate that they got on board then, for it afterward blew a perfect storm with abundance of rain, so that no manner of work could go forward that day. In the evening the gale ceased, and the wind having veered to the east, brought with it fair weather. The next day we resumed our works. The natives ventured out to catch fish, and Pedro, with all his family, came and took up his abode near us. The chief's proper name is Wateeoo, the other being given him by some of my people during my last voyage, which I did not know till now. He was, however, equally well known amongst his countrymen by both names. On the 20th, in the forenoon, we had another storm from the northwest. Though this was not of so long continuance as the former, the gusts of wind from the hills were far more violent, insomuch that we were obliged to strike the yards and topmasts to the very utmost. And even with all this precaution, it was with difficulty that we rode it out. These storms are very frequent here, and sometimes violent and troublesome. The neighbouring mountains, which at these times are always loaded with vapours, not only increase the force of the wind, but alter its direction in such a manner that no two blasts follow each other from the same quarter, and the nearer the shore, the more their effects are felt. The next day we were visited by a tribe or family consisting of about 30 persons, men, women, and children, who came from the upper part of the Sound. I had never seen them before. The name of their chief was Tomatongo Anuk, a man of about 45 years of age, with a cheerful, open countenance. And indeed, the rest of his tribe were, in general, the handsomest of the New Zealand race I had ever met with. By this time, more than 2/3 of the inhabitants of the Sound had settled themselves about us. Great numbers of them daily frequented the ships and the encampment on shore, but the latter became by far the most favourable place of resort, while our people there were melting some seal blubber. No Greenlander was ever fonder of train oil than our friends here seemed to be. They relished the very skimmings of the kettle and dregs of the casks, but a little of the pure stinking oil was a delicious feast, so eagerly desired that I suppose it is seldom enjoyed. Having got on board as much hay and grass as we judged sufficient to serve the cattle till our arrival at Otaheite, and having completed the wood and water of both ships, on the 23rd we struck our tents and carried everything off from the shore, and next morning we weighed anchor and stood out of the cove. But the wind not being very fair, and finding that the tide of ebb would be spent before we could get out of the Sound, we cast anchor again a little without the island Motuara, to wait for a more favourable opportunity of putting into the strait. While we were unmooring and getting under sail, Tomatongo, Anuk, Wateeoo, and many more of the natives came to take their leave of us, or rather to obtain, if they could, some additional present from us before we left them. These two chiefs became suitors to me for some goats and hogs. Accordingly, I gave to Wateeoo 2 goats, a male and female with kid, and to Tomatongo Anuk 2 pigs, a boar and a sow. They made me a promise not to kill them, though I must own I put no great faith in this. The animals which Captain Furneaux sent on shore here, and which soon after fell into the hands of the natives, I was now told were all dead, but I could get no intelligence about the fate of those I had left in West Bay and in Cannibal Cove when I was here in the course of my last voyage. However, all the natives whom I conversed with agreed that poultry are now to be met with wild in the woods behind Ship Cove, and I was afterward informed by the 2 youths who went away with us that Tirotoo, a popular chief amongst them, had a great many cocks and hens in his separate possession, and one of the sows. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 7, Part 2. The Passage from Van Diemen's Land to New Zealand. Employments in Queen Charlotte's Sound. Transactions with the natives there. Intelligence about the massacre of the Adventure's boat's crew. Account of the chief who headed the party on that occasion. Of the 2 young men who embark to attend Omai. Various remarks on the inhabitants. Astronomical and nautical observations continued. On my present arrival at this place, I fully intended to have left not only goats and hogs, but sheep and a young bull, with 2 heifers, if I could have found either a chief powerful enough to protect and keep them, or a place where there might be a probability of their being concealed from those who would ignorantly attempt to destroy them. But neither the one nor the other presented itself to me. Tirotoo was now absent, and Tringobuhi, whom I had met with during my last voyage, footnote, see volume 4, page 144, end footnote, and who seemed to be a person of much consequence at that time, had been killed 5 months ago with about 70 persons of his tribe, and I could not learn that there now remained in our neighbourhood any tribe whose numbers could secure to them a superiority of power over the rest of their countrymen. To have given the animals to any of the natives who possessed no such power would not have answered the intention. For in a country like this, where no man's property is secure, they would soon have fallen a prey to different parties, and been either separated or killed, but most likely both. This was so evident from what we had observed since our arrival, that I had resolved to leave no kind of animal till Wateeoo and the other chief solicited me for the hogs and goats. As I could spare them, I let them go to take their chance. I have, at different times, left in New Zealand no less than 10 or a dozen hogs, besides those put on shore by Captain Furneaux. It will be a little extraordinary, therefore, if this race should not increase and be preserved here, either in a wild or in a domestic state, or in both. We had not been long at anchor near Motuara before 3 or 4 canoes filled with natives came off to us from the south-east side of the Sound, and a brisk trade was carried on with them for the curiosities of this place. In one of these canoes was Kahura, whom I have already mentioned as the leader of the party who cut off the crew of the adventurer's boat. This was the 3rd time he had visited us, without betraying the smallest appearance of fear. I was ashore when he now arrived, but had got on board just as he was going away. Omai, who had returned with me, presently pointed him out, and solicited me to shoot him. Not satisfied with this, he addressed himself to Kahura, threatening to be his executioner if ever he presumed to visit us again. The New Zealander paid so little regard to these threats that he returned the next morning with his whole family, men, women, and children, to the number of 20 and upwards. Omai was the first who acquainted me with his being alongside the ship, and desired to know if he should ask him to come on board. I told him he might, and accordingly he introduced the chief into the cabin, saying, "There is Kahura, kill him." But, as if he had forgot his former threats, or were afraid that I should call upon him to perform them, he immediately retired. In a short time, however, he returned, and seeing the chief unhurt, he expostulated with me very earnestly, saying, "Why do you not kill him? You tell me, if a man kills another in England, that he is hanged for it. This man has killed 10, and yet you will not kill him, though many of his countrymen desire it, and it would be very good." Omai's arguments, though specious enough, having no weight with me, I desired him to ask the chief why he had killed Captain Furneaux's people. At this question Kahura folded his arms, hung down his head, and looked like one caught in a trap, and, I firmly believe, he expected instant death. But no sooner was he assured of his safety than he became cheerful. He did not, however, seem willing to give me an answer to the question that had been put to him, till I had again and again repeated my promise that he should not be hurt. Then he ventured to tell us that one of his countrymen having brought a stone hatchet to barter, the man to whom it was offered took it, and would neither return it nor give anything for it, on which the owner of it snatched up the bread as an equivalent, and then the quarrel began. The remainder of Kahura's account of this unhappy affair differed very little from what we had before learned from the rest of his countrymen. He mentioned the narrow escape he had during the fray, a musket being levelled at him, which he avoided by skulking behind the boat, and another man who stood close to him was shot dead. As soon as the musket was discharged, he instantly seized the opportunity to attack Mr. Rowe, who commanded the party, and who defended himself with his hanger, with which he wounded Kahura in the arm, till he was overpowered by numbers. Mr. Burney, who was sent by Captain Furneaux the next day, footnote, see his narrative, volume 4, page 232, end footnote, with an armed party to look for his missing people, upon discovering the horrid proofs of their shocking fate, had fired several volleys amongst the crowds of natives who still remained assembled on the spot, and were, probably, partaking of the detestable banquet. It was natural to suppose that he had not fired in vain, and that, therefore, some of the murderers and devourers of our unhappy countrymen had suffered under our just resentment. Upon inquiry, however, into this matter, not only from Kahura, but from others who had opportunities of knowing, it appeared that our supposition was groundless, and that not one of the shot fired by Mr. Burney's people had taken effect, so as to kill, or even to hurt, a single person. It was evident that most of the natives we had met with since our arrival, as they knew I was fully acquainted with the history of the massacre, expected I should avenge it with the death of Kahura, and many of them seemed not only to wish it, but express their surprise at my forbearance. As he could not be ignorant of this, it was a matter of wonder to me that he put himself so often in my power. When he visited us while the ships lay in the cove, confiding in the number of his friends that accompanied him, he might think himself safe. But his two last visits had been made under such circumstances that he could no longer rely upon this. We were then at anchor in the entrance of the Sound, and at some distance from any shore, so that he could not have any assistance from thence, nor flatter himself he could have the means of making his escape, had I determined to detain him. And yet, after his first fears on being interrogated were over, he was so far from entertaining any uneasy sensations that, on seeing a portrait of one of his countrymen hanging up in the cabin, he desired to have his own portrait drawn, and sat till Mr. Webber had finished it, without marking the least impatience. I must confess I admired his courage, and was not a little pleased to observe the extent of the confidence he put in me, for he placed his whole safety in the declarations I had uniformly made to those who solicited his death, that I had always been a friend to them all, and would continue so, unless they gave me cause to act otherwise; that as to their inhuman treatment of our people, I should think no more of it, the transaction having happened long ago, and when I was not present; but that, if ever they made a second attempt of that kind, they might rest assured of feeling the weight of my resentment. For some time before we arrived in New Zealand, Omai had expressed the desire to take one of the natives with him to his own country. We had not been there many days before he had an opportunity of being gratified in this, for a youth about 17 or 18 years of age, named Tawaiharua, offered to accompany him, and took up his residence on board. I paid little attention to this at first, imagining that he would leave us when we were about to depart, and after he had got what he could from Omai. At length, finding that he was fixed in his resolution to go with us, and having learnt that he was the only son of a deceased chief, and that his mother, still living, was a woman much respected here, I was apprehensive that Omai had deceived him and his friends by giving them hopes and assurances of his being sent back. I therefore caused it to be made known to them all that if the young man went away with us, he would never return. But this declaration seemed to make no sort of impression. The afternoon before we left the cove, Tiratutu, his mother, came on board to receive her last present from Omai. The same evening, she and Tawaiharua parted, with all the marks of tender affection that might be expected between a parent and a child who were never to meet again. But she said she would cry no more, and sure enough she kept her word. For when she returned the next morning, To take her last farewell of him, all the time she was on board, she remained quite cheerful, and went away wholly unconcerned. That Tawaiharua might be sent away in a manner becoming his birth, another youth was to have gone with him as his servant, and with this view, as we supposed, he remained on board till we were about to sail, when his friends took him ashore. However, his place was supplied next morning by another, a boy of about 9 or 10 years of age, named Kokoa. He was presented to me by his own father, who, I believe, would have parted with his dog with far less indifference. The very little clothing the boy had, he stripped him of, and left him as naked as he was born. It was to no purpose that I endeavoured to convince these people of the improbability, or rather of the impossibility, of these youths ever returning home. Not one, not even their nearest relatives, seemed to trouble themselves about their future fate. Since this was the case, and I was well satisfied that the boys would be no losers by exchange of place, I the more readily gave my consent to their going. From my own observations, and from the information of Tawaiharua and others, it appears to me that the New Zealanders must live under perpetual apprehensions of being destroyed by each other, there being few of their tribes that have not, as they think, sustained wrongs from some other tribe, which they are continually upon the watch to revenge. And perhaps the desire of a good meal may be no small incitement. I am told that many years will sometimes elapse before a favourable opportunity happens, and that the son never loses sight of an injury that has been done to his father. Their method of executing their horrible designs is by stealing upon the adverse party in the night, and if they find them unguarded, which, however, I believe, is very seldom the case, they kill every one indiscriminately, not even sparing the women and children. When the massacre is completed, they either feast and gorge themselves on the spot, or carry off as many of the dead bodies as they can, and devour them at home, with acts of brutality too shocking to be described. If they are discovered before they can execute their bloody purpose, they generally steal off again, and sometimes are pursued and attacked by the other party in their turn. To give quarter or to take prisoners makes no part of their military law, so that the vanquished can only save their lives by flight. This perpetual state of war and destructive method of conducting it operates so strongly in producing habitual circumspection that one hardly ever finds a New Zealander off his guard, either by night or by day. Indeed, no other man can have such powerful motives to be vigilant, as the preservation both of body and of soul depends upon it. For, according to their system of belief, the soul of a man whose flesh is devoured by the enemy is doomed to a perpetual fire, while the soul of a man whose body has been rescued from those who killed him, as well as the souls of all who die a natural death, ascend to the habitations of the gods. I asked whether they ate the flesh of such of their friends as had been killed in war, but whose bodies were saved from falling into the enemy's hands. They seemed surprised at the question, which they answered in the negative, expressing some abhorrence of the very idea. Their common method of disposing of their dead is by depositing their bodies in the earth. But if they have more of their slaughtered enemies than they can eat, they throw them into the sea. They have no such thing as morais, or other places of public worship, nor do they ever assemble together with this view. But they have priests who alone address the gods in prayers for the prosperity of their temporal affairs, such as an enterprise against a hostile tribe, a fishing party, or the like. Whatever the principles of their religion may be, of which we remain very ignorant, its instructions are very strongly inculcated into them from their very infancy. Of this I saw a remarkable instance in the youth who was first destined to accompany Tawaharua. He refrained from eating the greatest part of the day on account of his hair being cut, though every method was tried to induce him to break his resolution, and he was tempted with the offer of such victuals as he was known to esteem the most. He said if he ate anything that day, the Itua would kill him. However, towards evening, the cravings of nature got the better of the precepts of his religion, and yet, though but sparingly. I had often conjectured before this that they had some superstitious notions about their hair, having frequently observed quantities of it tied to the branches of trees near some of their habitations, but what these notions are, I never could learn. Notwithstanding the divided and hostile state in which the New Zealanders live, travelling strangers, who come with no ill design, are well received and entertained during their stay, which, however, it is expected will be no longer than is requisite to transact the business they come upon. Thus it is that a trade for po-en-amu, or green talc, is carried on throughout the whole northern island. For they tell us that there is none of this stone to be found, but at a place which bears its name, somewhere about the head of Queen Charlotte's Sound, and not above 1 or 2 days' journey at most from the station of our ships. I regretted much that I could not spare time sufficient for paying a visit to the place, as we were told 100 fabulous stories about this stone, not one of which carried with it the least probability of truth, though some of their most sensible men would have us believe them. One of these stories is that the stone is originally a fish, which they strike with a gig in the water, tie a rope to it, and drag it to the shore, to which they fasten it, and it afterward becomes stone. As they all agree that it is fished out of a large lake or collection of waters, the most probable conjecture is that it is brought from the mountains and deposited in the water by the torrents. This lake is called by the natives Tavai Poenamu, that is, the water of green talc, and it is only the adjoining part of the country, and not the whole southern island of New Zealand, that is known to them by the name which hath been given to it on my chart. Polygamy is allowed amongst these people, and it is not uncommon for a man to have 2 or 3 wives. The women are marriageable at a very early age, and it should seem that one who is unmarried is but in a forlorn state. She can with difficulty get a subsistence. At least she is in a great measure without a protector, though in constant want of a powerful one. The New Zealanders seem to be a people perfectly satisfied with the little knowledge they are masters of, without attempting in the least to improve it. Nor are they remarkably curious, either in their observations or their inquiries. New objects do not strike them with such a degree of surprise as one would naturally expect, nor do they even fix their attention for a moment. Omai, indeed, who was a great favourite with them, would sometimes attract a circle about him, but they seemed to listen to his speeches like persons who neither understood nor wished to understand what they heard. One day, on our inquiring of Tawai how many ships, such as ours, had ever arrived in Queen Charlotte's Sound, or in any part of its neighbourhood, he began by giving an account of one absolutely unknown to us. This, he said, had put into a port on the northwest coast of Terawitta but a very few years before I arrived in the Sound in the Endeavour, which the New Zealanders distinguish by calling Tupier's ship. At first I thought he might have been mistaken as to the time and place, and that the ship in question might be either Monsieur Surville's, who is said to have touched upon the north-east coast of Eahaina Maui, the same year I was there in the Endeavour, or else Monsieur Marion de Frain's, who was in the Bay of Islands on the same coast a few years after. But he assured us that he was not mistaken either as to the time or as to the place of this ship's arrival, and that it was well known to everybody about Queen Charlotte's Sound and Terawitta. He said that the captain of her, during his stay here, cohabited with a woman of the country, and that she had a son by him still living, and about the age of Kokoa, who, though not born then, seemed to be equally well acquainted with the story. We were also informed by Tawai that this ship first introduced the venereal disease amongst the New Zealanders. I wish that subsequent visitors from Europe may not have their share of guilt in leaving so dreadful a remembrance of them amongst this unhappy race. The disorder now is but too common here, though they do not seem to regard it, saying that its effects are not near so pernicious at present as they were at the first appearance. The only method, as far as I ever heard, that they make use of as a remedy is by giving the patient the use of a sort of hot bath, which they produce by the steam of certain green plants laid over hot stones. I regretted much that we did not hear of this ship while we were in the Sound, as, by means of Omai, we might have had full and correct information about her from eyewitnesses. For Tawaiharua's account was only from what he had been told, and therefore liable to many mistakes. I have not the least doubt, however, that his testimony may so far be depended upon as to induce us to believe that a ship really had been at Terawitta prior to my arrival in the Endeavour, as it corresponds with what I had formerly heard. For in the latter end of 1773, the second time I visited New Zealand, during my last voyage, when we were continually making inquiries about the Adventure after our separation, some of the natives informed us of a ship's having been in a port on the coast of Terawitta. But at that time we thought we must have misunderstood them, and took no notice of the intelligence. The arrival of this unknown ship has been marked by the New Zealanders with more cause of remembrance than the unhappy one just mentioned. Tawaiharua told us their country was indebted to her people for the present of an animal which they left behind them, but as he had not seen it himself, no sort of judgment could be formed from his description of what kind it was. We had another piece of intelligence from him, more correctly given, though not confirmed by our own observations, that there are snakes and lizards there of an enormous size. He described the latter as being 8 feet in length and as big round as a man's body. He said they sometimes seize and devour men, that they burrow in the ground, and that they are killed by making fires at the mouths of the holes. We could not be mistaken as to the animal, for with his own hand he drew a very good representation of a lizard on a piece of paper, as also of a snake, in order to show what he meant. Though much has been said in the narratives of my 2 former voyages about this country and its inhabitants, Mr. Anderson's remarks, as serving either to confirm or to correct our former accounts, may not be superfluous. He had been 3 times with me in Queen Charlotte Sound during my last voyage, and after this 4th visit, what he thought proper to record may be considered as the result of sufficient observation. The reader will find it in the next chapter, and I have nothing farther to add before I quit New Zealand, but to give some account of the astronomical and nautical observations made during our stay there. The longitude of the observatory in Ship Cove, by a mean of 103 sets of observations, each set consisting of 6 or more observed distances, was 174 degrees 25 minutes 15 seconds east. By the timekeeper at Greenwich rate, it was 175 degrees 26 minutes 30 seconds. By ditto at the Cape rate, it was 174 degrees 56 minutes 12 seconds. Variation of the compass, being the mean of 6 needles observed on board the ship, 12 degrees 40 minutes 0 seconds east. By the same needles on shore, it was 13 degrees 53 minutes 0 seconds. The dip of the south end observed on shore was 63 degrees 42 minutes 0 seconds. By a mean of the results of 11 days' observations, the timekeeper was too slow for mean time on February 22nd at noon by 11 hours 50 minutes 37.396 seconds, and she was found to be losing on mean time at the rate of 2.913 seconds per day. From this rate the longitude will be computed till some other opportunity offers to ascertain her rate anew. The astronomical clock, with the same length of pendulum as at Greenwich, was found to be losing on sidereal time 40.239 seconds per day. It will not be amiss to mention that the longitude by lunar observations, as above, differs only 6 minutes 45 seconds from what Mr. Wales made it during my last voyage, his being so much more to the west, or 174 degrees 18 minutes 30 seconds. The latitude of Ship Cove is 41 degrees 6 minutes 0 seconds, as found by Mr. Wales. End of section 19. Section 20 of the third voyage of James Cook, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8, Part 1. Mr. Anderson's remarks on the country near Queen Charlotte's Sound, the soil, climate, weather, winds, trees, plants, birds, fish, other animals, of the inhabitants, description of their persons, their dress, ornaments, habitations, boats, food and cookery, arts, weapons, cruelty to prisoners, various customs, specimen of their language. The land everywhere about Queen Charlotte Sound is uncommonly mountainous, rising immediately from the sea into large hills with blunted tops. At considerable distances are valleys, or rather impressions in the sides of the hills, which are not deep, each terminating toward the sea in a small cove with a pebbly or sandy beach, behind which are small flats where the natives generally build their huts, at the same time hauling their canoes upon the beaches. This situation is the more convenient, as in every cove a brook of very fine water, in which are some small trout, empties itself into the sea. The bases of these mountains, at least toward the shore, are constituted of a brittle yellowish sandstone, which acquires a bluish cast where the sea washes it. It runs at some places in horizontal and at other places in oblique strata, being frequently divided at small distances by thin veins of coarse quartz, which commonly follow the direction of the other, though they sometimes intersect it. The mould or soil which covers this is also of a yellowish cast, not unlike marl, and is commonly from a foot to 2 or more in thickness. The quality of this soil is best indicated by the luxuriant growth of its productions. For the hills, except a few toward the sea, which are covered with smaller bushes, are one continued forest of lofty trees, flourishing with a vigour almost superior to anything that imagination can conceive, and affording an august prospect to those who are delighted with the grand and beautiful works of nature. The agreeable temperature of the climate, no doubt, contributes much to this uncommon strength in vegetation, for at this time, though answering to our month of August, the weather was never disagreeably warm, nor did it raise the thermometer higher than 66 degrees. The winter also seems equally mild with respect to cold, for in June 1773, which corresponds to our December, the mercury never fell lower than 48 degrees, and the trees at that time retained their verdure as if in the summer season, so that, I believe, their foliage is never shed till pushed off by the succeeding leaves in spring. The weather in general is good, but sometimes windy, with heavy rain, which, however, never lasts above a day, nor does it appear that it is ever excessive. For there are no marks of torrents rushing down the hills, as in many countries, and the brooks, if we may judge from their channels, seem never to be greatly increased. I have observed in the 4 different times of my being here that the winds from the south eastward are commonly moderate, but attended with cloudy weather or rain. The southwest winds blow very strong, and are also attended with rain, but they seldom last long. The northwest winds are the most prevailing, and though often pretty strong, are almost constantly connected with fine weather. In short, the only obstacle to this being one of the finest countries upon earth is its great hilliness, which, allowing the woods to be cleared away, would leave it less proper for pasturage than flat land, and still more improper for cultivation, which could never be effected here by the plough. The large trees which cover the hills are chiefly of two sorts. One of them, of the size of our largest firs, grows much after their manner, but the leaves and small berries on their points are much liker the yew. It was this which supplied the place of spruce in making beer, which we did with a strong decoction of its leaves, fermented with treacle or sugar. And this liquor, when well prepared, was acknowledged to be little inferior to the American spruce beer by those who had experience of both. The other sort of tree is not unlike a maple, and grows often to a great size, but it only served for fuel, as the wood, both of this and of the preceding, was found to be rather too heavy for masts, yards, and other similar repairs. There is a greater variety of trees on the small flat spots behind the beaches. Amongst these are two that bear a kind of plum of the size of prunes, the one yellow called caraca, and the other black called Wateeoo, but neither of them of a very agreeable taste, though the natives ate both, and our people did the same. Those of the first sort grow on small trees, always facing the sea, but the others belong to larger trees that stand farther within the wood, and which we frequently cut down for fuel. A species of Philadelphus grows on the eminences which jut out into the sea, and also a tree bearing flowers almost like myrtle, with roundish spotted leaves of a disagreeable smell. We drank the leaves of the Philadelphus as tea, and found that they had a pleasant taste and smell, and might make an excellent substitute for the oriental sort. Among other plants that were useful to us may be reckoned wild celery, which grows plentifully in almost every cove, especially if the natives have ever resided there before, and one that we used to call scurvy grass, though entirely different from the plant to which we give that name. This, however, is far preferable to ours for common use, and may be known by its jagged leaves and small clusters of white flowers on the top. Both sorts were boiled every morning, with wheat ground in a mill and with portable soup, for the people's breakfast, and also amongst their pea soup for dinner. Sometimes they were used as salad or dressed as greens, in all which ways they are good, and together with a fish, with which we were constantly supplied, they formed a sort of refreshment, perhaps little inferior to what is to be met with in places most noted by navigators for plentiful supplies of animal and vegetable food. Amongst the known kinds of plants met with here are common and rough bindweed, nightshade and nettles, both which grow to the size of small trees, a shrubby speedwell found near all the beaches, sow thistles, virgin's bower, vanello, French willow, euphorbia, and crane's bill. Also cudweed, rushes, bulrushes, flax, all-heel, American nightshade, knotgrass, brambles, eyebright, and groundsel. But the species of each are different from any we have in Europe. There is also polypody, spleenwort, and about 20 other different sort of ferns, entirely peculiar to the place, with several sorts of mosses, either rare or produced only here, besides a great number of other plants, whose uses are not yet known, and subjects fit only for botanical books. Of these, however, There is one which deserves particular notice here, as the natives make their garments of it, and it produces a fine silky flax, superior in appearance to anything we have, and probably at least as strong. It grows everywhere near the sea, and in some places a considerable way up the hills, in bunches or tufts, with sedge-like leaves, bearing, on a long stalk, yellowish flowers, which are succeeded by a long roundish pod, filled with very thin shining black seeds. A species of long pepper is found in great plenty, but it has little of the aromatic flavour that makes spices valuable, and a tree much like a palm at a distance is pretty frequent in the woods, though the deceit appears as you come near it. It is remarkable that, as the greatest part of the trees and plants had, at this time, lost their flowers, we perceived they were generally of the berry-bearing kind, of which and other seeds I brought away about 30 different sorts. Of these, one in particular, which bears a red berry, is much like the supplejack, and grows about the trees, stretching from one to another, in such a manner as to render the woods almost wholly impassable. The birds, of which there is a tolerable stock, as well as the vegetable productions, are almost entirely peculiar to the place, and though it be difficult to follow them, on account of the quantity of underwood and the climbing plants, that render travelling for pleasure alone uncommonly fatiguing, yet a person, by remaining in one place, may shoot as many in a day as would serve 6 or 8 others. The principal sorts are large brown parrots with white or greyish heads, green paroquets with red foreheads, large wood pigeons brown above with white bellies, the rest green, and the bill and feet red. 2 sorts of cuckoos, one as large as our common sort, of a brown colour, variegated with black, the other not larger than a sparrow, of a splendid green cast above, and elegantly varied with waves of golden, green, brown, and white colours below. Both these are scarce, but several others are in greater plenty, one of which, of a black colour with a greenish cast, is remarkable for having a tuft of white curled feathers hanging under the throat, and was called the poi bird by our people. Another sort, rather smaller, is black, with a brown back and wings, and 2 small gills under the root of the bill. This we called the small wattle bird, to distinguish it from another, which we called the large one, of the size of a common pigeon, with 2 large yellow and purple membranes also at the root of the bill. It is black, or rather blue, and has no resemblance of the other but in name, for the bill is thick, short, and crooked, and has altogether an uncommon appearance. A grosbeak, about the size of a thrush, of a brown colour with a reddish tail, is frequent, as is also a small greenish bird, which is almost the only musical one here, but is sufficient by itself to fill the woods with a melody that is not only sweet but so varied that one would imagine he was surrounded by 100 different sorts of birds when the little warbler is near. From this circumstance we named it the mocking-bird. There are likewise 3 or 4 sorts of smaller birds, one of which in figure and tameness exactly resembles our robin, but is black where that is brown, and white where that is red. Another differs but little from this, except in being smaller. and a third sort has a long tail, which it expands as a fan on coming near, and makes a chirping noise when it perches. Kingfishers are seen, though rare, and are about the size of our English ones, but with an inferior plumage. About the rocks are seen black sea pies with red bills, and crested shags of a leaden colour, with small black spots on the wings and shoulders, and the rest of the upper part of a velvet black tinged with green. We frequently shot both these and also a more common sort of shags, black above and white underneath, that build their nests upon trees, on which sometimes a dozen or more sit at once. There are also about the shore a few seagulls, some blue herons, and sometimes, though very rarely, wild ducks, a small sandy-coloured plover, and some sandlarks, and small penguins, black above with a white belly, as well as numbers of little black divers, swim often about the sound. We likewise killed 2 or 3 rails of a brown or yellowish colour, variegated with black, which feed about the small brooks, and are nearly as large as a common fowl. No other sort of game was seen, except a single snipe, which was shot, and differs but little from that of Europe. The principal fish we caught by the Seine were mullets and elephant fish, with a few soles and flounders, but those that the natives mostly supplied us with were a sort of sea bream of a silver colour, with a black spot on the neck, large conger eels, and a fish in shape much like the bream, but so large as to weigh 5, 6, or 7 pounds. It is blackish with thick lips and called muggy by the natives. With hook and line we caught chiefly a blackish fish of the size of a haddock, called coalfish by the seamen, but differing much from that known by the same name in Europe, and another of the same size, of a reddish colour with a little beard, which we called night walkers, from the greatest number being caught in the night. Sometimes we got a sort of small salmon, gurnards, skate, and nurses, and the natives now and then brought hake, paracutas, a small sort of mackerel, parrotfish, and leather jackets, besides another fish which is very rare, shaped almost like a dolphin, of a black colour, with strong bony jaws, and the back fin, as well as those opposite to it, much lengthened at the end. All these sorts, except the last, which we did not try, are excellent to eat, but the moggy, small salmon and coalfish are superior to the rest. The rocks are abundantly furnished with great quantities of excellent mussels, one sort of which, that is not very common, measures above a foot in length. There are also cockles buried in the sand of the small beaches, and in some places oysters, which, though very small, are well tasted. Of other shellfish there are 10 or 12 sorts, such as periwinkles, wilks, limpets, and some very beautiful sea ears. Also another sort which stick to the weeds, with some other things as sea eggs, starfish, etc., several of which are peculiar to the place. The natives likewise sometimes brought us very fine crayfish, equal to our largest lobsters, and cuttlefish, which they eat themselves. Insects are very rare. Of these we saw only 2 sorts of dragonflies, some butterflies, small grasshoppers, several sorts of spiders, some small black ants, and vast numbers of scorpion flies, with whose chirping the woods resound. The only noxious one is the sandfly, very numerous here, and almost as troublesome as the mosquito, for we found no reptile here, except 2 or 3 sorts of small harmless lizards. Footnote: in a separate memorandum book, Mr. Anderson mentions the monstrous animal of the lizard kind, described by the 2 boys after they left the island. End footnote. It is remarkable that in this extensive land there should not even be the traces of any quadruped, only excepting a few rats and a sort of fox dog, which is a domestic animal with the natives. Neither is there any mineral worth notice, but a green jasper or serpent stone, of which the New Zealanders make their tools and ornaments. This is esteemed a precious article by them, and they have some superstitious notions about the method of its generation, which we could not perfectly understand. It is plain, however, that wherever it may be found, which, they say, is in the channel of a large river far to the southward, it is disposed in the earth in thin layers, or, perhaps, in detached pieces, like our flints, for the edges of those pieces, which have not been cut, are covered with a whitish crust like these. A piece of this sort was purchased, about 18 inches long, a foot broad, and near 2 inches thick, which yet seemed to be only the fragment of a larger piece. The natives do not exceed the common stature of Europeans, and in general are not so well made, especially about the limbs. This is perhaps the effect of sitting, for the most part, on their hams, and of being confined by the hilly disposition of the country from using that sort of exercise which contributes to render the body straight and well proportioned. There are, however, several exceptions to this, and some are remarkable for their large bones and muscles, but few that I have seen are corpulent. Their colour is of different casts, from a pretty deep black to a yellowish or olive tinge, and their features also are various, some resembling Europeans. But, in general, their faces are round, with their lips full, and also their noses towards the point, though the first are not uncommonly thick, nor the last flat. I do not, however, recollect to have seen an instance of the true aquiline nose amongst them. Their teeth are commonly broad, white, and well set, and their eyes large, with a very free motion, which seems the effect of habit. Their hair is black, straight, and strong, commonly cut short on the hind part, with the rest tied on the crown of the head, but some have it of a curling disposition, or of a brown colour. In the young, the countenance is generally free or open, but in many of the men it has a serious cast, and sometimes a sullenness or reserve, especially if they are strangers. The women are, in general, smaller than the men, but have few peculiar graces, either in form or features, to distinguish them. The dress of both sexes is alike, and consists of an oblong garment about 5 feet long and 4 broad, made from the silky flax already mentioned. This seems to be their most material and complex manufacture, which is executed by knotting, and their work is often ornamented with pieces of dogskin, or checkered at the corners. They bring 2 corners of this garment over the shoulders, and fasten it on the breast with the other part, which covers the body, and about the belly it is again tied with a girdle made of mat. Sometimes they cover it with large feathers of birds, which seem to be wrought into the piece of cloth when it is made, or with dogskin, and that alone we have seen worn as a covering. Over this garment many of them wear mats, which reach from the shoulders to near the heels. But the most common outer covering is a quantity of the above sedgy plant, badly dressed, which they fasten on a string to a considerable length, and, throwing it about the shoulders, let it fall down on all sides as far as the middle of the thighs. When they sit down with this upon them, either in their boats or upon the shore, it would be difficult to distinguish them from large grey stones, if their black heads, projecting beyond their coverings, did not engage one to a stricter examination. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8, Part 2. Mr. Anderson's remarks on the country near Queen Charlotte's Sound, the soil, climate, weather, winds, trees, plants, birds, fish, other animals, of the inhabitants, description of their persons, their dress, ornaments, habitations, boats, food and cookery, arts, weapons, cruelty to prisoners, various customs, specimen of their language. Continued. By way of ornament they fix in their heads feathers or combs of bone or wood adorned with pearl shell or the thin inner skin of some leaf, and in the ears both of men and women, which are pierced or rather slit, are hung small pieces of jasper, bits of cloth, or beads when they can get them. A few also have the septum of the nose bored in its lower part, but no ornament was worn there that we saw, though one man passed a twig through it to show us that it was sometimes used for that purpose. They wear long beards, but are fond of having them shaved. Some are punctured or stained in the face with curious spiral and other figures of a black or deep blue colour, but it is doubtful whether this be ornamental or intended as a mark of particular distinction, and the women who are marked so have the puncture only on their lips or a small spot on their chins. Both sexes often besmear their faces and heads with a red paint, which seems to be a martial ochre mixed with grease, and the women sometimes wear necklaces of shark's teeth or bunches of long beads, which seem to be made of the leg bones of small birds or a particular shell. A few also have small triangular aprons adorned with the feathers of parrots or bits of pearl shells, furnished with a double or treble set of cords to fasten them about the waist. I have sometimes seen caps or bonnets made of the feathers of birds, which may be reckoned as ornaments, for it is not their custom to wear any covering on their heads. They live in the small coves formerly described, in companies of 40 or 50 or more, and sometimes in single families, building their huts contiguous to each other. which in general are miserable lodging places. The best I ever saw was about 30 feet long, 15 broad and 6 high, built exactly in the manner of one of our country barns. The inside was both strong and regularly made of supporters at the sides, alternately large and small, well fastened by means of withers and painted red and black. The ridge pole was strong, and the large bulrushes which composed the inner part of the thatching were laid with great exactness parallel to each other. At one end was a small square hole, which served as a door to creep in at, and near it another much smaller, seemingly for letting out the smoke, as no other vent for it could be seen. This, however, ought to be considered as one of the best, and the residence of some principal person, for the greatest part of them are not half the above size, and seldom exceed 4 feet in height, being besides indifferently built, though proof against wind and rain. No other furniture is to be seen in them than a few small baskets or bags, in which they put their fishing hooks and other trifles, and they sit down in the middle round a small fire, where they also probably sleep, without any other covering than what they wear in the day, or perhaps without that, as such confined places must be very warm, though inhabited but by a few persons. They live chiefly by fishing, making use either of nets of different kinds, or of wooden fish hooks pointed with bone, but so oddly made that a stranger is at a loss to know how they can answer such a purpose. It also appears that they remove their habitations from one place to another when the fish grow scarce, or for some other reason, for we found houses now built in several parts, where there had been none when we were here during our last voyage, and even these have been already deserted. Their boats are well built, of planks raised upon each other, and fastened with strong withers, which also bind a long narrow piece on the outside of the seams to prevent their leaking. Some are 50 feet long, and so broad as to be able to sail without an outrigger, but the smaller sort commonly have one, and they often fasten two together by rafters, which we then call a double canoe. They carry from 5 to 30 men or more, and have often a large head ingeniously carved and painted with a figure at the point, which seems intended to represent a man with his features distorted by rage. Their paddles are about 4 or 5 feet long, narrow and pointed, with which, when they keep time, the boat is pushed along pretty swiftly. Their sail, which is seldom used, is made of a mat of a triangular shape, having the broadest part above. The only method of dressing their fish is by roasting, or rather baking, for they are entirely ignorant of the art of boiling. In the same manner they dress the root and part of the stalk of the large fern tree in a great hole dug for that purpose, which serves as an oven. After which they split it and find within a fine gelatinous substance, like boiled sago powder but firmer. They also use another smaller fern root, which seems to be their substitute for bread, as it is dried and carried about with them, together with dried fish in great quantities, when they remove their families or go far from home. This they beat with a stick till it becomes pretty soft, when they chew it sufficiently, and spit out the hard fibrous part, the other having a sweetish mealy taste not at all disagreeable. When they dare not venture to sea, or perhaps from choice, they supply the place of other fish with mussels and sea ears, great quantities of the shells of which lie in heaps near their houses, and they sometimes, though rarely, find means to kill rails, penguins, and shags, which help to vary their diet. They also breed considerable numbers of the dogs mentioned before for food, but these cannot be considered as a principal article of diet. From whence we may conclude that as there is not the least sign of cultivation of land, they depend principally for their subsistence on the sea, which indeed is very bountiful in its supply. Their method of feeding corresponds with the nastiness of their persons, which often smell disagreeably from the quantity of grease about them, and their clothes never being washed. We have seen them eat the vermin, with which their heads are sufficiently stocked. They also used to devour, with the greatest eagerness, large quantities of stinking train oil, and blubber of seals, which we were melting at the tent, and had kept near 2 months. And on board the ships, they were not satisfied with emptying the lamps, but actually swallowed the cotton and fragrant wick with equal voracity. It is worthy of notice that though the inhabitants of Van Diemen's Land appear to have but a scanty subsistence, they would not even taste our bread, though they saw us eat it, whereas these people devoured it greedily, when both mouldy and rotten. But this must not be imputed to any defect in their sensations, for I have observed them throw away things which we eat with evident disgust, after only smelling to them. They show as much ingenuity, both in invention and execution, as any uncivilized nations under similar circumstances. For, without the use of any metal tools, they make everything by which they procure their subsistence, clothing, and warlike weapons, with a degree of neatness, strength, and convenience for accomplishing their several purposes. Their chief mechanical tool is formed exactly after the manner of our adzes, and is made, as are also the chisel and gouge, of the green serpent stone or jasper already mentioned, though sometimes they are composed of a black, smooth, and very solid stone. But their masterpiece seems to be carving, which is found upon the most trifling things, and in particular the heads of their canoes are sometimes ornamented with it in such a manner as not only shows much design, but is also an example of their great labour and patience in execution. Their cordage for fishing lines is equal in strength and evenness to that made by us, and their nets not at all inferior. But what must cost them more labour than any other article is the making the tools we have mentioned, for the stone is exceedingly hard, and the only method of fashioning it we can guess at is by rubbing one stone upon another, which can have but a slow effect. Their substitute for a knife is a shell, a bit of flint or jasper, and as an auger to bore holes, they fix a shark's tooth in the end of a small piece of wood. It is true, they have a small saw made of some jagged fish's teeth, fixed on the convex edge of a piece of wood nicely carved. But this, they say, is only used to cut up the bodies of their enemies, whom they kill in battle. No people can have a quicker sense of an injury done to them, and none are more ready to resent it. But at the same time, they will take an opportunity of being insolent when they think there is no danger of punishment, which is so contrary to the spirit of genuine bravery that, perhaps, their eagerness to resent injuries is to be looked upon rather as an effect of a furious disposition than of great courage. They also appear to be of a suspicious or mistrustful temper, which, however, may rather be acquired than natural, for strangers never came to our ships immediately, but lay in their boats at a small distance, either to observe our motions or consult whether or no they should risk their safety with us. To this they join a great degree of dishonesty, for they steal everything they can lay their hands on, if there be the least hope of not being detected, and in trading, I have little doubt but they would take advantages if they thought it could be done with safety, as they not only refuse to trust a thing in one's hand for examination, but exult if they think they have tricked you in the bargain. Such conduct, however, is in some measure to be expected where there appears to be but little subordination, and consequently few, if any, laws to punish transgressions. For no man's authority seems to extend farther than his own family, and when at any time they join for mutual defence or any other purpose, those amongst them who are eminent for courage or prudence are directors. How their private quarrels are terminated is uncertain, but in the few we saw, which were of little consequence, the parties concerned were clamorous and disorderly. Their public contentions are frequent, or rather perpetual, for it appears, from their number of weapons and dexterity in using them, that war is their principal profession. These weapons are spears, patoos, and halberts, or sometimes stones. The first are made of hard wood, pointed, of different lengths, from 5 to 20 or even 30 feet long. The short ones are used for throwing as darts. The patoo or emiti is of an elliptical shape, about 18 inches long, with a handle made of wood, stone, the bone of some sea animal, or green jasper, and seems to be their principal dependence in battle. The halbert, or long club, is about 5 or 6 feet long, tapering at one end with a carved head, and at the other broad or flat with sharp edges. Before they begin the onset, they join in a war song, to which they all keep the exactest time, and soon raise their passion to a degree of frantic fury, attended with the most horrible distortion of their eyes, mouths, and tongues, to strike terror into their enemies, which, to those who have not been accustomed to such a practice, makes them appear more like demons than men, and would almost chill the boldest with fear. To this succeeds a circumstance almost foretold in their fierce demeanour, horrid, cruel, and disgraceful to human nature, which is cutting in pieces, even before being perfectly dead, the bodies of their enemies, and, after dressing them on a fire, devouring the flesh, not only without reluctance, but with peculiar satisfaction. One might be apt to suppose that people capable of such excess of cruelty must be destitute of every humane feeling, even amongst their own party. And yet we find them lamenting the loss of their friends with a violence of expression which argues the most tender remembrance of them. For both men and women, upon the death of those connected with them, whether in battle or otherwise, bewail them with the most doleful cries, at the same time cutting their foreheads and cheeks with shells or pieces of flint in large gashes, until the blood flows plentifully and mixes with their tears. They also carve pieces of their green stone, rudely shaped as human figures, which they ornament with bright eyes of pearl shell, and hang them about their necks, as memorials of those whom they held most dear. And their affections of this kind are so strong that they even perform the ceremony of cutting and lamenting for joy at the return of any of their friends who have been absent but for a short time. The children are initiated at a very early age into all the practices, good or bad, of their fathers, so that you find a boy or girl 9 or 10 years old able to perform all the motions and to imitate the frightful gestures by which the more aged use to inspire their enemies with terror, keeping the strictest time in their song. They likewise sing, with some degree of melody, the traditions of their forefathers, their actions in war and other indifferent subjects, of all which they are immoderately fond, and spend much of their time in these amusements, and in playing on a sort of flute. Their language is far from being harsh or disagreeable, though the pronunciation is frequently guttural, and whatever qualities are requisite in any other language to make it musical certainly obtain to a considerable degree here, if we may judge from the melody of some sorts of their songs. It is also sufficiently comprehensive, though in many respects deficient, if compared with our European languages, which owe their perfection to long improvement. But a small specimen is here subjoined, from which some judgment may be formed. I collected a great many of their words, both now and in the course of our former voyage, and being equally attentive in my inquiries about the languages of the other islands throughout the South Sea, I have the amplest proof of their wonderful agreement, or rather identity. This general observation has indeed been already made in the accounts of the former voyages. Footnote: see Hawkesworth's collection, Volume 3, pages 474-475, and Captain Cook's Voyage, Volume 2, page 364. End footnote. I shall be enabled, however, to confirm and strengthen it by a fresh list of words selected from a large vocabulary in my possession, and by placing it in the opposite column the corresponding words as used at Otaheite. The curious reader will at one view be furnished with sufficient materials for judging by what subordinate changes the difference of dialect has been effected. 3-column listing. First column English, second column New Zealand, third column Otaheite. Water, ewi, evi. A Tale of a Dog, Wateeoo, ero. Death, dead, ka'u, mata, mata roa. To fly, erere, erere. A house, ewara, ewara. To sleep, moia, moa. A fishhook, makoi, matu. Shut, openi, openi. A bed, moenga, moera. A butterfly, epaipa, pepe. To chew or eat, hekea, a. Cold, makarida, marida. Today, agu ane, au ane. The hand, rienga, erima. Large, ke era hoi, erahoi, red, wero, ura, ura, we, ta-oa, ta-oa. Where is it? Kahaya, tahaya. A stone, powi, owi. A man, tangata, ta'ata. Black, pura pura, era era. White, emma, uama. To reside or dwell. Noho ana, noho noah. Out, not within. Woho, woho. Male kind of any animal. Toa, etoa. Female, eowa, eoha. A shark. Mango, male. To understand. Gitaya, itia. Forgot. Wara, uaro. Yesterday. Ta eninoa, ninahoi. One. Tahai, atahe. Two. Rua, erua. Three. Toro, toro. Four. Fa, aha. Five. Rima, erima. Six. Ono, aono. Seven. Hitu, ahaitu. Eight. Waru, awaru. Nine. Eva, aiva. 10. Angahura, ahuru. The New Zealanders to these numerals prefix ma as 11, matahi 12, etc., etc., marua, etc., etc., 20, mangahura. End of Book 1, end of section 21. Section 22 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, From Leaving New Zealand to Our Arrival at Otaheite or the Society Islands. Chapter 1, Prosecution of the Voyage. Behaviour of the 2 New Zealanders on board. Unfavourable winds. An island called Mangaea discovered. The coast of it examined. Transactions with the natives. An account of their persons, dress and canoe. Description of the island. A specimen of the language. Disposition of the inhabitants. On the 25th at 10 o'clock in the morning, a light breeze springing up at northwest by west, we weighed, stood out of the sound, and made sail through the strait with the Discovery in company. We had hardly got the length of Cape Tierrawhitta when the wind took us aback at southeast. It continued in this quarter till 2 o'clock the next morning, when we had a few hours calm, after which we had a breeze at north, but here it fixed not long before it veered to the east, and after that to the south. At length, on the 27th at 8 o'clock in the morning, we took our departure from Cape Palliser, which at this time bore west, 7 or 8 leagues distant. We had a fine gale and steered east by north. We had no sooner lost sight of the land than our 2 New Zealand adventurers, the seasickness they now experienced giving a turn to their reflections, repented heartily of the step they had taken. All the soothing encouragement we could think of availed but little. They wept both in public and in private. and made their lamentations in a kind of song, which, as far as we could comprehend the meaning of the words, was expressive of their praises of their country and people, from which they were to be separated for ever. Thus they continued for many days, till their seasickness wore off, and the tumult of their minds began to subside. Then these fits of lamentation became less and less frequent, and at length entirely ceased. Their native country and their friends were, by degrees, forgot, and they appeared to be as firmly attached to us as if they had been born amongst us. The wind had not remained many hours at south before it veered to south east and east, and with this we stood to the north till the 28th at noon. Being then in the latitude of 41 degrees 17 minutes and in longitude of 177 degrees 17 minutes east, we tacked and stood to the southeast with a gentle breeze at east-northeast. It afterward freshened and came about to northeast, in which quarter it continued 2 days, and sometimes blew a fresh gale with squalls, accompanied with showers of rain. On the 2nd of March at noon, being in the latitude of 42 degrees 35 minutes 30 seconds, longitude 180 degrees 8 minutes east, the wind shifted to northwest, afterward to southwest, and between this point and north it continued to blow, sometimes a strong gale with hard squalls, and at other times very moderate. With this wind we steered northeast by east and east, under all the sail we could carry, till the 11th at noon, at which time we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 29 minutes, longitude 196 degrees 4 minutes east. The wind now veered to northeast and southeast, and I stood to the north and to the northeast, as the wind would admit, till 1 o'clock in the morning on the 16th, when, having a more favourable gale from the north, I tacked and stood to the east, the latitude being 33 degrees 40 minutes and the longitude 198 degrees 50 minutes east. We had light airs and calms by turns till noon the next day, when the wind began to freshen at east-south-east, and I again stood to the northeast. But as the wind often veered to east and east-northeast, we frequently made no better than a northerly course, nay, sometimes to the westward of north. But the hopes of the wind coming more southerly, or of meeting with it from the westward, a little without the tropic, as I had experienced in my former visits to this ocean, encouraged me to continue this course. Indeed, it was necessary that I should run all risks, as my proceeding to the north this year, in prosecution of the principal object of the voyage, depended entirely on my making a quick passage to Otaheite or the Society Islands. The wind continued invariably fixed at east-south-east, or seldom shifting above 2 points on either side. It also blew very faint, so that it was the 27th before we crossed the tropic, and then we were only in the longitude of 201 degrees 23 minutes east, which was 9 degrees to the westward of our intended port. In all this run we saw nothing, except now and then a tropic bird, that could induce us to think we had sailed near any land. In the latitude of 34 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 199 degrees, we passed the trunk of a large tree, which was covered with barnacles, a sign that it had been long at sea. On the 29th at 10 in the morning, as we were standing to the northeast, the Discovery made the signal of seeing land. We saw it from the masthead almost the same moment, bearing northeast by east by compass. We soon discovered it to be an island of no great extent, and stood for it till sunset, when it bore north-northeast, distant about 2 or 3 leagues. The night was spent in standing off and on, and at daybreak the next morning I bore up for the lee or west side of the island, as neither anchorage nor landing appeared to be practicable on the south side, on account of a great surf. Footnote: a very ingenious and satisfactory account of the cause of the surf is to be met with in Marden's History of Sumatra, pages 29 and 32. End footnote. Which broke everywhere with violence against the shore or against the reef that surrounded it. We presently found that the island was inhabited, and saw several people on a point of the land we had passed, wading to the reef, where, as they found the ship leaving them quickly, they remained. But others, who soon appeared in different parts, followed her course, and sometimes several of them collected into small bodies, which made a shouting noise altogether, nearly after the manner of the inhabitants of New Zealand. Between 7 and 8 o'clock we were at the west-northwest part of the island, and being near the shore, we could perceive with our glasses that several of the natives, who appeared upon a sandy beach, were all armed with long spears and clubs, which they brandished in the air with signs of threatening, or, as some on board interpreted their attitudes, with invitations to land. Most of them appeared naked, except having a sort of girdle, which, being brought up between the thighs, covered that part of the body. But some of them had pieces of cloth of different colours, white, striped, or checkered, which they wore as a garment thrown about their shoulders. And almost all of them had a white wrapper about their heads, not much unlike a turban, or in some instances like a high conical cap. We could also perceive that they were of a tawny colour, and in general of a middling stature, but robust and inclining to corpulence. At this time a small canoe was launched in a great hurry from the further end of the beach, and a man getting into it put off, as with a view to reach the ship. Unperceiving this, I brought to, that we might receive the visit, but the man's resolution failing, he soon returned toward the beach, where, after some time, another man joined him in the canoe, and then they both paddled towards us. They stopped short, however, as if afraid to approach, until Omai, who addressed them in the Otaheite language, in some measure quieted their apprehensions. They then came near enough to take some beads and nails, which were tied to a piece of wood and thrown into the canoe. They seemed afraid to touch these things, and put the piece of wood aside without untying them. This, however, might arise from superstition, for Omai told us that when they saw us offering them presents, they asked something for their itoa, or god. He also, perhaps improperly, put the question to them whether they ever ate human flesh, which they answered in the negative, with a mixture of indignation and abhorrence. One of them, whose name was Murua, being asked how he came by a scar on his forehead, told us that it was the consequence of a wound he had got in fighting with the people of an island which lies to the northeastward, who sometimes came to invade them. They afterward took hold of a rope. Still, however, they would not venture on board, but told Omai, who understood them pretty well, that their countrymen on shore had given them this caution, at the same time directing them to inquire from whence our ship came and to learn the name of the captain. On our part, we inquired the name of the island, which they called Mangaya or Mangia, and sometimes added to it No-e ne Naiwa. The name of their chief, they said, was Oru-a-ika. Muroa was lusty and well made, but not very tall. His features were agreeable, and his disposition seemingly no less so, for he made several droll gesticulations which indicated both good nature and a share of humour. He also made others which seemed of a serious kind, and repeated some words with a devout air before he ventured to lay hold of the rope at the ship's stern, which was probably to recommend himself to the protection of some divinity. His colour was nearly of the same cast with that common to the most southern Europeans. The other man was not so handsome. Both of them had strong, straight hair of a jet colour, tied together on the crown of the head with a bit of cloth. They wore such girdles as we had perceived about those on shore, and we found they were a substance made from the Morus papyrifera, in the same manner as at the other islands of this ocean. It was glazed like the sort used by the natives of the Friendly Islands, but the cloth on their heads was white, like that which is found at Otaheite. They had on a kind of sandals made of a grassy substance interwoven, which we also observed were worn by those who stood upon the beach, and, as we supposed, intended to defend their feet against the rough coral rock. Their beards were long, and the inside of their arms, from the shoulder to the elbow, and some other parts, were punctured or tattooed, after the manner of the inhabitants of almost all the other islands in the South Sea. The lobe of their ears was pierced, or rather slit, and to such a length that one of them stuck there a knife and some beads, which he had received from us, and the same person had two polished pearl shells and a bunch of human hair, loosely twisted, hanging about his neck, which was the only ornament we observed. The canoe they came in, which was the only one we saw, was not above 10 feet long and very narrow, but both strong and neatly made. The forepart had a flat board fastened over it and projecting out to prevent the sea getting in on plunging, like the small ivars at Otaheite, but it had an upright stern about 5 feet high, like some in New Zealand, and the upper end of this stern post was forked. The lower part of the canoe was of white wood, but the upper was black, and their paddles, made of wood of the same colour, not above 3 feet long, broad at one end and blunted. They paddled either end of the canoe forward indifferently, and only turned about their faces to paddle the contrary way. We now stood off and on, and as soon as the ships were in a proper station, about 10 o'clock I ordered 2 boats, one of them from the Discovery, to sound the coast and to endeavour to find a landing place. With this view I went in one of them myself, taking with me such articles to give the natives as I thought might serve to gain their goodwill. I had no sooner put off from the ship than the canoe with the 2 men, which had left us not long before, paddled towards my boat. and having come alongside, Murua stepped into her without being asked and without a moment's hesitation. Omai, who was with me, was ordered to inquire of him where we could land, and he directed us to two different places. But I saw with regret that the attempt could not be made at either place, unless at the risk of having our boats filled with water or even staved to pieces. Nor were we more fortunate in our search for anchorage, for we could find no bottom till within a cable's length of the breakers. There we met with from 40 to 20 fathoms depth over sharp coral rocks, so that anchoring would have been attended with much more danger than landing. While we were thus employed in reconnoitring the shore, great numbers of the natives thronged down upon the reef, all armed as above mentioned. Murua, who was now in my boat, probably thinking that this warlike appearance hindered us from landing, ordered them to retire back. As many of them complied, I judged he must be a person of some consequence among them. Indeed, if we understood him right, he was the king's brother. So great was the curiosity of several of them that they took to the water, and swimming off to the boats, came on board them without reserve. Nay, we found it difficult to keep them out, and still more difficult to prevent their carrying off everything they could lay their hands upon. At length, when they perceived that we were returning to the ships, they all left us, except our original visitor Murua. He, though not without evident signs of fear, kept his place in my boat and accompanied me on board the ship. The cattle and other new objects that presented themselves to him there did not strike him with so much surprise as one might have expected. Perhaps his mind was too much taken up about his own safety to allow him to attend to other things. It is certain that he seemed very uneasy, and the ship, on our getting on board, happening to be standing offshore, this circumstance made him the more so. I could get but little new information from him, and therefore, after he had made a short stay, I ordered a boat to carry him in toward the land. As soon as he got out of the cabin, he happened to stumble over one of the goats. His curiosity now overcoming his fear, he stopped, looked at it, and asked Omai what bird this was, and not receiving an immediate answer from him, he repeated the question to some of the people upon deck. The boat having conveyed him pretty near to the surf, he leaped into the sea and swam ashore. He had no sooner landed than the multitude of his countrymen gathered round him, as if with an eager curiosity to learn from him what he had seen, and in this situation they remained when we lost sight of them. As soon as the boat returned, we hoisted her in and made sail from the land to the northward. Thus were we obliged to leave unvisited this fine island which seemed capable of supplying all our wants. It lies in the latitude of 21 degrees 57 minutes south and in the longitude of 201 degrees 53 minutes east. Such parts of the coast as fell under our observation are guarded by a reef of coral rock, on the outside of which the sea is of an unfathomable depth. It is full 5 leagues in circuit, and of a moderate and pretty equal height, though in clear weather it may be certainly seen at the distance of 10 leagues. For we had not lost sight of it at night when we had run above 7 leagues, and the weather was cloudy. In the middle it rises into little hills, from whence there is a gentle descent to the shore, which at the southwest part is steep, though not above 10 or 12 feet high, and has several excavations made by the beating of the waves against a brownish sandstone of which it is composed. The descent here is covered with trees of a deep green colour, very thick but not high, which seem all of one sort, unless nearest the shore, where there are great numbers of that species of Dracæna found in the woods of New Zealand, which are also scattered in some other places. On the northwest part, the shore, as we mentioned above, ends in a sandy beach, beyond which the land is broken down into small chasms or gullies, and has a broad border of trees resembling tall willows, which, from its regularity, might be supposed a work of art, did not its extent forbid us to think so. Farther up on the ascent, the trees were of the deep green mentioned before. Some of us supposed them to be the rima, intermixed with low cocoa palms, and a few of some other sorts. They seemed not so thick as on the southwest part, and higher, which appearance might be owing to our nearer approach to the shore. On the little hills were some trees of a taller sort, thinly scattered, but the other parts of them were either bare and of a reddish colour, or covered with something like fern. Upon the whole, the island has a pretty aspect, and might be made a beautiful spot by cultivation. As the inhabitants seem to be both numerous and well fed, such articles of provision as the island produces must be in great plenty. It might, however, be a matter of curiosity to know, particularly, their method of subsistence, for our friend Muroa told us that they had no animals as hogs and dogs, both which, however, they had heard of, but acknowledged they had plantains, breadfruit, and taro. The only birds we saw were some white egg birds, terns, and noddies, and one white heron on the shore. The language of the inhabitants of Mangaia is a dialect of that spoken at Otaheite, though their pronunciation, as that of the New Zealanders, be more guttural. Some of their words, of which 2 or 3 are perhaps peculiar to this island, are here subjoined as taken by Mr. Anderson from Omai, who had learnt them in his conversations with Muroa. The Otaheite words, where there is any resemblance, are placed opposite. 3-column listing. First column English, second column Mangaia, third column Otaheite. A coconut, ikari, ari. Breadfruit, kuru, uru. A canoe, iwaka, iva'a. Friend, na'u, mu, blank. A man, tata or tangata, tata. Cloth or cloth plant, taia, taia a uti, I uta. Good, mata, miti. A club, puruhi, blank. Yes, ai, I. No, aura, aura. Aspia, hey, blank. A fight or battle, etamagi, tamaki. A woman, wahaina, wahaina. A daughter, mahaina, mahaina. The sun, hitaya matua, blank. I, woo. The shore, Utah, Utah. What is that? Ehatai, owi Tai-i-o-a, there, blank. A chief, eriki, eri, great or powerful. Mana, an adjunct to the last, blank. To kiss, uma, blank. The natives of Mangia seem to resemble those of Otaheite and the Marquesas in the beauty of their persons more than any other nation I have seen in these seas, having a smooth skin and not being muscular. Their general disposition also corresponds, as far as we had opportunities of judging, with that which distinguishes the first mentioned people. For they are not only cheerful, but, as Murua showed us, are acquainted with all the lascivious gesticulations which the Otaheitans practice in their dances. It may also be supposed that their method of living is similar. For, though the nature of the country prevented our seeing many of their habitations, we observed one house near the beach, which much resembled in its mode of construction those of Otaheite. It was pleasantly situated in a grove of trees, and appeared to be about 30 feet long and 7 or 8 high, with an open end, which represented an ellipse divided transversely. Before it was spread something white on a few bushes, which we conjecture to be a fishing net, and to appearance of a very delicate texture. They salute strangers much after the manner of the New Zealanders by joining noses, adding, however, the additional ceremony of taking the hand of the person to whom they are paying civilities and rubbing it with a degree of force upon their nose and mouth. Footnote: the inhabitants of the Palaus, New Philippine, or rather Caroline Islands, at the distance of almost 1,500 leagues from Mangia, have the same mode of salutation. Leur civilité et la marque de leur respect consiste à prendre la main ou le pied de celui à qui ils veulent faire honneur et s'en frotter doucement tout le visage. Lettre édifiante et curieuse, tome 15, page 208, edition of 1781, end footnote, end section 22. Section 23 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. The discovery of an island called Wateeoo, its coasts examined, visits from the natives on board the ships, Messrs. Gore, Burney and Anderson with Omai sent on shore, Mr. Anderson's narrative of their reception, Omai's expedient to prevent their being detained, his meeting with some of his countrymen and their distressful voyage, farther account of Wateeoo and of its inhabitants. After leaving Mangia on the afternoon of the 30th, we continued our course northward all that night and till noon on the 31st, when we again saw land in the direction of northeast by north, distant 8 or 10 leagues. Next morning at 8 o'clock, we had got abreast of its north end, within 4 leagues of it, but to leeward, and could now pronounce it to be an island, nearly of the same appearance and extent with that we had so lately left. At the same time, another island, but much smaller, was seen right ahead. We could have soon reached this, but the largest one had the preference, as most likely to furnish a supply of food for the cattle, of which we began to be in great want. With this view I determined to work up to it, but as there was but little wind, and that little was unfavourable, we were still 2 leagues to leeward at 8 o'clock the following morning. Soon after I sent 2 armed boats from the Resolution, and 1 from the Discovery, under the command of Lieutenant Gore, to look for anchoring ground and a landing place. In the meantime we plied up under the island with the ships. Just as the boats were putting off, we observed several single canoes coming from the shore. They went first to the Discovery, she being the nearest ship. It was not long after when 3 of these canoes came alongside of the Resolution, each conducted by 1 man. They are long and narrow and supported by outriggers. The stern is elevated about 3 or 4 feet, something like a ship's stern post. The head is flat above, but prow-like below, and turns down at the extremity, like the end of a violin. Some knives, beads, and other trifles were conveyed to our visitors, and they gave us a few coconuts upon our asking for them. But they did not part with them by way of exchange for what they had received from us, for they seemed to have no idea of bartering, nor did they appear to estimate any of our presents at a high rate. With a little persuasion, one of them made his canoe fast to the ship and came on board, and the other 2, encouraged by his example, soon followed him. Their whole behaviour marked that they were quite at their ease, and felt no sort of apprehension of our detaining or using them ill. After their departure another canoe arrived, conducted by a man who brought a bunch of plantains as a present to me, asking for me by name, having learnt it from Omai, who was sent before us in the boat with Mr. Gore. In return for this civility, I gave him an axe and a piece of red cloth, and he paddled back to the shore well satisfied. I afterward understood from Omai that this present had been sent from the king or principal chief of the island. Not long after, a double canoe, in which were 12 men, came toward us. As they drew near the ship, they recited some words in concert by way of chorus. Footnote: something like this ceremony was performed by the inhabitants of the Marquesas when Captain Cook visited them in 1774. See his second voyage, volume 3. It is curious to observe at what immense distance this mode of receiving strangers prevails. Padillo, who sailed from Manila in 1710 on a voyage to discover the Palaos Islands, was thus received there. The writer of his relation of the voyage says, Aussitôt qu'ils approchèrent de notre bord, ils se mirent à chanter. Ils réglaient la cadence en frappant des mains sur les cuisses. Lettre édifiante et curieuse, tome 15, page 323, end footnote. One of their number first standing up and giving the word before each repetition. When they had finished their solemn chant, they came alongside and asked for the chief. As soon as I showed myself, a pig and a few coconuts were conveyed up into the ship, and the principal person in the canoe made me an additional present of a piece of matting as soon as he and his companions got on board. Our visitors were conducted into the cabin and to other parts of the ship. Some objects seemed to strike them with a degree of surprise, but nothing fixed their attention for a moment. They were afraid to come near the cows and horses, nor did they form the least conception of their nature. But the sheep and goats did not surpass the limits of their ideas, for they gave us to understand they knew them to be birds. It will appear rather incredible that human ignorance could ever make so strange a mistake, there not being the most distant similitude between a sheep or goat and any winged animal. But these people seem to know nothing of the existence of any other land animals besides hogs, dogs, and birds. Our sheep and goats, they could see, were very different creatures from the two first, and therefore they inferred that they must belong to the latter class, in which they knew there is a considerable variety of species. I made a present to my new friend of what I thought might be most acceptable to him, but on his going away he seemed rather disappointed than pleased. I afterward understood that he was very desirous of obtaining a dog, of which animal this island could not boast, though its inhabitants knew that the race existed in other islands of their ocean. Captain Clark had received the like present with the same view from another man, who met with from him the like disappointment. The people in these canoes were in general of a middling size, and not unlike those of Mangaia, though several were of a blacker cast than any we saw there. Their hair was tied on the crown of the head, or flowing loose about the shoulders, and though in some it was of a frizzling disposition, yet, for the most part, that as well as the straight sort was long. Their features were various, and some of the young men rather handsome. Like those of Mangaia, they had girdles of glazed cloth or fine matting, the ends of which, being brought betwixt their thighs, covered the adjoining parts. Ornaments composed of a sort of broad grass, stained with red, and strung with berries of the nightshade, were worn about their necks. Their ears were bored but not slit, and they were punctured upon the legs from the knee to the heel, which made them appear as if they wore a kind of boots. They also resembled the inhabitants of Mangaia in the length of their beards, and, like them, wore a sort of sandals upon their feet. Their behaviour was frank and cheerful, with a great deal of good nature. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Gore returned with the boat and informed me that he had examined all the west side of the island without finding a place where a boat could land or the ships could anchor, the shore being everywhere bounded by a steep coral rock, against which the sea broke in a dreadful surf. But as the natives seemed very friendly, and to express a degree of disappointment when they saw that our people failed in their attempts to land, Mr. Gore was of opinion that by means of Omai, who could best explain our request, they might be prevailed upon to bring off to the boats, beyond the surf, such articles as we most wanted, in particular the stems of plantain trees, which make good food for the cattle. Having little or no wind, the delay of a day or two was not of any moment, and therefore I determined to try the experiment and got everything ready against the next morning. Soon after daybreak we observed some canoes coming off to the ships, and one of them directed its course to the Resolution. In it was a hog with some plantains and coconuts, for which the people, who brought them demanded a dog from us and refused every other thing that we offered in exchange. One of our gentlemen on board happened to have a dog and a bitch, which were great nuisances in the ship, and might have been disposed of on this occasion for a purpose of real utility, by propagating a race of so useful an animal in this island. But their owner had no such views in making them the companions of his voyage. However, to gratify these people, Omai parted with a favourite dog he had brought from England, and with this acquisition they departed highly satisfied. About 10 o'clock I dispatched Mr. Gore with 3 boats, 2 from the Resolution and 1 from the Discovery, to try the experiment he had proposed. And as I could confide in his diligence and ability, I left it entirely to himself to act as from circumstances he should judge to be most proper. 2 of the natives who had been on board accompanied him, and Omai went with him in his boat as an interpreter. The ships being a full league from the island when the boats put off, and having but little wind, it was noon before we could work up to it. We then saw our 3 boats riding at their grapplings just without the surf, and a prodigious number of the natives on the shore abreast of them. By this we concluded that Mr. Gore and others of our people had landed, and our impatience to know the event may be easily conceived. In order to observe their motions, and to be ready to give them such assistance as they might want, and our respective situations would admit of, I kept as near the shore as was prudent. I was sensible, however, that the reef was as effectual a barrier between us and our friends who had landed, and put them as much beyond the reach of our protection as if half the circumference of the globe had intervened. But the islanders, it was probable, did not know this so well as we did. Some of them now and then came off to the ships in their canoes with a few coconuts, which they exchanged for whatever was offered to them, without seeming to give the preference to any particular article. These occasional visits served to lessen my solicitude about our people who had landed. Though we could get no information from our visitors, yet their venturing on board seemed to imply, at least, that their countrymen on shore had not made an improper use of the confidence put in them. At length, a little before sunset, we had the satisfaction of seeing the boats put off. When they got on board, I found that Mr. Gore himself, Omai, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Burney were the only persons who had landed. The transactions of the day were now fully reported to me by Mr. Gore, but Mr. Anderson's account of them being very particular, and including some remarks on the island and its inhabitants, I shall give it a place here nearly in his own words. We rowed toward a small sandy beach, upon which, and upon the adjacent rocks, a great number of the natives had assembled, and came to an anchor within 100 yards of the reef, which extends about as far, or a little farther from the shore. Several of the natives swam off, bringing coconuts, and Omai, with their countrymen, whom we had with us in the boats, made them sensible of our wish to land. But their attention was taken up for a little time by the dog, which had been carried from the ship, and was just brought on shore, round whom they flocked with great eagerness. Soon after 2 canoes came off, and to create a greater confidence in the islanders, we determined to go unarmed, and run the hazard of being treated well or ill. Mr. Burney, the first lieutenant of the Discovery, and I went in one canoe a little time before the other. and our conductors, watching attentively the motions of the surf, landed us safely upon the reef. An islander took hold of each of us, obviously with an intention to support us in walking over the rugged rocks to the beach, where several of the others met us, holding the green boughs of a species of mimosa in their hands, and saluted us by applying their noses to ours. We were conducted from the beach by our guides, amidst a great crowd of people, who flocked with very eager curiosity to look at us, and would have prevented our proceeding, had not some men, who seemed to have authority, dealt blows with little distinction amongst them to keep them off. We were then led up an avenue of cocoa palms, and soon came to a number of men arranged in 2 rows, armed with clubs, which they held on their shoulders, much in the manner we rest a musket. After walking a little way amongst these, we found a person who seemed a chief, sitting on the ground cross-legged, cooling himself with a sort of triangular fan, made from a leaf of the cocoa palm, with a polished handle of black wood fixed to one corner. In his ears were large bunches of beautiful red feathers which pointed forward, but he had no other mark or ornament to distinguish him from the rest of the people, though they all obeyed him with the greatest alacrity. He either naturally had, or at this time put on a serious but not severe countenance, and we were desired to salute him as he sat by some people who seemed of consequence. We proceeded still amongst the men armed with clubs, and came to a second chief, who sat fanning himself, and ornamented as the first. He was remarkable for his size and uncommon corpulence, though to appearance not above 30 years of age. In the same manner we were conducted to a third chief, who seemed older than the 2 former, and, though not so fat as the second, was of a large size. He also was sitting, and adorned with red feathers, and after saluting him as we had done the others, he desired us both to sit down, which we were very willing to do, being pretty well fatigued with walking up, and with the excessive heat we felt amongst the vast crowd that surrounded us. In a few minutes the people were ordered to separate, and we saw at the distance of 30 yards about 20 young women, ornamented as the chiefs with red feathers, engaged in a dance, which they performed to a slow and serious air sung by them all. We got up and went forward to see them, and though we must have been strange objects to them, they continued their dance without paying the least attention to us. They seemed to be directed by a man who served as a prompter, and mentioned each motion they were to make, but they never changed the spot as we do in dancing, and though their feet were not at rest, this exercise consisted more in moving the fingers very nimbly, at the same time holding the hands in a prone position near the face, and now and then also clapping them together. Footnote: the dances of the inhabitants of the Kerguelen Islands have a great resemblance to those here described. See Lettres édifiantes et curieuses, tome 15, page 315. See also in the same volume, page 207, what is said of the singing and dancing of the inhabitants of the Palaus Islands, which belong to the same group. End footnote. Their motions and song were performed in such exact concert that it should seem they had been taught with great care, and probably they were selected for this ceremony, as few of those whom we saw in the crowd equalled them in beauty. In general, they were rather stout than slender, with black hair flowing in ringlets down the neck, and of an olive complexion. Their features were rather fuller than what we allow to perfect beauties, and much alike. But their eyes were of a deep black, and each countenance expressed a degree of complacency and modesty peculiar to the sex in every part of the world, but perhaps more conspicuous here, where nature presented us with her productions in the fullest perfection, unbiased in sentiment by custom, or unrestrained in manner by art. Their shape and limbs were elegantly formed, for, as their dress consisted only of a piece of glazed cloth fastened about the waist, and scarcely reaching so low as the knees, in many we had an opportunity of observing every part. This dance was not finished when we heard a noise as if some horses had been galloping toward us, and on looking aside we saw the people armed with clubs, who had been desired, as we supposed, to entertain us with the sight of their manner of fighting. This they now did, one party pursuing another who fled. As we supposed the ceremony of being introduced to the chiefs was at an end, we began to look about for Mr. Gore and Omai, and though the crowd would hardly suffer us to move, we at length found them coming up, as much incommoded by the number of people as we had been, and introduced in the same manner to the three chiefs, whose names were Wateeoo, Taroa, and Futuwira. Each of these expected a present, and Mr. Gore gave them such things as he had brought with him from the ship for that purpose. After this, making use of Omai as his interpreter, he informed the chiefs with what intention we had come on shore, but was given to understand that he must wait till the next day, and then he should have what was wanted. They now seemed to take some pains to separate us from each other, and every one of us had his circle to surround and gaze at him. For my own part, I was at one time above an hour apart from my friends, and when I told the chief, with whom I sat, that I wanted to speak to Omai, he peremptorily refused my request. At the same time I found the people began to steal several trifling things which I had in my pocket, and when I took the liberty of complaining to the chief of this treatment, he justified it. From these circumstances I now entertained apprehensions that they might have formed the design of detaining us amongst them. They did not, indeed, seem to be of a disposition so savage as to make us anxious for the safety of our persons, but it was nevertheless vexing to think we had hazarded being detained by their curiosity. In this situation I asked for something to eat, and they readily brought me some coconuts, breadfruit, and a sort of sour pudding, which was presented by a woman. And on my complaining much of the heat occasioned by the crowd, the chief himself condescended to fan me, and gave me a small piece of cloth which he had round his waist. Mr. Burney happened to come to the place where I was. I mentioned my suspicions to him, and, to put it to the test, whether they were well founded, we attempted to get to the beach. But we were stopped when about halfway by some men, who told us that we must go back to the place which we had left. On coming up we found Omai entertaining the same apprehensions, but he had, as he fancied, an additional reason for being afraid, for he had observed that they had dug a hole in the ground for an oven, which they were now heating, and he could assign no other reason for this than that they meant to roast and eat us, as is practised by the inhabitants of New Zealand. Nay, he went so far as to ask them the question, at which they were greatly surprised, asking in return whether that was a custom with us. Mr. Burney and I were rather angry that they should be thus suspected by him, there having as yet been no appearances in their conduct toward us of their being capable of such brutality. In this manner we were detained the greatest part of the day, being sometimes together and sometimes separated, but always in a crowd, who, not satisfied with gazing at us, frequently desired us to uncover parts of our skin, the sight of which commonly produced a general murmur of admiration. At the same time, they did not omit these opportunities of rifling our pockets, and at last one of them snatched a small bayonet from Mr. Gore, which hung in its sheath by his side. This was represented to the chief, who pretended to send some person in search of it, but in all probability he countenanced the theft, for soon after Omai had a dagger stolen from his side in the same manner, though he did not miss it immediately. Whether they observed any signs of uneasiness in us, or that they voluntarily repeated their emblems of friendship when we expressed a desire to go, I cannot tell. But at this time they brought some green boughs, and sticking their ends in the ground, desired we might hold them as we sat. Upon our urging again the business we came upon, they gave us to understand that we must stay and eat with them, and a pig which we saw soon after lying near the oven, which they had prepared and heated, removed Omai's apprehensions of being put into it himself, and made us think it might be intended for our repast. The chief also promised to send some people to procure food for the cattle, but it was not till pretty late in the afternoon that we saw them return with a few plantain trees, which they carried to our boats. In the meantime, Mr. Burney and I attempted again to go to the beach, but when we arrived, found ourselves watched by people who, to appearance, had been placed there for this purpose. For when I tried to wade in upon the reef, one of them took hold of my clothes and dragged me back. I picked up some small pieces of coral, which they required me throw down again, and on my refusal they made no scruple to take them forcibly from me. I had gathered some small plants, but these also I could not be permitted to retain, and they took a fan from Mr. Burney, which he had received as a present on coming ashore. Omai said we had done wrong in taking up anything, for it was not the custom here to permit freedoms of that kind to strangers, till they had in some measure naturalized them to the country, by entertaining them with festivity for 2 or 3 days. Finding that the only method of procuring better treatment was to yield implicit obedience to their will, we went up again to the place we had left, and they now promised that we should have a canoe to carry us off to our boats after we had eaten of a repast which had been prepared for us. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2. The discovery of an island called Wateeoo, its coasts examined, visits from the natives on board the ships, Messrs. Gore, Burney and Anderson with Omai sent on shore, Mr. Anderson's narrative of their reception, Omai's expedient to prevent their being detained, his meeting with some of his countrymen and their distressful voyage, farther account of Wateeoo and of its inhabitants. Continued. Accordingly, the second chief, to whom we had been introduced in the morning, having seated himself upon a low broad stool of blackish hardwood, tolerably polished, and directing the multitude to make a pretty large ring, made us sit down by him. A considerable number of coconuts were now brought, and shortly after a long green basket with a sufficient quantity of baked plantains to have served a dozen persons. A piece of the young hog that had been dressed was then set before each of us, of which we were desired to eat. Our appetites, however, had failed from the fatigue of the day, and though we did eat a little to please them, it was without satisfaction to ourselves. It being now near sunset, we told them it was time to go on board. This they allowed, and sent down to the beach the remainder of the victuals that had been dressed, to be carried with us to the ships. But before we set out, Omai was treated with a drink he had been used to in his own country, which, we observed, was made here as at other islands in the South Sea, by chewing the root of a sort of pepper. We found a canoe ready to put us off to our boats, which the natives did with the same caution as when we landed. But even here their thievish disposition did not leave them, for a person of some consequence among them, who came with us, took an opportunity, just as they were pushing the canoe into the surf, to snatch a bag out of her which I had, with the greatest difficulty, preserved all the day, there being in it a small pocket pistol which I was unwilling to part with. Perceiving him, I called out, expressing as much displeasure as I could, on which he thought proper to return and swim with the bag to the canoe, but denied he had stolen it, though detected in the very act. They put us on board our boats with the coconuts, plantains, and other provisions which they had brought, and we rowed to the ships very well pleased that we had at last got out of the hands of our troublesome masters. We regretted much that our restrained situation gave us so little opportunity of making observations on the country, for during the whole day we were seldom 100 yards from the place where we were introduced to the chiefs on landing, and consequently were confined to the surrounding objects. The first thing that presented itself worthy of our notice was the number of people, which must have been at least 2,000. For those who welcomed us on the shore bore no proportion to the multitude we found amongst the trees on proceeding a little way up. We could also observe that, except a few, those we had hitherto seen on board were of the lower class, for a great number of those we now met with had a superior dignity in their air, and were of a much whiter cast. In general they had the hair tied on the crown of the head, long, black, and of a most luxuriant growth. Many of the young men were perfect models in shape, of a complexion as delicate as that of the women, and, to appearance, of a disposition as amiable. Others who were more advanced in years were corpulent, and all had a remarkable smoothness of the skin. Their general dress was a piece of cloth or mat wrapped about the waist, and covering the parts which modesty conceals. But some had pieces of mats most curiously varied with black and white, made into a sort of jacket without sleeves, and others wore conical caps of coconut core, neatly interwoven with small beads made of a shelly substance. Their ears were pierced, and in them they hung bits of the membraneous part of some plant, or stuck there an odoriferous flower, which seemed to be a species of gardenia. Some who were of a superior class, and also the chiefs, had 2 little balls with a common base, made from the bone of some animal, which was hung round the neck with a great many folds of small cord. and after the ceremony of introduction to the chiefs was over, they then appeared without their red feathers, which are certainly considered here as a particular mark of distinction, for none but themselves and the young women who danced assumed them. Some of the men were punctured all over the sides and back in an uncommon manner, and some of the women had the same ornament on their legs. But this method was confined to those who seemed to be of a superior rank, and the men in that case were also generally distinguished by their size and corpulence unless very young. The women of an advanced age had their hair cropped short, and many were cut in oblique lines all over the forepart of the body, and some of the wounds, which formed rhomboidal figures, had been so lately inflicted that the coagulated blood still remained in them. The wife of one of the chiefs appeared with her child laid in a piece of red cloth which had been presented to her husband, and seemed to carry it with great tenderness, suckling it much after the manner of our women. Another chief introduced his daughter, who was young and beautiful, but appeared with all the timidity natural to the sex, though she gazed on us with a kind of anxious concern that seemed to struggle with her fear, and to express her astonishment at so unusual a sight. Others advanced with more firmness, and indeed were less reserved than we expected, but behaved with a becoming modesty. We did not observe any personal deformities amongst either sex, except in a few who had scars of broad superficial ulcers remaining on the face and other parts. In proportion to the number of people assembled, there appeared not many old men or women, which may easily be accounted for by supposing that such as were in an advanced period of life might neither have the inclination nor the ability to come from the more distant parts of the island. On the other hand, the children were numerous, and both these and the men climbed the trees to look at us when we were hid by the surrounding crowd. About a third part of the men were armed with clubs and spears, and probably these were only the persons who had come from a distance, as many of them had small baskets, mats, and other things fastened to the ends of their weapons. The clubs were generally about 6 feet long, made of a hard black wood, lance-shaped at the end, but much broader, with the edge nicely scalloped, and the whole neatly polished. Others of them were narrower at the point, much shorter and plain, and some were even so small as to be used with one hand. The spears were made of the same wood, simply pointed, and in general above 12 feet long, though some were so short that they seemed intended to be thrown as darts. The place where we were all the day was under the shade of various trees, in which they preserved their canoes from the sun. About 8 or 10 of them were here, all double ones, that is, 2 single ones fastened together, as is usual throughout the whole extent of the Pacific Ocean, by rafters lashed across. They were about 20 feet long, about 4 feet deep, and the sides rounded with a plank raised upon them, which was fastened strongly by means of withers. 2 of these canoes were most curiously stained or painted all over with black, in numberless small figures, as squares, triangles, etc., and excelled by far anything of that kind I had ever seen at any other island in this ocean. Our friends here, indeed, seem to have exerted more skill in doing this than in puncturing their own bodies. The paddles were about 4 feet long, nearly elliptical, but broader at the upper end than the middle. Near the same place was a hut or shed about 30 feet long and 9 or 10 high, in which perhaps these boats are built, but at this time it was empty. The greatest number of the trees around us were cocoa palms, some sorts of hibiscus, a species of euphorbia, and, toward the sea, abundance of the same kind of trees we had seen at Mangia, Nuo-Naiwa, and which seem to surround the shores of this island in the same manner. They are tall and slender, not much unlike a cypress, but with bunches of long, round, articulated leaves. The natives call them etoa. On the ground we saw some grass, a species of convolvulus, and a good deal of treacle mustard. There are also doubtless other fruit trees and useful plants which we did not see. For, besides several sorts of plantains, they brought at different times roots which they call taro, the cocos of other countries, a breadfruit, and a basket of roasted nuts of a kidney shape, in taste like a chestnut, but coarser. What the soil of the island may be further inland we could not tell, but toward the sea it is nothing more than a bank of coral, 10 or 12 feet high, steep and rugged, except where there are small sandy beaches, at some clefts where the ascent is gradual. The coral, though it has, probably, been exposed to the weather for many centuries, has undergone no farther change than becoming black on the surface, which, from its irregularity, is not much unlike large masses of a burnt substance. But, on breaking some pieces off, we found that, at the depth of 2 or 3 inches, it was just as fresh as the pieces that had been lately thrown upon the beach by the waves. The reef or rock that lines the shore entirely runs to different breadths into the sea, where it ends all at once and becomes like a high, steep wall. It is nearly even with the surface of the water and of a brown or brick colour, but the texture is rather porous, yet sufficient to withstand the washing of the surf, which continually breaks upon it. Though the landing of our gentlemen proved the means of enriching my journal with the foregoing particulars, the principal object I had in view was, in a great measure, unattained, for the day was spent without getting any one thing from the island worth mentioning. The natives, however, were gratified with a sight they never before had, and probably will never have again, and mere curiosity seems to have been their chief motive for keeping the gentlemen under such restraint, and for using every art to prolong their continuance amongst them. It has been mentioned that Omai was sent upon this expedition, and perhaps his being Mr. Gore's interpreter was not the only service he performed this day. He was asked by the natives a great many questions concerning us, our ships, our country, and the sort of arms we used. And, according to the account he gave me, his answers were not a little upon the marvellous. As, for instance, he told them that our country had ships as large as their island, on board which were instruments of war, describing our guns, of such dimensions that several people might sit within them, and that one of them was sufficient to crush the whole island at one shot. This led them to inquire of him what sort of guns we actually had in our 2 ships. He said that though they were but small, in comparison with those he had just described, yet, with such as they were, we could, with the greatest ease, and at the distance the ships were from the shore, destroy the island and kill every soul in it. They persevered in their inquiries to know by what means this could be done, and Omai explained the matter as well as he could. He happened luckily to have a few cartridges in his pocket. These he produced. The balls and the gunpowder which was to set them in motion were submitted to inspection, and to supply the defects of his description, an appeal was made to the senses of the spectators. It has been mentioned above that one of the chiefs had ordered the multitude to form themselves into a circle. This furnished Omai with a convenient stage for his exhibition. In the centre of this amphitheatre, the inconsiderable quantity of gunpowder, collected from his cartridges, was properly disposed upon the ground, and, by means of a bit of burning wood from the oven, where dinner was dressing, set on fire. The sudden blast and loud report, the mingled flame and smoke that instantly succeeded, now filled the whole assembly with astonishment. They no longer doubted the tremendous power of our weapons, and gave full credit to all that Omai had said. If it had not been for the terrible ideas they conceived of the guns of our ships, from this specimen of their mode of operation, it was thought they would have detained the gentleman all night. For Omai assured them that if he and his companions did not return on board the same day, they might expect that I would fire upon the island. And as we stood in nearer the land in the evening than we had done any time before, of which position of the ships they were observed to take great notice, they, probably, thought we were meditating this formidable attack, and therefore suffered their guests to depart, under the expectation, however, of seeing them again on shore next morning. But I was too sensible of the risk they had already run to think of a repetition of the experiment. This day, it seems, was destined to give Omai more occasions than one of being brought forward to bear a principal part in its transactions. The island, though never before visited by Europeans, actually happened to have other strangers residing in it, and it was entirely owing to Omai's being one of Mr. Gore's attendants that this curious circumstance came to our knowledge. Scarcely had he been landed upon the beach, when he found amongst the crowd there assembled 3 of his own countrymen, natives of the Society Islands. At the distance of about 200 leagues from those islands, an immense unknown ocean intervening, with such wretched sea-boats as their inhabitants are known to make use of, and fit only for a passage where sight of land is scarcely ever lost. Such a meeting at such a place, so accidentally visited by us, may well be looked upon as one of those unexpected situations with which the writers of feigned adventures love to surprise their readers, and which, when they really happen in common life, deserve to be recorded for their singularity. It may easily be guessed with what mutual surprise and satisfaction Omai and his countrymen engaged in conversation. Their story, as related by them, is an affecting one. About 20 persons in number, of both sexes, had embarked on board a canoe at Otaheite to cross over to the neighbouring island Ulietea. A violent contrary wind arising, they could neither reach the latter nor get back to the former. Their intended passage being a very short one, their stock of provisions was scanty and soon exhausted. The hardships they suffered, while driven along by the storm they knew not whither, are not to be conceived. They passed many days without having anything to eat or drink. Their numbers gradually diminished, worn out by famine and fatigue. 4 men only survived when the canoe overset, and then the perdition of this small remnant seemed inevitable. However, they kept hanging by the side of their vessel during some of the last days, till Providence brought them in sight of the people of this island, who immediately sent out canoes, took them off their wreck, and brought them ashore. Of the 4 who were thus saved, 1 was since dead. The other 3, who lived to have this opportunity of giving an account of their almost miraculous transplantation, spoke highly of the kind treatment they here met with, and so well satisfied were they with their situation that they refused the offer made to them by our gentlemen, at Omai's request, of giving them a passage on board our ships to restore them to their native islands. The similarity of manners and language had more than naturalized them to this spot, and the fresh connections which they had here formed, and which it would have been painful to have broken off after such a length of time, sufficiently account for their declining to revisit the places of their birth. They had arrived upon this island at least 12 years ago, for I learnt from Mr. Anderson that he found they knew nothing of Captain Wallis's visit to Otaheite in 1765, nor of several other memorable occurrences, such as the conquest of Woollitea by those of Bola Bola, which had preceded the arrival of the Europeans. To Mr. Anderson I am also indebted for their names, Orouta, Otereroa, and Tavi. The first, born at Matavai in Otaheite, the second at Woollitea, and the third at Wahine. The landing of our gentlemen on this island, though they failed in the object of it, cannot but be considered as a very fortunate circumstance. It has proved, as we have seen, the means of bringing to our knowledge a matter of fact, not only very curious, but very instructive. The application of the above narrative is obvious. It will serve to explain, better than 1,000 conjectures of speculative reasoners, how the detached parts of the earth, and in particular how the islands of the South Sea, may have been first peopled, especially those that lie remote from any inhabited continent or from each other. Footnote: such accidents as this here related probably happen frequently in the Pacific Ocean. In 1696, 2 canoes, having on board 30 persons of both sexes, were driven by contrary winds and tempestuous weather on the island of Samal, one of the Philippines, after being tossed about at sea 70 days, and having performed a voyage from an island called by them Amosot, 300 leagues to the east of Samal. 5 of the number who had embarked died of the hardships suffered during this extraordinary passage. See a particular account of them and of the islands they belonged to in Lettres Edifiantes and Curieuses, tome 15, from page 196 to page 215. In the same volume, from page 282 to page 320, we have the relation of a similar adventure in 1721, when 2 canoes, one containing 24 and the other 6 persons, men, women, and children, were driven from an island they called Faroilep northward to the Isle of Guam or Guahan, one of the Ladrones or Marians. But these had not sailed so far as their countrymen, who reached Samal as above, and they had been at sea only 20 days. There seems to be no reason to doubt the general authenticity of these 2 relations. The information contained in the letters of the Jesuits about these islands, now known under the name of the Carolines, and discovered to the Spaniards by the arrival of the canoes at Samal and Guam, has been adopted by all our later writers. See President de Brosse's Voyage aux Terres Australes, tome 2, from page 443 to page 490. See also the Modern Universal History. End footnote. This island is called Wateeoo by the natives. It lies in the latitude of 20 degrees 1 minute south and in the longitude 201 degrees 45 minutes east, and is about 6 leagues in circumference. It is a beautiful spot, with a surface composed of hills and plains, and covered with verdure of many hues. Our gentlemen found the soil where they passed the day to be light and sandy, but farther up the country a different sort perhaps prevails, as we saw from the ship, by the help of our glasses, a reddish cast upon the rising grounds. There the inhabitants have their houses, for we could perceive 2 or 3 which were long and spacious. Its produce, with the addition of hogs, we found to be the same as at the last island we had visited, which the people of this, to whom we pointed out its position, called Auhav-a-Ru'a, a name so different from Mangia Noi Neinawa, which we learnt from its own inhabitants, that it is highly probable Oahavarua is another island. From the circumstances already mentioned, it appears that Wateeoo can be of little use to any ship that wants refreshment, unless in a case of the most absolute necessity. The natives, knowing now the value of some of our commodities, might be induced to bring off fruits and hogs to a ship standing off and on, or to boats lying off the reef, as ours did. It is doubtful, however, if any fresh water could be procured, for, though some was brought in coconut shells to the gentlemen, they were told that it was at a considerable distance, and probably it is only to be met with in some stagnant pool, as no running stream was anywhere seen. According to Omai's report of what he learnt in conversation with his 3 countrymen, the manners of these islanders, their method of treating strangers, and their general habits of life are much like those that prevail at Otaheite and its neighbouring isles. Their religious ceremonies and opinions are also nearly the same, for upon seeing one man, who was painted all over of a deep black colour, and inquiring the reason, our gentlemen were told that he had lately been paying the last good offices to a deceased friend, and they found that it was upon similar occasions the women cut themselves, as already mentioned. From every circumstance, indeed, it is indubitable that the natives of Wateeoo sprung originally from the same stock, which hath spread itself so wonderfully over all the immense extent of the South Sea. One would suppose, however, that they put in their claim to a more illustrious extraction, for Omai assured us that they dignified their island with the appellation of Wenooa-ette, that is, a land of gods, esteeming themselves a sort of divinities, and possessed with the spirit of the Eatua. This wild enthusiastic notion Omai seemed much to approve of, telling us there were instances of its being entertained at Otaheite, but that it was universally prevalent amongst the inhabitants of Mataya or Osnaburg Island. The language spoken at Wateeoo was equally well understood by Omai and by our 2 New Zealanders. What its peculiarities may be when compared with the other dialects, I am not able to point out, for though Mr. Anderson had taken care to note down a specimen of it, the natives, who made no distinction of the objects of their theft, stole the memorandum book. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. Wenooa-ette, or Otakootaia, visited. Account of that island and of its produce. Harvey's Island, or Teruga Muatoa, found to be inhabited. Transactions with the natives. Their persons, dress, language, canoes. Fruitless attempt to land there. Reasons for bearing away for the Friendly Islands. Palmerston's Island touched at. Description of the 2 places where the boats landed. Refreshments obtained there. Conjectures on the formation of such low islands. Arrival at the Friendly Islands. Light airs and calms having prevailed by turns all the night of the 3rd, the easterly swell had carried the ships some distance from Wateeoo before daybreak. But as I had failed in my object of procuring at that place some effectual supply, I saw no reason for staying there any longer. I therefore quitted it without regret and steered for the neighbouring island, which, as has been mentioned, we discovered 3 days before. With a gentle breeze at east, we got up with it before 10 o'clock in the morning, and I immediately dispatched Mr. Gore with 2 boats to endeavour to land and get some food for our cattle. As there seemed to be no inhabitants here to obstruct our taking away whatever we might think proper, I was confident of his being able to make amends for our late disappointment, if the landing could be effected. There was a reef here surrounding the land, as at Wateeoo, and a considerable surf breaking against the rocks. Notwithstanding which, our boats no sooner reached the lee or west side of the island, but they ventured in, and Mr. Gore and his party got safe on shore. I could from the ship see that they had succeeded so far, and immediately sent a small boat to know what farther assistance was wanting. She did not return till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having waited to take in a lading of what useful produce the island afforded. As soon as she was cleared, she was sent again for another cargo. The jolly boat was also dispatched, and Mr. Gore was ordered to be on board with all the boats before night, which was complied with. The supply obtained here consisted of about 100 coconuts for each ship, and besides this refreshment for ourselves, we got for our cattle some grass and a quantity of the leaves and branches of young cocoa trees, and of the warra tree, as it is called at Otaheite, the pandanus of the East Indies. This latter being of a soft, spongy, juicy nature, the cattle ate it very well when cut into small pieces, so that it might be said, without any deviation from truth, that we fed them upon billet wood. This island lies in the latitude of 19 degrees 51 minutes south, and the longitude of 201 degrees 37 minutes east, about 3 or 4 leagues from Wateeoo, the inhabitants of which call it Otakootaia, and sometimes they spoke of it under the appellation of Wenooa-ette, which signifies Little Island. Mr. Anderson, who was on shore with our party and walked round it, guessed that it could not be much more than 3 miles in circuit. From him I also learnt the following particulars. The beach within the reef is composed of a white coral sand, above which the land within does not rise above 6 or 7 feet, and is covered with a light reddish soil, but is entirely destitute of water. The only common trees found there were cocoa palms, of which there were several clusters, and vast numbers of the warra. There were likewise the calophyllum, suriana, guettada, a species of Tunifortia, and Tabernae montanei, with a few other shrubs. and some of the etoa tree seen at Wateeoo. A sort of bindweed overran the vacant spaces, except in some places where was found a considerable quantity of treacle mustard, a species of spurge, with a few other small plants, and the Morinda citrifolia, the fruit of which is eaten by the natives of Otaheite in times of scarcity. Omai, who had landed with the party, dressed some of it for their dinner, but it proved very indifferent. The only bird seen amongst the trees was a beautiful cuckoo of a chestnut brown, variegated with black, which was shot. But upon the shore were some egg birds, a small sort of curlew, blue and white herons, and great numbers of noddies, which last at this time laid their eggs a little farther up on the ground, and often rested on the warra tree. One of our people caught a lizard of a most forbidding aspect, though small, running up a tree, and many of another sort were seen. The bushes toward the sea were frequented by infinite numbers of a sort of moth, elegantly speckled with red, black, and white. There were also several other sorts of moths, as well as some pretty butterflies, and a few other insects. Though there were, at this time, no fixed inhabitants upon the island, indubitable marks remained of its being, at least, occasionally frequented. In particular, a few empty huts were found. There were also several large stones erected like monuments under the shade of some trees, and several spaces enclosed with smaller ones where, probably, the dead had been buried, and in one place a great many cockle shells of a particular sort, finely grooved and larger than the first, were to be seen, from which it was reasonable to conjecture that the island had been visited by persons who feed partly on shellfish. In one of the huts, Mr. Gore left a hatchet and some nails, to the full value of what we took away. As soon as the boats were hoisted in, I made sail again to the northward, with a light air of wind easterly, intending to try our fortune at Harvey's Island, which was discovered in 1773 during my last voyage. Footnote: see Volume 3, Book 2, Chapter 1, where this island is said to be about 6 leagues in circuit. End footnote. Although it was not above 15 leagues distant, yet we did not get sight of it till daybreak in the morning of the 6th, when it bore west-southwest at the distance of about 3 leagues. As we drew near it, at 8 o'clock, we observed several canoes put off from the shore, and they came directly toward the ships. This was a sight that, indeed, surprised me, as no signs of inhabitants were seen when the island was first discovered, which might be owing to a pretty brisk wind that then blew, and prevented their canoes venturing out, as the ships passed to leeward, whereas now we were to windward. As we still kept on toward the island, 6 or 7 of the canoes, all double ones, soon came near us. There were from 3 to 6 men in each of them. They stopped at the distance of about a stone's throw from the ship, and it was some time before Omai could prevail upon them to come alongside, but no entreaties could induce any of them to venture on board. Indeed, their disorderly and clamorous behaviour by no means indicated a disposition to trust us, or treat us well. We afterward learnt that they had attempted to take some oars out of the Discovery's boat that lay alongside, and struck a man who endeavoured to prevent them. They also cut away with a shell a net with meat, which hung over that ship's stern, and absolutely refused to restore it, though we afterward purchased it from them. Those who were about our ship behaved in the same daring manner, for they made a sort of hook of a long stick, with which they endeavoured openly to rob us of several things, and at last actually got a frock belonging to one of our people that was towing overboard. At the same time they immediately showed a knowledge of bartering, and sold some fish they had, amongst which was an extraordinary flounder, spotted like porphyry, and a cream-coloured eel, spotted with black, for small nails, of which they were immoderately fond, and called them goura. But indeed they caught with the greatest avidity bits of paper or anything else that was thrown to them, and if what was thrown fell into the sea, they made no scruple to swim after it. These people seem to differ as much in person as in disposition from the natives of Wateeoo, though the distance between the two islands is not very great. Their colour was of a deeper cast, and several had a fierce rugged aspect, resembling the natives of New Zealand, but some were fairer. They had strung black hair, which, in general, they wore either hanging loose about the shoulders or tied in a bunch on the crown of the head. Some, however, had it cropped pretty short, and in 2 or 3 of them it was of a brown or reddish colour. Their only covering was a narrow piece of mat, wrapped several times round the lower part of the body, and which passed between the thighs. But a fine cap of red feathers was seen lying in one of the canoes. The shell of a pearl oyster, polished and hung about the neck, was the only ornamental fashion that we observed amongst them, for not one of them had adopted that mode of ornament, so generally prevalent amongst the natives of this ocean, of puncturing or tattooing their bodies. Though singular in this, we had the most unequivocal proofs of their being of the same common race. Their language approached still nearer to the dialect of Otaheite than that of Wateeoo or Mangia. Like the inhabitants of these 2 islands, they inquired from whence our ships came, and whither bound, who was our chief, the number of our men on board, and even the ship's name. And they very readily answered such questions as we proposed to them. Amongst other things, they told us they had seen 2 great ships like ours before, but that they had not spoken with them as they sailed past. There can be no doubt that these were the Resolution and Adventure. We learned from them that the name of their island is Terugemu-atua, and that they were subject to Tirevatuia, king of Wateeoo. Footnote: the reader will observe that this name bears little affinity to any one of the names of the 3 chiefs of Wateeoo as preserved by Mr. Anderson. End footnote. According to the account that they gave, their articles of food are coconuts, fish, and turtle, the island not producing plantains or breadfruit, and being destitute of hogs and dogs. Their canoes, of which near 30 were at one time in sight, are pretty large and well built. In the construction of the stern, they bear some resemblance to those of Wateeoo, and the head projects out nearly in the same manner, but the extremity is turned up instead of down. Having but very little wind, it was 1 o'clock before we drew near the northwest part of the island, the only part where there seemed to be any probability of finding anchorage for our ships or a landing place for our boats. In this position I sent Lieutenant King with 2 armed boats to sound and reconnoitre the coast, while we stood off and on with the ships. The instant the boats were hoisted out, Our visitors in the canoes, who had remained alongside all the while, bartering their little trifles, suspended their traffic, and pushing for the shore as fast as they could, came near us no more. At 3 o'clock the boats returned, and Mr. King informed me that there was no anchorage for the ships, and that the boats could only land on the outer edge of the reef, which lay about a quarter of a mile from the dry land. He said that a number of the natives came down upon the reef, armed with long pikes and clubs, as if they intended to oppose his landing. And yet, when he drew near enough, they threw some coconuts to our people, and invited them to come on shore, though at the very same time he observed that the women were very busy bringing down a fresh supply of spears and darts. But as he had no motive to land, he did not give them an opportunity to use them. Having received this report, I considered that, as the ships could not be brought to an anchor, we should find that the attempt to procure grass here would occasion much delay, as well as be attended with some danger. Besides, we were equally in want of water, and though the inhabitants had told us that there was water on their island, yet we neither knew in what quantity, nor from what distance, we might be obliged to fetch it. And, after all, supposing no other obstruction, we were sure that to get over the reef would be an operation equally difficult and tedious. Being thus disappointed at all the islands we had met with since our leaving New Zealand, and the unfavourable winds and other unforeseen circumstances having unavoidably retarded our progress so much, it was now impossible to think of doing anything this year in the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere, from which we were still at so great a distance, though the season for our operations there was already begun. In this situation it was absolutely necessary to pursue such measures as were most likely to preserve the cattle we had on board in the first place, and in the next place, which was still a more capital object, to save the stores and provisions of the ships, that we might be better enabled to prosecute our northern discoveries, which could not now commence till a year later than was originally intended. If I had been so fortunate as to have procured a supply of water and of grass at any of the islands we had lately visited, it was my purpose to have stood back to the south till I had met with a westerly wind. But the certain consequence of doing this without such a supply would have been the loss of all the cattle before we could possibly reach Otaheite, without gaining any one advantage with regard to the great object of our voyage. I therefore determined to bear away for the Friendly Islands, where I was sure of meeting with abundance of everything I wanted, and it being necessary to run in the night as well as in the day, I ordered Captain Clark to keep about a league ahead of the Resolution. I used this precaution because his ship would best claw off the land, and it was very possible we might fall in with some in our passage. The longitude of Harvey's Island, when first discovered, deduced from Otaheite by the timekeeper, was found to be 201 degrees 6 minutes east, and now, by the same timekeeper, deduced from Queen Charlotte Sound, 200 degrees 56 minutes east. Hence I conclude that the error of the timekeeper at this time did not exceed 12 miles in longitude. When we bore away, I steered west by south, with a fine breeze easterly. I proposed to proceed first to Middelburg, or Eua, thinking, if the wind continued favourable, that we had food enough on board for the cattle to last till we should reach that island. But about noon next day, those faint breezes, that had attended and retarded us so long again returned, and I found it necessary to haul more to the north to get into the latitude of Palmerston's and Savage Islands, discovered in 1774 during my last voyage. Footnote: see Volume 4, pages 2 and 5, end footnote, that if necessity required it, we might have recourse to them. This day, in order to save our water, I ordered the still to be kept at work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, during which time we procured from 13 to 16 gallons of fresh water. There has been lately made some improvement, as they are pleased to call it, of this machine, which, in my opinion, is much for the worse. These light breezes continued till the 10th, when we had for some hours the wind blowing fresh from the north and north-northwest, being then in the latitude of 18 degrees 38 minutes and longitude 198 degrees 24 minutes east. In the afternoon we had some thunder squalls from the south, attended with heavy rain, of which water we collected enough to fill 5 puncheons. After these squalls had blown over, the wind came round to the northeast and northwest, being very unsettled both in strength and in position, till about noon the next day, when it fixed at northwest and north-northwest, and blew a fresh breeze with fair weather. Thus we were persecuted with the wind in our teeth whichever way we directed our course, and we had the additional mortification to find here those very winds which we had reason to expect 8 degrees or 10 degrees farther south. They came too late, for I durst not trust their continuance, and the event proved that I judged right. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2. Wenooa-ette, or Otakootaia, visited. Account of that island and of its produce. Harvey's Island, or Teruga-mu-atoa, found to be inhabited. Transactions with the natives. Their persons, dress, language, canoes. Fruitless attempt to land there. Reasons for bearing away for the Friendly Islands. Palmerston's Island touched at. Description of the 2 places where the boats landed. Refreshments obtained there, conjectures on the formation of such low islands, arrival at the Friendly Islands. Continued. At length, at daybreak, in the morning of the 13th, we saw Palmerston Island, bearing west by south, distant about 5 leagues. However, we did not get up with it till 8 o'clock the next morning. I then sent 4 boats, 3 from the Resolution and 1 from the Discovery, with an officer in each, to search the coast for the most convenient landing place. For now we were under an absolute necessity of procuring from this island some food for the cattle, otherwise we must have lost them. What is comprehended under the name of Palmerston's Island is a group of small islets, of which there are in the whole 9 or 10, lying in a circular direction and connected together by a reef of coral rocks. The boats first examined the southeasternmost of the islets which compose this group, and failing there, ran down to the second, where we had the satisfaction to see them land. I then bore down with the ship still abreast of the place, and there we kept standing off and on, for no bottom was to be found to anchor upon, which was not of much consequence, as the party who had landed from our boats were the only human beings upon the island. About 1 o'clock, one of the boats came on board, laden with scurvy grass and young coconut trees, which at this time was a feast for the cattle. The same boat brought a message from Mr. Gore, who commanded the party, informing me that there was plenty of such produce upon the island, as also of the warra tree and some coconuts. This determined me to get a good supply of these articles before I quitted this station, and before evening I went ashore in a small boat, accompanied by Captain Clark. We found everybody hard at work, and the landing place to be in a small creek formed by the reef, of something more than a boat's length in every direction, and covered from the force of the sea by rocks projecting out on each side of it. The island is scarcely a mile in circuit, and not above 3 feet higher than the level of the sea. It appeared to be composed entirely of a coral sand, with a small mixture of blackish mould produced from rotten vegetables. Notwithstanding this poor soil, it is covered with trees and bushes of the same kind as at Wenooa-ette, though with less variety, and amongst these are some cocoa palms. Upon the trees or bushes that front the sea, or even farther in, we found a great number of men of war birds, tropic birds, and 2 sorts of boobies, which at this time were laying their eggs, and so tame that they suffered us to take them off with our hands. Their nests were only a few sticks loosely put together, and the tropic birds laid their eggs on the ground under the trees. These differ much from the common sort, being entirely of a most splendid white, slightly tinged with red, and having the 2 long tail feathers of a deep crimson or blood colour. Of each sort our people killed a considerable number, and though not the most delicate food, they were acceptable enough to us, who had been long confined on a salt diet, and who, consequently, could not but be glad of the most indifferent variety. We met with vast numbers of red crabs creeping about everywhere amongst the trees, and we caught several fish that had been left in holes upon the reef when the sea retired. At one part of the reef, which looks into or bounds the lake that is within, there was a large bed of coral, almost even with the surface, which afforded, perhaps, one of the most enchanting prospects that nature has anywhere produced. Its base was fixed to the shore, but reached so far in that it could not be seen, so that it seemed to be suspended in the water, which deepened so suddenly that, at the distance of a few yards, there might be 7 or 8 fathoms. The sea was at this time quite unruffled, and the sun, shining bright, exposed the various sorts of coral in the most beautiful order, some parts branching into the water with great luxuriance, others lying collected in round balls and in various other figures, all of which were greatly heightened by spangles of the richest colours that glowed from a number of large clams, which were everywhere interspersed. But the appearance of these was still inferior to that of the multitude of fishes that glided gently along, seemingly with the most perfect security. The colours of the different sorts were the most beautiful that can be imagined, the yellow, blue, red, black, etc., far exceeding anything that art can produce. Their various forms also contributed to increase the richness of this submarine grotto, which could not be surveyed without a pleasing transport, mixed, however, with regret that a work so stupendously elegant should be concealed in a place where mankind could seldom have an opportunity of rendering the praises justly due to so enchanting a scene. There were no traces of inhabitants having ever been here, if we except a small piece of a canoe that was found upon the beach, which probably may have drifted from some other island. But what is pretty extraordinary, we saw several small brown rats on this spot, a circumstance perhaps difficult to account for unless we allow that they were imported in the canoe of which we saw the remains. After the boats were laden, I returned on board, leaving Mr. Gore with a party to pass the night on shore, in order to be ready to go to work early the next morning. That day, being the 15th, was accordingly spent, as the preceding one had been, in collecting and bringing on board food for the cattle, consisting chiefly of palm cabbage, young coconut trees, and the tender branches of the warra tree. Having got a sufficient supply of these by sunset, I ordered everybody on board. But having little or no wind, I determined to wait, and to employ the next day by endeavouring to get some coconuts for our people from the next island to leeward, where we could observe that those trees were in much greater abundance than upon that where we had already landed, and where only the wants of our cattle had been relieved. With this view I kept standing off and on all night, and in the morning, between 8 and 9 o'clock, I went with the boats to the west side of the island, and landed with little difficulty. I immediately set the people with me to work to gather coconuts, which we found in great abundance. But to get them to our boats was a tedious operation, for we were obliged to carry them at least half a mile over the reef, up to the middle in water. Omai, who was with me, caught, with a scoop net, in a very short time, as much fish as served the whole party on shore for dinner, besides sending some to both ships. Here were also great abundance of birds, particularly men of war and tropic birds, so that we fared sumptuously. And it is but doing justice to Omai to say that, in these excursions to the uninhabited islands, he was of the greatest use, for he not only caught the fish, but dressed these and the birds we killed in an oven, with heated stones, after the fashion of his country, with a dexterity and good humour that did him great credit. The boats made 2 trips before night well laden. With the last I returned on board, leaving Mr. Williamson, my 3rd lieutenant, with a party of men, to prepare another lading for the boats which I proposed to send next morning. I accordingly dispatched them at 7 o'clock, and they returned laden by noon. No time was lost in sending them back for another cargo, and they carried orders for everybody to be on board by sunset. This being complied with, we hoisted in the boats and made sail to the westward, with a light air of wind from the north. We found this islet near a half larger than the other, and almost entirely covered with cocoa palms, the greatest part of which abounded with excellent nuts, having often both old and young on the same tree. They were, indeed, too thick in many places to grow with freedom. The other productions were, in general, the same as at the first islet. 2 pieces of board, one of which was rudely carved, with an elliptical paddle, were found on the beach. Probably these had belonged to the same canoe, the remains of which were seen on the other beach, as the 2 islets are not above half a mile apart. A young turtle had also been lately thrown ashore here, as it was still full of maggots. There were fewer crabs than at the last place, but we found some scorpions, a few other insects, and a greater number of fish upon the reefs. Amongst these were some large eels, beautifully spotted, which, when followed, would raise themselves out of the water and endeavour, with an open mouth, to bite their pursuers. The other sorts were chiefly parrotfish, snappers, and a brown spotted rockfish about the size of a haddock, so tame that, instead of swimming away, it would remain fixed and gaze at us. Had we been in absolute want, a sufficient supply might have been had, for thousands of the clams already mentioned stuck upon the reef, some of which weighed 2 or 3 pounds. There were besides some other sorts of shellfish, particularly the large periwinkle. When the tide flowed, several sharks came in over the reef, some of which our people killed, but they rendered it rather dangerous to walk in the water at that time. The party who were left on shore with Mr. Williamson were a good deal pestered, as Mr. Gores had been, with mosquitoes in the night. Some of them in their excursions shot 2 curlews exactly like those of England, and saw some plovers or sandpipers upon the shore, but in the wood no other bird besides 1 or 2 of the cuckoos that were seen at Wenooa-ette. Upon the whole, we did not spend our time unprofitably at this islet, for we got there about 1,200 coconuts, which were equally divided amongst the whole crew, and were doubtless of great use to them, both on account of the juice and of the kernel. A ship, therefore, passing this way, if the weather be moderate, may expect to succeed as we did. But there was no water upon either of the islets where we landed. Were that article to be had, and a passage could be got into the lake, as we may call it, surrounded by the reef, where a ship could anchor, I should prefer this to any of the inhabited islands, if the only want were refreshment, for the quantity of fish that might be procured would be sufficient, and the people might roam about unmolested by the petulance of any inhabitants. The 9 or 10 low islets, comprehended under the name of Palmerston's Island, may be reckoned to the heads or summit of the reef of coral rock that connects them together, covered only with a thin coat of sand, yet clothed, as already observed, with trees and plants, most of which are of the same sorts that are found on the low grounds of the high islands of this ocean. There are different opinions amongst ingenious theorists concerning the formation of such low islands as Palmerston's. Some will have it that in remote times these little separate heads or islets were joined and formed one continued and more elevated tract of land, which the sea, in the revolution of ages, has washed away, leaving only the higher grounds, which in time also will, according to this theory, share the same fate. Another conjecture is that they have been thrown up by earthquakes and are the effect of internal convulsions of the globe. A third opinion, and which appears to me as the most probable one, maintains that they are formed from shoals or coral banks, and of consequence increasing. Without mentioning the several arguments made use of in support of each of these systems, I shall only describe such parts of Palmerston's Island as fell under my own observation when I landed upon it. The foundation is everywhere a coral rock. The soil is coral sand, with which the decayed vegetables have, but in a few places, intermixed, so as to form anything like mould. From this a very strong presumption may be drawn that these little spots of land are not of very ancient date, nor the remains of larger islands now buried in the ocean. For, upon either of these suppositions, more mould must have been formed, or some part of the original soil would have remained. Another circumstance confirmed this doctrine of the increase of these islets. We found upon them, far beyond the present reach of the sea, even in the most violent storms, elevated coral rocks which, on examination, appeared to have been perforated in the same manner that the rocks are that now compose the outer edge of the reef. This evidently shows that the sea had formerly reached so far, and some of these perforated rocks were almost in the centre of the land. But the strongest proof of the increase, and from the cause we have assigned, was the gentle gradation observable in the plants round the skirts of the islands, from within a few inches of high water mark to the edge of the wood. In many places the divisions of the plants, of different growths, were very distinguishable, especially on the lee or west side. This I apprehend to have been the operation of extraordinary high tides, occasioned by violent accidental gales from the westward, which have heaped up the sand beyond the reach of common tides. The regular and gentle operation of these latter, again, throw up sand enough to form a barrier against the next extraordinary high tide or storm, so as to prevent its reaching as far as the former had done, and destroying the plants that may have begun to vegetate from coconuts, roots and seed brought thither by birds or thrown up by the sea. This doubtless happens very frequently, for we found many coconuts and some other things just sprouting up only a few inches beyond where the sea reaches at present, in places where it was evident they could not have had their origin from those farther in already arrived at their full growth. At the same time, the increase of vegetables will add fast to the height of this newly created land, as the fallen leaves and broken branches are, in such a climate, soon converted into a true black mould or soil. Footnote: Mr. Anderson, in his journal, mentions the following particulars relative to Palmerston's Island, which strongly confirm Captain Cook's opinion about its formation. On the last of the two islets where we landed, the trees, being in great numbers, had already formed by their rotten parts little risings or eminences, which in time, from the same cause, may become small hills. Whereas on the first islet, the trees being less numerous, no such thing had as yet happened. Nevertheless, on that little spot, the manner of formation was more plainly pointed out. For, adjoining to it, was a small isle which had, doubtless, been very lately formed, as it was not as yet covered with any trees, but had a great many shrubs, some of which were growing among pieces of coral that the sea had thrown up. There was still a more sure proof of this method of formation a little farther on, where two patches of sand, about 50 yards long and a foot or 18 inches high, lay upon the reef, but not as yet furnished with a single bush or tree. End footnote. Perhaps there is another cause which, if allowed, will accelerate the increase of these islands as much as any other, and will also account for the sea having receded from those elevated rocks before mentioned. This is the spreading of the coral bank or reef into the sea, which, in my opinion, is continually, though imperceptibly, affected. The waves receding as the reef grows in breadth and height leave a dry rock behind, ready for the reception of the broken coral and sand, and every other deposit necessary for the formation of land fit for the vegetation of plants. In this manner there is little doubt that, in time, the whole reef will become one island, and, I think, it will extend gradually inward, either from the increase of the islets already formed, or from the formation of new ones, upon the beds of coral within the enclosed lake if once they increase so as to rise above the level of the sea. After leaving Palmerston's Island, I steered west with a view to make the best of my way to Anamuka. We still continue to have variable winds, frequently between the north and west, with squalls, some thunder, and much rain. During these showers, which were generally very copious, we saved a considerable quantity of water, and finding that we could get a greater supply by the rain in 1 hour than we could get by distillation in a month, I laid aside the still as a thing attended with more trouble than profit. The heat, which had been great for about a month, became now much more disagreeable in this close rainy weather, and, from the moisture attending it, threatened soon to be noxious, as the ships could not be kept dry, nor the scuttles open for the sea. However, it is remarkable enough that though the only refreshment we had received since leaving the Cape of Good Hope was that at New Zealand, there was not as yet a single person on board sick from the constant use of salt food or vicissitude of climate. In the night between the 24th and 25th, we passed Savage Island, which I had discovered in 1774. Footnote: for an account of the discovery of Savage Island, a description of it, and the behaviour of its inhabitants on Captain Cook's landing, see Volume 4, page 3 to page 6. End footnote. And on the 28th at 10 o'clock in the morning, we got sight of the islands which lie to the eastward of Anamuka, bearing north by west about 4 or 5 leagues distant. I steered to the south of these islands and then hauled up for Anamuka, which at 4 in the afternoon bore northwest by north, Falafajia southwest by south, and Komango north by west, distant about 5 miles. The weather being squally with rain, I anchored at the approach of night in 15 fathoms deep water over a bottom of coral, sand and shells, Komango bearing northwest about 2 leagues distant. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 4. Intercourse with the Natives of Komango and Other Islands. Arrival at Anamuka. Transactions there. Wenooa, a principal chief from Tonga Taboo, comes on a visit. The manner of his reception in the island and on board. Instances of the pilfering disposition of the natives. Some account of Anamuka. The passage from it to Hawaii. Soon after we had anchored, 2 canoes, the one with 4 and the other with 3 men, paddled toward us and came alongside without the least hesitation. They brought some coconuts, breadfruit, plantains, and sugar cane, which they bartered with us for nails. One of the men came on board, and when these canoes had left us, another visited us, but did not stay long as night was approaching. Komango, the island nearest to us, was at least 5 miles off, which shows the hazard these people would run in order to possess a few of our most trifling articles. Besides this supply from the shore, we caught this evening, with hooks and lines, a considerable quantity of fish. Next morning at 4 o'clock I sent Lieutenant King with 2 boats to Komango to procure refreshments, and at 5 made the signal to weigh in order to ply up to Anamuka, the wind being unfavourable at northwest. It was no sooner daylight than we were visited by 6 or 7 canoes from different islands, bringing with them, besides fruits and roots, 2 pigs, several fowls, some large wood pigeons, small rails, and large violet-coloured coots. All these they exchanged with us for beads, nails, hatchets, etc. They had also other articles of commerce, such as pieces of their cloth, fish hooks, small baskets, musical reeds, and some clubs, spears, and bows. But I ordered that no curiosities should be purchased till the ships should be supplied with provisions, and leave given for that purpose. Knowing also from experience that if all our people might trade with the natives according to their own caprice, perpetual quarrels would ensue, I ordered that particular persons should manage the traffic both on board and on shore, prohibiting all others to interfere. Before midday, Mr. King's boat returned with 7 hogs, some fowls, a quantity of fruit and roots for ourselves, and some grass for the cattle. His party was very civilly treated at Komango. The inhabitants did not seem to be numerous, and their huts, which stood close to each other within a plantain walk, were but indifferent. Not far from them was a pretty large pond of fresh water, tolerably good, but there was not any appearance of a stream. With Mr. King came on board the chief of the island, named Tubu-Langi, and another whose name was Taipa. They brought with them a hog as a present to me, and promised more the next day. As soon as the boats were aboard, I stood for Anamuka, and the wind being scant, I intended to go between Anamuka-ette, footnote, that is, Little Anamuka, end footnote, and the breakers to the south-east of it. But on drawing near, we met with very irregular soundings, varying every cast 10 or 12 fathoms. This obliged me to give up the design and to go to the southward of all, which carried us to leeward and made it necessary to spend the night under sail. It was very dark, and we had the wind from every direction, accompanied with heavy showers of rain, so that at daylight the next morning we found ourselves much farther off than we had been the evening before, and the little wind that now blew was right in our teeth. We continued to ply all day to very little purpose, and in the evening anchored in 39 fathoms water, the bottom coral rocks and broken shells, the west point of Anamuka bearing east-northeast 4 miles distant. Tubu-Langi and Taipa kept their promise and brought off to me some hogs. Several others were also procured by bartering from different canoes that followed us, and as much fruit as we could well manage. It was remarkable that, during the whole day, our visitors from the islands would hardly part with any of their commodities to anybody but me. Captain Clark did not get above 1 or 2 hogs. At 4 o'clock next morning, I ordered a boat to be hoisted out and sent the master to sound the southwest side of Anamuka, where there appeared to be a harbour formed by the island on the northeast and by small islets and shoals to the southwest and southeast. In the meantime, the ships were got under sail and wrought up to the island. When the master returned, he reported that he had sounded between Great and Little Anamuka, where he found 10 and 12 fathoms depth of water, the bottom coral sand, that the place was very well sheltered from all winds, but that there was no fresh water to be found, except at some distance inland, and that even there little of it was to be got, and that little not good. For this reason only, and it was a very sufficient one, I determined to anchor on the north side of the island, where, during my last voyage, I had found a place fit both for watering and landing. It was not above a league distant, and yet we did not reach it till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, being considerably retarded by the great number of canoes that continually crowded round the ships, bringing to us abundant supplies of the produce of their island. Amongst these canoes there were some double ones with a large sail that carried between 40 and 50 men each. These sailed round us apparently with the same ease as if we had been at anchor. There were several women in the canoes who were, perhaps, incited by curiosity to visit us, though at the same time they bartered as eagerly as the men, and used the paddle with equal labour and dexterity. I came to an anchor in 18 fathoms water, the bottom coarse coral sand, the island extending from east to southwest, and at the west point of the westernmost cove southeast, about 3/4 of a mile distant. Thus I resumed the very same station which I had occupied when I visited Anamuka 3 years before. Footnote: see Captain Cook's Last Voyage, Volume 4, page 7. End footnote. And probably almost in the same place where Tasman, the first discoverer of this and some of the neighbouring islands, anchored in 1643. Footnote: see Tasman's account of this island in Mr. Dalrymple's valuable collection of voyages to the Pacific Ocean, Volume 2, pages 79 and 80. The few particulars mentioned by Tasman agree remarkably with Captain Cook's more extended relation. End footnote. The following day, while preparations were making for watering, I went ashore in the forenoon, accompanied by Captain Clark and some of the officers, to fix on a place where the observatories might be set up and a guard be stationed, the natives having readily given us leave. They also accommodated us with a boathouse to serve as a tent, and showed us every other mark of civility. Tubu, the chief of the island, conducted me and Omai to his house. We found it situated on a pleasant spot in the centre of his plantation. A fine grass plot surrounded it, which he gave us to understand was for the purpose of cleaning their feet before they went within doors. I had not before observed such an instance of attention to cleanliness at any of the places I had visited in this ocean, but afterward found that it was very common at the Friendly Islands. The floor of Tubu's house was covered with mats, and no carpet in the most elegant English drawing-room could be kept neater. While we were on shore, we procured a few hogs and some fruit by bartering, and before we got on board again, the ships were crowded with the natives. Few of them coming empty-handed, every necessary refreshment was now in the greatest plenty. I landed again in the afternoon with a party of marines, and at the same time the horses and such of the cattle as were in a weakly state were sent on shore. Everything being settled to my satisfaction, I returned to the ship at sunset, leaving the command upon the island to Mr. King. Taipa, who was now become our fast friend, and who seemed to be the only active person about us, in order to be near our party in the night as well as the day, had a house brought on men's shoulders a full 1/4 of a mile, and placed close to the shed which our party occupied. Next day our various operations on shore began. Some were employed in making hay for the cattle, others in filling our water casks at the neighbouring stagnant pool, and a third party in cutting wood. The greatest plenty of this last article being abreast of our ships, and in a situation the most convenient for getting it on board, it was natural to make choice of this. But the trees here, which our people erroneously supposed to be manchineel, but were a species of pepper called phaitanu by the natives, yielded a juice of a milky colour, of so corrosive a nature that it raised blisters on the skin and injured the eyes of our workmen. They were, therefore, obliged to desist at this place, and remove to the cove in which our guard was stationed, and where we embarked our water. Other wood, more suitable to our purposes, was there furnished to us by the natives. These were not the only employments we were engaged in, for Messrs. King and Bailey began this day to observe equal altitudes of the sun in order to get the rate of the timekeepers. In the evening, before the natives retired from our post, Taipa harangued them for some time. We could only guess at the subject, and judged that he was instructing them how to behave toward us, and encouraging them to bring the produce of the island to market. We experienced the good effects of his eloquence in the plentiful supply of provisions which next day we received. Nothing worth notice happened on the 4th and 5th, except that on the former of these days the Discovery lost her small bower anchor, the cable being cut in two by the rocks. This misfortune made it necessary to examine the cables of the Resolution, which were found to be unhurt. On the 6th we were visited by a great chief from Tonga Taboo, whose name was Wenooa, and whom Taipa was pleased to introduce to us as king of all the Friendly Isles. I was now told that on my arrival a canoe had been dispatched to Tonga Taboo with the news, in consequence of which this chief immediately passed over to Anamuka. The officer on shore informed me that when he first arrived all the natives were ordered out to meet him, and paid their obeisance by bowing their heads as low as his feet, the soles of which they also touched with each hand, first with the palm and then with the back part. There could be little room to suspect that a person received with so much respect could be anything less than the king. In the afternoon I went to pay this great man a visit, having first received a present of 2 fish from him, brought on board by one of his servants. As soon as I landed he came up to me. He appeared to be about 30 years of age, tall but thin, and had more of the European features than any I had yet seen here. When the first salutation was over, I asked if he was the king, for, notwithstanding what I had been told, finding that he was not the man whom I remembered to have seen under that character during my former voyage, I began to entertain doubts. Taipa officiously answered for him, and enumerated no less than 153 islands, of which he said Wenooa was the sovereign. After a short stay, our new visitor and 5 or 6 of his attendants accompanied me on board. I gave suitable presents to them all, and entertained them in such a manner as I thought would be most agreeable. In the evening I attended them on shore in my boat, into which the chief ordered 3 hogs to be put, as a return for the presents he had received from me. I was now informed of an accident which had just happened, the relation of which will convey some idea of the extent of the authority exercised here over the common people. While Wenooa was on board my ship, an inferior chief, for what reason our people on shore did not know, ordered all the natives to retire from the post we occupied. Some of them having ventured to return, he took up a large stick and beat them most unmercifully. He struck one man on the side of his face with so much violence that the blood gushed out of his mouth and nostrils, and after lying some time motionless, he was at last removed from the place in convulsions. The person who had inflicted the blow, being told that he had killed the man, only laughed at it, and it was evident that he was not in the least sorry for what had happened. We heard afterward that the poor sufferer recovered. The Discovery, having found again her small bower anchor, shifted her berth on the 7th, but not before her best bower cable had shared the fate of the other. This day I had the company of Wenooa at dinner, and also the next day, when he was attended by Taipa, Tubu, and some other chiefs. It was remarkable that none but Taipa was allowed to sit at table with him, or even to eat in his presence. I own that I considered Wenooa as a very convenient guest on account of this etiquette, for before his arrival I had generally a larger company than I could well find room for, and my table overflowed with crowds of both sexes. For it is not the custom at the Friendly Islands, as it is at Otaootaia, to deny it to their females the privilege of eating in company with the men. The first day of our arrival at Anamuka, one of the natives had stolen out of the ship a large junk axe. I now applied to Wenooa to exert his authority to get it restored to me, and so implicitly was he obeyed that it was brought on board while we were at dinner. These people gave us very frequent opportunities of remarking what expert thieves they were. Even some of their chiefs did not think this profession beneath them. On the 9th, one of them was detected carrying out of the ship, concealed under his clothes, the bolt belonging to the spun yarn winch, for which I sentenced him to receive 12 lashes, and kept him confined till he paid a hog for his liberty. After this we were not troubled with thieves of rank. Their servants or slaves, however, were still employed in this dirty work, and upon them a flogging seemed to make no greater impression than it would have done upon the mainmast. When any of them happened to be caught in the act, their masters, far from interceding for them, would often advise us to kill them. As this was a punishment we did not choose to inflict, they generally escaped without any punishment at all, for they appeared to us to be equally insensible of the shame and of the pain of corporal chastisement. Captain Clark at last hit upon a mode of treatment which we thought had some effect. He put them under the hands of the barber and completely shaved their heads, thus pointing them out as objects of ridicule to their countrymen, and enabling our people to deprive them of future opportunities for a repetition of their rogueries by keeping them at a distance. Wenooa was so fond of associating with us that he dined on board every day, though sometimes he did not partake of our fare. On the 10th, some of his servants brought a mess which had been dressed for him on shore. It consisted of fish, soup, and yams. Instead of common water to make the soup, coconut liquor had been made use of, in which the fish had been boiled or stewed, probably in a wooden vessel with hot stones, but it was carried on board in a plantain leaf. I tasted of the mess and found it so good that I afterwards had some fish dressed in the same way. Though my cook succeeded tolerably well, he could produce nothing equal to the dish he imitated. Finding that we had quite exhausted the island of almost every article of food that it afforded, I employed the 11th in moving off from the shore the horses, observatories, and other things that we had landed, as also the party of marines who had mounted guard at our station, intending to sail as soon as the Discovery should have recovered her best bower anchor. Wenooa, understanding that I meant to proceed directly to Tonga-Taboo, importuned me strongly to alter this plan, to which he expressed as much aversion as if he had some particular interest to promote by diverting me from it. In preference to it he warmly recommended an island, or rather a group of islands, called Harbour, lying to the northeast. There he assured us we could be supplied plentifully with every refreshment in the easiest manner, and to add weight to his advice, he engaged to attend us thither in person. He carried his point with me, and Harbour was made choice of for our next station. As it had never been visited by any European ships, the examination of it became an object with me. The 12th and 13th were spent in attempting the recovery of Captain Clark's anchor, which, after much trouble, was happily accomplished, and on the 14th in the morning we got under sail and left Anamuka. This island is somewhat higher than the other small isles that surround it, but still it cannot be admitted to the rank of those of a moderate height, such as Mangaia and Wateeoo. The shore at that part where our ships lay is composed of a steep rugged coral rock, 9 or 10 feet high, except where there are 2 sandy beaches, which have a reef of the same sort of rock extending across their entrance to the shore and defending them from the sea. The saltwater lake that is in the centre of the island is about 1.5 miles broad, and round it the land rises like a bank with a gradual ascent. But we could not trace its having any communication with the sea, and yet the land that runs across to it from the largest sandy beach being flat and low, and the soil sandy, it is most likely that it may have formerly communicated that way. The soil on the rising parts of the island, and especially toward the sea, is either of a reddish clayey disposition or a black loose mould, but there is nowhere any stream of fresh water. The island is very well cultivated, except in a few places, and there are some others which, though they appear to lie waste, are only left to recover the strength exhausted by constant culture, for we frequently saw the natives at work upon these spots to plant them again. The plantations consist chiefly of yams and plantains. Many of them are very extensive and often enclosed with neat fences of reed, disposed obliquely across each other about 6 feet high. Within these we often saw other fences of less compass surrounding the houses of the principal people. The breadfruit and coconut trees are interspersed with little order, but chiefly near the habitations of the natives, and the other parts of the island, especially toward the sea and about the sides of the lake, are covered with trees and bushes of a most luxuriant growth, the last place having a great many mangroves, and the first a vast number of the phytanoo trees already mentioned. There seem to be no rocks or stones of any kind about the island that are not coral, except in one place to the right of the sandy beach, where there is a rock 20 or 30 feet high, of a calcareous stone of a yellowish colour and a very close texture. But even about that place, which is the highest part of the land, are large pieces of the same coral rock that composes the shore. Besides walking frequently up into the country, which we were permitted to do without interruption, We sometimes amused ourselves in shooting wild ducks not unlike the widgeon, which are very numerous upon the salt lake, and the pool where we got our water. In these excursions we found the inhabitants had often deserted their houses to come down to the trading place, without entertaining any suspicion that strangers rambling about would take away or destroy anything that belonged to them. But though from this circumstance it might be supposed that the greater part of the natives were sometimes collected at the beach, it was impossible to form any accurate computation of their number, as the continual resort of visitors from other islands mixing with them might easily mislead one. However, as there were never to appearance about 1,000 persons collected at one time, it would perhaps be sufficient to allow double that number for the whole island. To the north and northeast of Anamuka, and in the direct track to Hapa'i, whither we were now bound, the sea is sprinkled with a great number of small isles. Amidst the shoals and rocks adjoining to this group, I could not be assured that there was a free or safe passage for such large ships as ours, though the natives sail through the intervals in their canoes. For this substantial reason, when we weighed anchor from Anamuka, I thought it necessary to go to the westward of the above islands, and steered north-northwest towards Cow. Footnote: as a proof of the great difficulty of knowing accurately the exact names of the South Sea Islands, as procured from the natives, I observe that what Captain Cook calls Agao, Mr. Anderson calls Cow, and Tasman's drawing, as I find it in Mr. Dalrymple's collection of voyages, gives the name of K Bay to the same island. Tasman and Captain Cook's Amatafoa is, with Mr. Anderson, Tofoa. Captain Cook's Komango is Tasman's Amango. There is scarcely an instance in which such variations are not observable. Mr. Anderson's great attention to matters of this sort being, as we learn from Captain King, well known to everybody on board, and admitted always by Captain Cook himself, his mode of spelling has been adopted on the engraved chart of the Friendly Islands, which has made it necessary to adopt it also in printing the journal. End footnote. And Tufoa, the two most westerly islands in sight, and remarkable for their great height. Whenooa and his attendants remained on board the Resolution till near noon, when he went into the large sailing canoe which had brought him from Tonga-Tabou, and stood in amongst the cluster of islands above mentioned, of which we were now almost abreast, and a tide or current from the westward had set us, since our sailing in the morning, much over toward them. They lie scattered at unequal distances, and are in general nearly as high as Anamuka, but only from 2 or 3 miles to half a mile in length, and some of them scarcely so much. They have either steep rocky shores like Anamuka, or reddish cliffs, but some have sandy beaches extending almost their whole length. Most of them are entirely clothed with trees, amongst which are many cocoa palms, and each forms a prospect like a beautiful garden placed in the sea. To heighten this, the serene weather we now had contributed very much, and the whole might supply the imagination with an idea of some fairy land realized. It should seem that some of them at least may have been formed, as we supposed Palmerston's Island to have been, for there is one which as yet is entirely sand, and another on which there is only one bush or tree. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, being the length of Kotaoo, the westernmost of the above cluster of small islands, we steered to the north, leaving Tufoa and Cow on our larboard, keeping along the west side of a reef of rocks which lie to the westward of Wateeoo, till we came to their northern extremity, round which we hauled in for the island. It was our intention to have anchored for the night, but it came upon us before we could find a place in less than 55 fathoms water, and rather than come to in this depth, I chose to spend the night under sail. We had in the afternoon been within 2 leagues of Tufoa, the smoke of which we saw several times in the day. The Friendly Islanders have some superstitious notions about the volcano upon it, which they call Kolofia, and say it is an Otua, or divinity. According to their account, it sometimes throws up very large stones, and they compare the crater to the size of a small islet, which has never ceased smoking in their memory, nor have they any tradition that it ever did. We sometimes saw the smoke rising from the centre of the island while we were at Anamuka, though at the distance of at least 10 leagues. Tufoa, we were told, is but thinly inhabited, but the water upon it is good. At daybreak the next morning, being then not far from Cow, which is a vast rock of a conic figure, we steered to the east for the passage between the islands Futuha and Hafaiva, with a gentle breeze at south-east. About 10 o'clock, Finu came on board and remained with us all day. He brought with him 2 hogs and a quantity of fruit, and in the course of the day several canoes from the different islands round us came to barter quantities of the latter article, which was very acceptable, as our stock was nearly expended. At noon our latitude was 19 degrees 49 minutes 45 seconds south, and we had made 7 miles of longitude from Anamuka. Tufoa bore north 88 degrees west, Cow north 71 degrees west, Futua north 89 degrees west, and Hafaiva south 12 degrees west. After passing Futua, we met with a reef of rocks, and as there was but little wind, it cost us some trouble to keep clear of them. This reef lies between Futua and Nineva, which is a small low isle in the direction of east-northeast from Futua, at the distance of 7 or 8 miles. Futua is a small island of middling height and bounded all round by a steep rock. It lies south 67 degrees east, distant 6 leagues from Cow, and 3 leagues from Wateeoo, in the direction of north 33 degrees east. Being past the reef of rocks just mentioned, we hauled up for Nineva in hopes of finding anchorage, but were again disappointed, and obliged to spend the night in making short boards. For although we had land in every direction, the sea was unfathomable. In the course of this night, we could plainly see flames issuing from the volcano upon Tufoa, though to no great height. At daybreak in the morning the 16th, with a gentle breeze at south-east, we steered north-east for Harbour, which was now in sight, and we could judge it to be lowland from the trees only appearing above the water. About 9 o'clock, we could see it plainly forming 3 islands nearly of an equal size, and soon after a 4th to the southward of these, as large as the others. Each seemed to be about 6 or 7 miles long, and of a similar height and appearance. The northernmost of these is called Ha'ano, the next Foa, the third Lafuga, and the southernmost Huleva, but all 4 are included by the natives under the general name Hapa'i. The wind scanting upon us, we could not fetch the land, so that we were forced to ply to windward. In doing this, we once passed over some coral rocks on which we had only 6 fathoms water, but the moment we were over them, found no ground with 80 fathoms of line. At this time the Isles of Apahi bore from north 50 degrees east to south 9 degrees west. We got up with the northernmost of these isles by sunset, and there found ourselves in the very same distress from want of anchorage that we had experienced the 2 preceding evenings, so that we had another night to spend under sail, with land and breakers in every direction. Toward the evening, Wenooa, who had been on board all day, went forward to Hapahi and took Omai in the canoe with him. He did not forget our disagreeable situation, and kept up a good fire all night, by way of a landmark. As soon as the daylight returned, being then close in with Foa, we saw it was joined to Ha'ano by a reef running even with the surface of the sea, from the one island to the other. I now dispatched a boat to look for anchorage. A proper place was soon found, and we came to abreast of a reef, being that which joins Lafuga to Foa, in the same manner that Foa is joined to Ha'ano, having 24 fathoms depth of water, the bottom coral sand. In this station, the northern point of Apahi, or the north end of Ahano, bore north 16 degrees east. The southern point of Hapahi, or the south end of Huleva, south 29 degrees west, and the north end of Lafuga, south 65 degrees east. 2 ledges of rocks lay without us, the one bearing south 50 degrees west, and the other west by north 1/2 north, distant 2 or 3 miles. We lay before a creek in the reef, which made it convenient landing at all times, and we were not above 3/4 of a mile from the shore. End of section 27.